Gu Qinyang was jealous too, but he knew that it had nothing to do with him, and he had no right to be involved. In addition, Jiang Su, Gu Qing and Gu Man were all rich now. It was unwise for him to annoy them again. Gu Qinxiang had worked hard for over a dozen years to become a successful businessman with 20 million yuan in assets, while Gu Qing and Gu Man became rich within such a short time. Several months ago, they couldn't afford dozens of thousands of yuan. Gu Qinyang wasn't an idiot, and he knew that he had to respect them now. Therefore, Gu Qinyang just stayed quiet and listened to his mother complaining the entire time. After hanging up with his mother, Gu Qinyang told his wife Wen Yulan what he had heard from his mother. Wen Yulan had the same feelings as him. She was jealous of Jiang Su, but understood that she had to respect them from now on. Change was the only constant, and the wheel of fortune turned. Jiang Su went back home and told Gu Qing and Gu Man about what had happened today. They understood that Gu Qinxiang's family would find out about it sooner or later. Meanwhile, they were also worried that Gu Qinxiang's family would cause them trouble again. When it was almost 10 p.m. in Dihao Clubhouse, a handsome host walked out onto the boxing stage and gave a short opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dihao Clubhouse. We'll be holding a kickboxing match tonight on this stage. There will be 3 boxers on behalf of Dihao Clubhouse, and you may challenge any one of them. If you win, you can go home with 100,000 yuan. And if you lose, don't worry, you don't need to pay anything. It's a kickboxing match, so we'll set a bet for fun. You may decide the bet ratio, but be careful, because you have to pay for the result if you lose, the host said. After that, 3 men walked out standing on the stage. Boxer number 1 was tall and muscular. Boxer number 2 was a man of medium size, while boxer number 3 was thin and short. However, all of them were professional boxers and it wasn't wise to judge them from appearance. Most of the people came here tonight for this kickboxing game, so many of them were interested in challenging. At the same time, only a few of them dared to set the bet ratio, except for those who were either rich or confident. Gao Yi wasn't in a hurry to challenge them, but had decided to see their performance first. Many of the audience went up to the stage to challenge the 3 boxers, but none of them could stay on the stage for over 5 minutes. Finally, a man set the bet ratio to gamble for a time, and most of the audience bet that the boxers would win because they were professionals. The result wasn't surprising at all. The boxer won and the man who set the bet ratio lost over 10 million yuan. After a long time, no one could beat the boxers. It was time for Gao Yi to go up. He went up to the stage and challenged boxer number 2. However, except for Gu Ning and the others who bet on him, hundreds of audience members in the hall bet on boxer number 2. The odds were 1:1. Seeing that most of the audience bet on boxer number 2, Gu Ning laughed. They could win over 10 million yuan this time. Once Gao Yi won, the money would be his. Gu Ning and Xiao Ye stayed calm, while Chu Peihan and the others were nervous. Before long, the game began. Ziyun, Ziyun, Ziyun. The audience under the stage shouted the name of boxer number 2 to encourage him, but voices that supported Gao Yi were barely heard in the crowd's acclamation. The moment the match began, Gao Yi and Tycoon moved quickly. The boxers on behalf of Dihao Clubhouse had constantly won tonight, so Tycoon was a little arrogant now, even though Gao Yi was confident enough to set the bet ratio. Tycoon hit Gao Yi immediately, but Gao Yi didn't avoid him. Instead, he grabbed Tycoon's hand like lightning. The scene shocked the audience. None of them could believe his or her eyes. Jesus! It's impossible. Is it real? The audience burst into discussion. Wow! He is so awesome! How Ran and the others shouted with excitement. Tycoon was amazed too and struggled to get rid of Gao Yi. Tycoon was a professional boxer, so Gao Yi wasn't able to beat him down within seconds, but it still wasn't easy for Tycoon to get rid of Gao Yi's control. Right now, Tycoon didn't dare to despise Gao Yi, because he realized that he had met a powerful opponent. Afterwards, Tycoon attacked Gao Yi again with full force. His heavy fists hit towards Gao Yi without hesitation. Gao Yi didn't meet his fists but instead stepped backwards. And when Tycoon focused on attacking Gao Yi with his fists, Gao Yi seized the chance to kick. Ziyun is Lai. Although Tycoon tried to avoid it, he was kicked right in the calf. He didn't fall down immediately, but stumbled backwards a few steps and his calf ached. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Within a short time, Tycoon was noticeably weaker than Gao Yi, which made those who bet on him feel anxious. They shouted again to encourage him. Tycoon, fight.
Tycoon, fight. Tycoon, fight.
Tycoon understood that it wouldn't be an easy game this time, and he was mad too. He got his balance back and attacked Gao Yi once more with his fists and kicks at the same time. Gao Yi immediately reacted and moved more quickly than Tycoon. It was obvious that Gao Yi was better than Tycoon at fighting. If it continued, Tycoon was doomed to fail. Right when everyone had that same idea in mind, Tycoon was kicked off the stage by Gao Yi with a loud sound. Gao Yi won. Yes. Yes. No one was more excited than how Ran and his friends. They had easily won a lot tonight. From the beginning to the end, Yumixi was extremely nervous, but luckily, she was one of the few winners too. What? Why didn't I bet on Gao Yi? Who knew that he would win? The audience burst into discussion again. And most of the audience regretted that they made the wrong decision. I challenge you. Boxer number 1 said to Gao Yi. Boxer number 1 was named Depeng. He was 35, tall, muscular and extremely strong. He was also better than Tycoon, otherwise, he wouldn't challenge Gao Yi after Tycoon lost. However, he wasn't 100% confident that he would win because Gao Yi really was an ace fighter. However, it was exciting when ace fighters met each other. Depeng didn't want to miss this great chance just because Tycoon lost the game. Even if he failed, he could still afford the result. No problem, but I'll set the bet ratio. Gao Yi accepted his challenge. He hadn't enjoyed himself enough yet. Sure, Depeng replied. After that, it was another round of betting. However, before it began, the audience had to pay for the last round. In the last round, Gao Yi received 12.652 million yuan from those who bet on Tycoon and 100,000 yuan reward. In other words, he made 12.752 million yuan in all. All of the money was transferred into the bank card that Gu Ning had given him, instead of his own bank card, because it was more convenient for him to use the domestic bank card in this country. Because he could only transfer money or swipe his Swiss bank card in particular places, which was inconvenient. In addition, he had no intention to take the money as his own. On the contrary, he planned to use it to deal with business for Gu Ning when needed. Before the second round began, everyone discussed with animation over who would be the winner. Although Gao Yi beat Tycoon, regular customers of Dihao Clubhouse all knew that Depeng was better than Tycoon. Thus they didn't lose faith in Depeng after Tycoon's failure. Who do you think will win? Hard to tell. Gao Yi is awesome, but Depeng isn't weak and is better than Tycoon. Who should I bet on then? Depeng dared to challenge Gao Yi, so he must be confident to win. I'll bet on Depeng. I'll bet on Gao Yi. I'll bet on Depeng. I think that the man has to be strong if he dares to challenge Yi. What do you think, boss? Hao Ran asked, not because he didn't believe in Gao Yi, but because he trusted Gu Ning more. Gao Yi will win, Gu Ning said affirmatively. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Gu Ning trusted Gao Yi and everyone believed in Gu Ning. So since Gu Ning said that Gao Yi would win, they all bet on Gao Yi. Yumixi did as well. Before long, the second round began. The amount of people who bet on Gao Yi was the same as the amount who bet on Depeng. The minute that the host announced that the match began, Depeng slammed his fist towards Gao Yi's chest. His attack was swift and threatening. Gao Yi avoided it at once, but Depeng also reacted quickly. He turned to the direction in which Gao Yi had ducked away. It was a tense moment. This time Gao Yi didn't hide anymore, but hit Depeng's fist directly. When their fists met in the air, both of them were knocked backwards a few steps by the force. Depeng was really better and stronger than Tycoon, but it wasn't stressful for Gao Yi at all. Gao Yi was a professional killer, and had been trained cruelly. Those boxers were hardly comparable to him. In the following minutes, the two fought violently against each other with fists and kicks. In the beginning it seemed even, but Gao Yi soon took control. Depeng didn't realize that Gao Yi was a more powerful opponent than he had imagined until now. He was unwilling to admit it, but he knew that he was doomed to fail. Anyway, Depeng enjoyed the competition with Gao Yi. The second round only lasted 1 minute longer than the first one, and Depeng failed in the end. When Gao Yi punched Depeng from the stage, those who bet on Gao Yi burst into acclamation and applause. Some also regretted that they didn't bet on Gao Yi. All of a sudden, Yu Mixi, who had been so tight on budget, now had 200,000 yuan in her pocket. She had never seen so much money before, and her hands were trembling when she got her bank card back. After the second round, Gao Yi received another 4.377 million yuan from those who bet on Depeng, and 100,000 yuan reward. Till now, Gao Yi made almost 20 million yuan. Boxer number 3 was weaker than boxer number 1, so he didn't dare to challenge Gao Yi, because he knew that he couldn't win. No one else challenged Gao Yi, so he went back to their private room afterwards. You're so awesome. Exactly. Can you teach us some fighting skills? Gao Yi didn't answer their questions, not because he didn't want to, but because it wasn't up to him. Alright, I'll let him teach you if he's free, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, they were all excited. Since Gu Ning agreed, Gao Yi wouldn't reject. It wasn't a problem after all. They didn't stay in the clubhouse for too long and left before 12 a.m. Because they all drank, designated drivers of Dihao Clubhouse would drive them home. Yu Mixi and An got in Chu Peihan's car, and the other 3 boys shared with Hao Ran, while Gu Ning, Gao Yi along with Qiao Ye took a taxi heading straight to Fenghua Luxury Mansion. I bought you a new apartment where I live and you can stay there, Gu Ning said. Sure, Gao Yi and Qiao Ye replied. When they arrived at Fenghua Luxury Mansion, Gu Ning didn't guide them inside at once, but instead brought them to a nearby hotel. The apartment is well decorated, but there are no daily necessities. It hasn't been cleaned either. You can stay in this hotel tonight and move in tomorrow. No problem, Gao Yi and Qiao Ye answered. Gu Ning then gave them the keys. Your new apartment is number 1201 in Zone F, and mine is number 901 in Zone G. We live right across from each other. In half a year we'll move to the capital and stay there. Go buy a car tomorrow for the convenience of transportation. You can make the decision of what car you want to buy. That's all for today, and I'll call you if needed. No problem, Gao Yi and Qiao Ye answered. After that, Gu Ning went back home. It was very late, and Gu Man was already asleep. Gu Ning tried her best to keep her movements quiet in order to not wake Gu Man up. She took a bath and lay on her bed, but couldn't fall asleep. Once it was quiet, she kept missing Leng shouting. However, she wasn't able to contact him now. Leng shouting also missed Gu Ning a lot, and he was eager to leave the military base. The next day, Kamei Beauty Saloon was going to hold its annual event. Gu Qing got up at 7 a.m. to prepare breakfast for her family. Seeing Gu Ning, Jiang Xinhua was more than happy. She hadn't seen Gu Ning in a long time, so she kept talking to Gu Ning. Nevertheless, Gu Ning wasn't impatient at all. During breakfast, Gu Ning asked Jiang Su, Uncle, has Gu Qinxiang caused you trouble recently? He's competing for a hotel decoration project, and he invited Executive Quan to dine together yesterday trying to get the chance. I was with Executive Quan at that time, but I had no idea that it was Gu Qinxiang who called Executive Quan, so I went to the meal with Executive Quan. Gu Qinxiang then found out that I'm the boss of Shuri Construction Materials Store. He was worried that I would badmouth him in front of Executive Quan, causing him to lose the chance, but at the same time, he also hoped that I would help him. I rejected him though, Jiang Su said. Although Jiang Su didn't get along with Gu Qinxiang, he wasn't mean and wouldn't badmouth Gu Qinxiang, but neither would he help him. Since Gu Qinxiang already knows that you're the boss of Shuri Construction Materials Store, I think that the old lady must be aware of it too. Did she call? Gu Ning asked.
No.
Maybe Gu Qinxiang stopped her because he doesn't want to annoy me in case I badmouth him in front of Executive Quan. They all knew what kind of person Gu Qinxiang was. Well, I'm afraid the family reunion won't be peaceful, Gu Qing sighed. Although the old lady didn't call them to argue with them, It was impossible that she would stay quiet during the family reunion. It'll be fine. No matter what she says, it's meaningless. Gu Ning despised the old lady's rude behavior, but she wasn't afraid at all. After breakfast, Gu Qing and Gu Man went to their beauty salon and Jiangsu left for his work. Gu Ning also had something to deal with today, but she wasn't in a hurry, so she stayed home with Jiang Xinyue for a while longer. Around 10 a.m., Gu Ning received Nguangyao's call. "Boss, I just got the invitation letter from the Chao family, which is the #1 richest family in City F. They're going to host a party the day after tomorrow, and all the successful businessmen will be attending it. They also hope that the real boss of Shanghua Real Estate could show up. What do you think?" Nguangyao asked. "I don't want to be exposed yet. You may go on behalf of Shanghua, and just tell them that the real boss isn't in City F," Gu Ning said. "Sure," Nguangyao replied. Gu Ning then told Nguangyao about what had happened to Yumixi's family, and told him to prepare a contract. She would go to Yumixi's place with a lawyer later. After hanging up with Gu Ning, Nguangyao immediately asked his secretary to prepare the contract and choose a great apartment. Li Zuan also called Gu Ning and was ready to go out with her. Gu Ning called Yumixi beforehand. Her family was busy working in the small breakfast shop, so Gu Ning and Li Zuan went to meet them right away. "Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. When they arrived, Yumixi's parents signed the contract after reading through it. Although they had already signed the contract, the new apartment wasn't theirs yet, because Jehua Garden wasn't able to provide a premises permit for it yet. Nevertheless, the contract came to effect, and none of them were willing to break the law. After that, Gu Ning and Li Zuan left. Gu Ning went to Kamei Beauty Salon to check on its condition afterwards. It was crowded in Kamei Beauty Salon in the morning, and most of them were VIPs, while many had just joined their VIP club. All the VIPs got a small gift, and although it wasn't very expensive, it wasn't cheap. Some VIPs also won some prizes, which was a fun experience for them. Meanwhile, the luckiest ones won the top prizes, which were the Jade pendants from Jade Beauty Jewelry. Everyone around them were envious, but each of them only had one chance to play the lucky draw. Gu Ning didn't stay there for long and left when it was almost 12 p.m. Just a while after Gu Ning left the beauty salon, she received Gao Yi's call. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye were both efficient and they had settled everything within a morning. They bought a black Land Rover as their means of transportation. Even though Gao Yi and Xiao Ye had been chased by the killer organizations, they had never lost their legal documents. Gu Ning hadn't got her driving license yet, even though she was actually a skillful driver. Without a driving license, it was better for her to not drive. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye hadn't eaten yet, so Gu Ning told them to dine together. Around 3 p.m. in the afternoon, a big scandal hit City G like a strong windstorm. The vice mayor, Lu Shikuan, the head of the Department of Transportation, Wei Qingguan, the chairman of the Hongyun Group, Fang Chongsheng, along with several government officials who had close relationships with Lu Shikuan, were arrested by the police at the same time. Their criminal evidence was exposed gradually. The vice mayor, Lu Shikuan, were found guilty of corruption. The amount of money he had illegally accepted exceeded 1 billion yuan, and he was involved in the murder of the previous head of the Department of Transportation. The head of the Department of Transportation, Wei Qingguan, was found guilty of bribery and corruption, and the bribes were mainly from the Hongyun Group. Several other office leaders of the government were also arrested for the same crime. The chairman of the Hongyun Group, Fang Chongsheng, had committed different kinds of crimes during the past 3 years. Hotels and restaurants under the name of Hongyun Group were also involved in many scandals. It happened so fast that Lu Shikuan and the others were struck dumb when they were arrested, but it was impossible for them to argue in front of the solid proof. Lu Shikuan's political ally had tried to use his power to shut the scandal down, but unexpectedly, it had already gone viral on the internet and across the country within hours. Thus, in order to not be involved in this mess, Lu Shikuan and the others were abandoned by their political ally. As for what Lu Shikuan and the others had done, people were furious and slammed them fiercely. Gu Ning had made a reservation for some of the Hongyun Group's properties. However, its properties hadn't been seized yet, and would be put up for auction right after Fang Changsheng was sentenced by the court. Although there was solid proof of what they had done, it still took time to finish the legal procedures. Gu Ning just smiled slightly when she heard the news. It wasn't surprising at all in her eyes. And Guang Yao, on the other hand, was quite shocked by the news. He thought that Hongyun real estate would cause them trouble when Jingyang Street was under construction, and he was even mentally prepared to fight against Hongyun by then. However, to his astonishment, the whole Hongyun group was in big trouble now before they were even going to develop Zhongyang Street. Besides, Fang Zhongsheng certainly would be sentenced to jail, and nobody was able to run Hongyun group in that case. And Guang Yao didn't know whether Gu Ning was aware of it yet, so he called Gu Ning without delay. Gu Ning told Guang Yao that she had already heard the news and invited him to dine together this afternoon along with his secretary, Zhang Xuanjia, and his lawyer Li Zuan. They would meet at 6 p.m., so Gu Ning along with Gao Yi and Xiao Ye arrived at the restaurant when it was just past 5 p.m. Within minutes, and Guang Yao together with Zhang Xuanjia and Li Zuan came inside too. They didn't know Gao Yi and Xiao Ye, so they had no idea of their relationship with Gu Ning. Thus they called Gu Ning Miss Gu instead of boss. "Please have a seat," Gu Ning said to them. After they were all seated, Gu Ning introduced them to one another. "This is Gao Yi and she is Xiao Ye. Both of them are my bodyguards and work for me. And Guang Yao is the chairman of Shanghua Real Estate. This is his secretary Zhang Xuanjia, and his lawyer, Li Zuan." They nodded to each other after Gu Ning's introduction. "The thing is that I'm going to acquire some of the Hongyun Group's properties, because Hongyun is doomed after the big scandal. We are gathering here today to settle the deal," Gu Ning said. "What? Acquire some of the Hongyun Group's properties?" Hearing that, and Guang Yao and the others were amazed. It was a highly profitable deal if anyone could get some of the Hongyun Group's properties, but it required a considerable amount of money. Shanghua Real Estate couldn't provide a lot of funds. And although Jade Beauty Jewelry had a lot of assets, most of them were immovable property. Meanwhile, they also understood that Gu Ning had to be prepared for it since she said so. Thus they didn't doubt the possibility. Gu Ning then added, "Hongyun Group has a new construction site in City J. It's a big living area. And they have a new shopping mall under construction. Its quality isn't bad, so I think that we can acquire both the new living area and the new shopping mall. Other than that, there are 7 more shopping malls, 6 4-star hotels, and 5 restaurants under the name of the Hongyun Group in 3 second-tier cities in Province D. We can take over all of them. Apart from the shopping malls, we need to redecorate all of the hotels and restaurants, which may take a long period. Time is money, so we have to be quick and efficient. However, quality is still the most important thing that we should always make allowances for." Everyone was surprised again by Gu Ning's thorough investigation of Hongyun. It seemed that she had known Hongyun Group would be in a mess earlier on. Although they were all confused about how Gu Ning was able to find out about it, no one asked the question. "I've already gotten permission from an important figure in politics. Thus if no accidents happen, those properties will be ours soon," Gu Ning said. Yin Zhenglin had promised her, and Gu Ning wouldn't doubt it. Even if any accidents happened, she could turn to Lung shouting for help. Anyway, she made up her mind to get those properties of Hongyun. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. And Guang Yao and the others had known how powerful Gu Ning's network was ever since they had found out that Jade Beauty Jewelry was Gu Ning's brand. With the support of the mayor, several of the richest families, and the Qing gang, it was hard for Gu Ning to fail in City G. Therefore, they now completely believed in Gu Ning. In their eyes, Gu Ning wasn't a teenager at all, but a shrewd businesswoman who had been involved in business for at least dozens of years. Once Gu Ning made a decision, her staff would be occupied with work 24/7. Luckily, the New Year festival was just 3 days away, and they would be on vacation the day after tomorrow. Moreover, they were willing to be busy because it meant that they were making money. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye moved into Fenghua Luxury Mansion that night. They sent Gu Ning back to Zone G, and didn't go to Zone F until Gu Ning disappeared from their sight. Gu Man ate along with Gu Qing and her family. It was a busy day for them too, and they were both exhausted. The first thing that Gu Ning did when she got home was to massage them, and secretly put her power into their bodies to allay their tiredness. It wasn't the first time that Gu Ning had massaged them, so they were used to it. Although they were tired today, they enjoyed it because many of their VIPs renewed their membership and they had also gotten many new VIPs today. Gu Ning, on the other hand, didn't think that it was a great success. Kamei Beauty Salon provided good service and products, but its effects weren't very obvious, because there weren't many effective skincare products in the market yet. Thus Gu Ning planned to replace all the skincare products in Kamei Beauty Salon with her own, once her medicine company was established. As long as the skincare products were obviously effective, people would be willing to pay for it. Oh, we've been so busy these days, and we haven't shopped for the New Year festival at all. Why don't we go shopping together tomorrow? Gu Qing proposed. Oh, I totally forgot about it. Gu Man suddenly realized after Gu Qing brought it up. Gu Ning had the same reaction. Su, are you free tomorrow? Can you help us deliver the goods that we buy for the New Year festival tomorrow? Gu Qing asked Jiang Su. I need to wait for a client tomorrow morning, but I can help you with the goods in the afternoon, Jiang Su replied. Don't bother, uncle, Gu Ning declined. I can make a call and let my staff help us. Gu Ning then said to Gu Man, Mom, I have 2 people who work for me as my secretary, driver, and bodyguards. They are a couple and both are orphans without any family. I am probably the closest person to them, so I invited them to spend the New Year festival with us, so we can shop with them tomorrow. Hearing that, Gu Man had deep sympathy for them and agreed at once. No problem, they're welcome. Gu Ning went back to her home later, while Gu Man kept chatting with Gu Qing in Gu Qing's place. When Gu Ning got home, she called Gao Yi and told them that they were going to shop together tomorrow. Once she was free, Gu Ning couldn't help thinking of Leng shouting. What is he doing now? She thought to herself. The minute she thought about that, her phone rang, and the caller was precisely Leng shouting. Ning Ning. Leng shouting greeted her and sounded like he hadn't seen her in ages. He had stayed in the military base these past few days and couldn't call Gu Ning or even open his phone to see photos of her, which tortured him. Hearing Leng shouting's voice, Gu Ning's heart skipped a beat. Shouting. Gu Ning missed him too. It was normal if they hadn't seen each other for a few days, but it worried her that she hadn't heard from him at all. I miss you so much, Leng shouting said. Gu Ning's heart beat faster. I miss you too. They didn't end the call until they had spoken for 2 hours. The next day, Gu Man and Gu Qing didn't go to the beauty salon. They instead went to shop with Gu Ning along with Gao Yi and Xiao Ye. There were only 5 seats in the car, so it could only accommodate 5 people. Thus Jiang Xinyu stayed at home. When the Gu Ning, Gu Man and Gu Qing appeared, Gao Yi and Xiao Ye immediately got out of the car and opened the car doors for them. Hi Yi and Ye, this is my mom and this is my aunt, Gu Ning said to them. It's so nice to meet you. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye greeted Gu Man and Gu Qing with great respect. Nice to meet you too. Gu Man and Gu Qing replied politely. Mom, aunt, this is Gao Yi and this is Xiao Ye, Gu Ning introduced. Well, I think that we can just call you Gao and Xiao, Gu Man said, because Gao Yi and Xiao Ye seemed young. Sure, Gao Yi and Xiao Ye replied. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. After that, they got in the car and Gao Yi was the driver. They drove straight to the biggest shopping mall in City F. The New Year festival was around the corner, so there were many people shopping in the supermarket on the first floor. In the past, Gu Ning's family could only afford cheap stuff, but now everything was different. They could buy anything they liked and wanted. Gu Qing and Gu Man were busy shopping, while Gao Yi and Xiao Ye helped them carry packages along the way. In the beginning, Gu Qing and Gu Man didn't want to bother Gao Yi and Xiao Ye, but Gu Ning said that Gao Yi and Xiao Ye were both strong enough to help them, so Gu Man and Gu Qing agreed. When it was almost 10 a.m., Gu Ning received In Qian's call. The minute that Gu Ning answered her call, In Qian complained, Gu Ning, you've disappeared for so long. Why didn't you tell me that you're back? If In Yi didn't tell me, I probably wouldn't know about it. Although In Qian and Gu Ning seldom contacted each other, their friendship didn't fall apart. There were friends who you could always talk to even though you hadn't heard from them in a long time. Alright, it's my fault. Are you free this morning? Let me buy you a meal. Gu Ning felt a little guilty, and she also thought that it was time to meet with Qian. Of course, yes. Even if I wasn't not free, I would clear my schedule for you. Qian said, like she wouldn't let Gu Ning escape again. Gu Ning felt like laughing and asked, "What do you want to have? Let's go have steak. I strongly recommend a Western restaurant to you. I go there a lot," Qian said. "No problem. When shall we meet?" Gu Ning asked. 12, Qian said. When the New Year festival came, thieves and robbers gathered too. Right as Gu Ning and the others left the supermarket, they heard a horrified scream. A robber! They looked towards the voice and saw a young man running ahead with a handbag. A woman was chasing behind him, but she was wearing high heels and it was impossible for her to catch up to the robber. Gu Ning recognized the woman, and there was a little grudge between them too. The woman was Qin Yiqing, Qin Yifun's older sister. Although Gu Ning disliked her, Gu Ning wasn't a hater, nor a mean person, so she said to Gao Yi, "Gao Yi, stop him." "Yes, madam," Gao Yi replied. He put the bags in his hands down on the ground and stretched out his leg when the robber ran by his side. The robber stumbled and fell heavily. Gao Yi then instantly got control of him and grabbed the handbag back. Everyone around was amazed by the scene and looked at Gao Yi with admiration. Qin Yiqing ran up to them and Gao Yi gave the handbag back to her. "Thank you so much, sir," Qin Yiqing said. Qin Yiqing was proud and snobbish, but she had good manners. After that, Qin Yiqing noticed Gu Ning and was surprised as well as embarrassed, because she thought of what she had said in front of Gu Ning previously. Qin Yiqing had mixed emotions. Although she knew that it was her fault, she was reluctant to apologize. Gu Ning didn't care. She turned around, walking away with Gu Man. Qin Yiqing also felt relieved. The robber was released because he didn't cause any damage. Gu Man and Gu Qing continued shopping afterwards. They went to buy wine and cigarettes later. The cigarettes were for Jiangsu and the wines were for the meals. Gu Qing chose cigarettes according to Jiangsu's preference. And the best red wine in this store was 85-foot Lafite, which cost 12,000 yuan a bottle, and only 3 bottles were left in the store. Gu Qing and Gu Man thought that it was too expensive. "Ning, it's too expensive." Indeed. Gu Qing and Gu Man were both amazed by the price. However, the moment they said that, a female voice sounded behind them. "It's 85 Lafite. If you can't afford it, don't walk inside then." "Exactly." Another female voice echoed with disdain. People around them heard it and all turned to look. Seeing the newcomers, Gu Man frowned. Obviously, she didn't like them. "Oh, isn't it Gu Man?" the woman said with surprise when Gu Man turned around, but she was pretending and ridiculed Gu Man on purpose. The woman was called Su Xinlan. She was the wife of the owner of the factory where Gu Man had worked. Her family was rich, so she always thought that she was better than others. Especially Gu Man. Gu Man had gotten pregnant before getting married, and Su Xinlan had often ridiculed Gu Man because of it. "Yes," Gu Man answered calmly and ignored her. However, the woman wouldn't miss a good chance to humiliate Gu Man in public. "Oh, did you quit your job and find a better one so that you can afford all this stuff?" "Yes." Gu Man gave her a perfunctory answer. Su Xinlan was mad at Gu Man's attitude and raised her voice. "Gu Man, I'm talking to you. Mind your attitude." Gu Man looked to Su Xinlan coldly and said, "Miss Su, if you don't like my attitude, stop talking to me." Gu Man's character had changed a lot recently, and she wouldn't tolerate people's unfair behavior anymore. "You!" Su Xinlan was furious. In the beginning, Gu Ning didn't defend Gu Man, because she was curious to see whether her mother was able to handle it herself. Luckily, Gu Man handled it very well, and Gu Ning felt happy for her mother. "Pack these 3 bottles. I'll take them," Su Xinlan said to the attendant and looked at Gu Man with disdain. She believed that Gu Man couldn't afford the wine. "Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. I'll pay for the 3 bottles, Gu Ning said and took out a bank card, giving it to the attendant. Ning. Gu Man and Gu Qing wanted to stop her. Although they were rich now, the wine was too expensive. "It's fine. We're shopping for the New Year festival after all," Gu Ning comforted them. Since Gu Ning insisted, Gu Qing and Gu Man agreed in the end. I asked for the wine before you. Su Xinlan ran to them and shouted. Where is the proof? Gu Ning asked. You. Su Xinlan was irritated again. However, before she could say anything, Gu Ning had already paid the bill. After that, Xiaoya took the bottles of red wine and they left right away. Su Xinlan was in a rage, but could do nothing about it. When it was about 20 minutes from 12 p.m., Gu Qing and Gu Man were almost finished shopping. Gu Ning had an appointment with Qian, so she didn't go home with them, but she let Gao Yi and Xiaoya drive Gu Man and Gu Qing back. The Western restaurant where Gu Ning was going to meet Qian wasn't far from this shopping mall, so Gu Ning walked straight to it. She arrived at the appointed Western restaurant 5 minutes before 12 p.m. Gu Ning didn't walk inside but called Qian first. Qian would get there within 2 minutes, so Gu Ning decided to wait for her downstairs. However, a group of people whom Gu Ning disliked arrived earlier than Qian. They were Qin Zheng and Chan Xiao. However, what surprised Gu Ning was that the two walked hand in hand. Obviously, there was something going on between them. They didn't see Gu Ning until they came near, and both of them were struck dumb when they noticed Gu Ning. To their astonishment, Gu Ning appeared in their sight all of a sudden, and they immediately loosed their hands. Or to be specific, it was more likely that Qin Zheng got rid of Chan Xiao's hand. There was nothing between him and Gu Ning now, but he was unconscionably worried that Gu Ning would be upset. Chan Xiao was quite displeased that Qin Zheng was eager to get rid of her. She knew that Qin Zheng cared about Gu Ning, which annoyed her. Why are you here? Qin Zheng asked. Why can't I be here?
Gu Ning responded.
She thought that Qin Zheng was being a little ridiculous. Qin Zheng was struck speechless and felt embarrassed. Let's go now. Chen Xiao didn't want them to keep talking, so she interrupted and pulled Qin Zheng upstairs. Qin Zheng wasn't happy about that, but he didn't say anything. Although he ached to reach out and hold Gu Ning close, Gu Ning obviously didn't want to be near him, so he didn't stay any longer and followed Chan Xiao going upstairs. No sooner had Qin Zheng and Chan Xiao walked upstairs than Qian got here. Seeing Gu Ning, Qian complained, If I didn't call you, would you totally forget about me?
Impossible.
You know that I left City F once the winter vacation began, and I just came back the day before yesterday. I know that it's my fault that I've been too busy recently to call you, Gu Ning explained. Fine, Qian said. And they walked upstairs afterwards. It was lunchtime and there were many people in the restaurant. Unfortunately, Gu Ning was seated not far from Qin Zheng and Chan Xiao, so they saw each other once more. Qin Zheng was distracted ever since Gu Ning appeared. Even though he understood that it was impossible for him and Gu Ning to be together again, he was reluctant to accept the truth. He was curious about why Gu Ning suddenly became so charming as well as outstanding after they had broken up. Back when they had been together, Gu Ning was like nobody. Qin Zheng, what are you doing? Chan Xiao was mad and questioned him. In fact, Chan Xiao had a good impression of Qin Zheng, but didn't like him very much. The reason why they became boyfriend and girlfriend was because they had slept together after both of them had gotten drunk at a party. And now that Qin Zheng was her boyfriend, she naturally wouldn't allow him to admire other girls. Qin Zheng didn't answer Chan Xiao's question, but drew his look back. They were in a public place, so Chan Xiao wasn't willing to quarrel with Qin Zheng either, and they both ate in silence. After the meal, Qian went back to work in the hospital, while Gu Ning went home. Gu Qinyang's family arrived at around 2 p.m. Their family reunion was appointed at the Friendship Restaurant, so they booked a room at a nearby hotel. The appointed time of their family reunion meal was 6 p.m. Gu Qinxiang and Gu Qinyang's families arrived at the private room at 5:40 p.m., but Gu Man and Gu Qing hadn't shown up yet, which annoyed them. Gu Ning and her family arrived on time, and all of them were in designer brands. And with the nourishment of Gu Ning's power, Gu Qing and Gu Man looked much younger than before. The changes in Gu Qing and Gu Man were too obvious to be ignored, and everyone was impressed and stunned, especially Lin Lijuan and Wen Yulan. As women, they were both jealous of Gu Qing and Gu Man. Lin Lijuan then said acidly, Oh, you're rich now, so you all have the air of rich people. Rich? Are they richer than my uncle? Gu Qingshe asked. He acted arrogant because he didn't believe that Gu Ning's family was richer than Gu Qinxiang's family. Exactly, Gu Yining echoed. Gu Yining and Gu Qingshe were both young and didn't know much about their family conflicts. They had only heard that Gu Man and Gu Qing's family were rich now, but had no idea how rich they were. Qingshe, shut your mouths. Gu Qinyang criticized them. He didn't want to annoy Gu Ning and wouldn't allow his son and daughter to do so. Gu Yining and Gu Yining felt aggrieved, but had to listen to their father. So what? You did the same thing before, so why don't you continue doing it? Gu Ning retorted directly. You? Lin Lijuan was mad. Gu Qingyun understood that Gu Ning was different now, but he still believed that she was inferior to them. Seeing Gu Ning being so proud, Gu Qingyun was furious. Gu Ning, how dare you talk to my mother like that? Gu Qingyun, who do you think you are? And why can't I talk to your mother like that? Gu Ning sneered, which irritated Gu Qingyun. Gu Qingyun abruptly stood up, like he was going to punch Gu Ning. All right. Sit down now. At this moment, Gu Qinxiang stopped his son. He was also unwilling to annoy Gu Ning and the others, because he couldn't bear the result. Gu Qinxiang had warned his family not to find fault with Gu Ning and the others like they had done before, so Gu Qingyun had to listen to his father and curbed his anger for now. Have a seat, you all, Gu Qinxiang said to Jiangsu and the others. Jiangsu and the others sat down afterwards. When they were just seated, the dishes were placed on the table one by one. The old lady was unusually polite this time, but they all knew that it wouldn't last long, because it was all an act. Without surprise, the old lady opened her mouth after the dishes were all on the table. Jiangsu, you really kept it a deep secret and none of us found out that you're a big boss until Qinxiang met you in the hotel. What? You're rich now, so you're going to abandon us. The old lady took it for granted that Jiangsu owed them. Jiangsu hadn't run his business for very long, but he wasn't weak anymore. Gu Ning had also reminded him to be confident and never yield. Otherwise, those shameless people would take full advantage of them. Therefore, Jiangsu became tough now to protect his family. Thus, facing the old lady's harsh questions, Jiangsu stayed calm and argued. You must be joking. If we were going to abandon you, we wouldn't have come here today. And we've always lived our life separately. Nobody cares about each other, so why should I tell you what I'm doing now? In other words, it was none of their business. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. You! The old lady was stunned. Although she knew that Jiangsu's explanation made sense, she couldn't accept it. Well, do you mean that it's not your filial duty to support your mother-in-law? The old lady still believed that she had the right to share Jiangsu's money. Mom, we respect you as always. We have never missed a red envelope for you during any festival. Isn't it enough? Jiangsu asked. Jiangsu was telling the truth. Although Gu Qing and Gu Man had been poor in the old time, they had never forgotten to prepare a red envelope for the old lady. It's different now. You're rich and you're supposed to give me more. The old lady lost her patience and removed her disguise. She never liked the red envelopes that Gu Qing and Gu Man had prepared for her, because there wasn't much money inside, but she had still taken them out of greed. Mom, do you really lack money? Qinxiang is very rich, so it's unreasonable that you're short of money, Jiangsu said. Obviously, he aimed at Gu Qinxiang. In fact, Jiangsu understood that Gu Qinxiang wouldn't treat his mother badly, because he was a filial son, although he treated his brothers and sisters unfairly. Thus, Jiangsu only said it to criticize the old lady. You! The old lady was furious. Gu Qinxiang of course supported her well, but it didn't mean that she would stop wanting more. Jiangsu, it doesn't make sense. Even though mom doesn't lack money, shouldn't you be a filial son-in-law and take good care of our mother? Lin Lijuan said like it was really Jiangsu's fault. Okay, why don't you tell me what you and your husband have done for your mother, so that I can learn from you? Jiangsu said sarcastically. He knew that a selfish man like Gu Qinxiang definitely wouldn't support his mother-in-law, And the old lady was too mean to allow Gu Qinxiang and Lin Lijuan to give Lin Lijuan's family anything. In that case, Lin Liyuan had no position to blame Jiangsu. However, in the old lady's eyes, she thought that Gu Qinxiang and Lin Lijuan had to have secretly given Lin Lijuan's family something behind her back, so she was mad at once. Lijuan, did you secretly give your mother money from our pocket? It was unbearable if Lin Lijuan did that. Mom, I didn't. Lin Lijuan immediately denied, but she was lying. Although Lin Lijuan denied it, the old lady still warned her. Listen, you married my son and you're part of our family now. Never take money out of our pocket to support your relatives. Sure I won't, Lin Lijuan said, but didn't take it seriously. Ah.
Koninklauket.
Since she married your son and is part of your family now, you don't allow her to take money out of your pocket to support her relatives, so you shouldn't ask your daughters to do the same thing. Don't forget that your daughter is married too. You! What Gu Ning had said was like a slap which slammed across the old lady's face, and she felt utterly embarrassed. However, the old lady didn't want to give up, so she played the blame game. Jiangsu has no parents and he should regard me as his mother. His is mine too. Hearing that, Jiangsu and the others were all shocked and amused by the old lady's stupidity and shamelessness. Gu Ning snapped at her. I've never seen such a shameless person like you in my whole life. Who do you think you are? Being humiliated by Gu Ning, the old lady lost her reason. Who do you think you are then? You're merely a B*C*RD. Bang! Gu Ning hit the table heavily with her hand angrily, which scared everyone around the table. She looked straight into the old lady's eyes icily and asked, Do you still remember what I warned you? Gu Ning's tone was quite threatening. The old lady was terrified and couldn't utter a word. Gu Qinxiang knew that today's family reunion was completely ruined. What the old lady had said and done had to irritate Gu Ning. However, before he could stop his mother, Gu Qinxiang criticized the old lady. Mom, how can you say that? Ningning is your granddaughter after all. Gu Qing had told Gu Qinxiang that they came to today's family reunion just for his sake. If Gu Qinxiang's family and the old lady dared to annoy them, they wouldn't tolerate it. Therefore, Gu Qinxiang was cornered now, because he was unwilling to irritate either of them. She is the old lady unconsciously retorted. She totally forgot that Gu Qinxiang had reminded her to not call Gu Qinxiang B*C*RD again. However, the only lady only cared about herself. Enough! Gu Man interrupted before the old lady could say the humiliating word again. Gu Man had really had enough of such a toxic relationship with her mother. We came here today just because of Qingyang. If you don't like us, you can get out of here right now. This time, Gu Man was really mad, and nobody dared to ignore her. What? How can you say that to me? The old lady couldn't believe her ears. Everyone else around the table was greatly surprised too, including Gu Ning. However, Gu Ning loved to see Gu Man being tough and strong. Gu Man, how can you talk to our mother like that?
Gu Qinxiang scolded Gu Man.
He knew that the old lady was being unreasonable, but he couldn't accept the fact that Gu Man dared to drive them away. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Why can't I? I don't owe you anything, and you have no right to judge us. Gu Man said. You? Gu Qinxiang was struck dumb, and didn't know how to retort because Gu Man was simply telling the truth. Gu Qing added, When Man and I were poor, you never respected us and always made fun of us. We didn't care. All we wanted was to live our own life. However, now we're rich and you want to share our money or even grab our fortune away. I mean, seriously, who do you think you are? You, how dare you? The old lady was furious, but she still believed that she was right. I think that you're the ones who should get out of here right now. The old lady almost yelled in anger. Saying that, she threw an empty glass at Gu Man. Mom! Everyone was shocked, but it was too late to stop the crazy old lady. However, right at this key moment, Gu Ning raised her hand and caught the empty glass in the air. The scene astonished everyone once more. How is it possible? How can Gu Ning be so agile? Everyone had the same questions in their mind. Gu Ning gave the old lady a sharp look. and with the effect of her power, it seemed like the air in the room was frozen. The old lady was trembling from fear and coldness. She lost her breath and almost had a heart attack. Although Gu Ning hated the old lady to death, she wouldn't kill her. "Don't force me to kill you." Gu Ning clenched her teeth. Saying that, she tightened her fingers and the empty glass was immediately smashed into pieces. Everyone rounded their eyes in shock, looking at Gu Ning with horror. How is it possible? Ning Ning. Gu Man was scared and ran to check Gu Ning's hand without delay. Seeing that Gu Ning's hand was fine, Gu Man was relieved. "Uncle Qinyang, I think that it's enough for today. Either they get out of here right now or you can leave with them, and we'll stay and finish the meal," Gu Ning said in an undeniable tone. It wasn't Gu Ning who was forcing Gu Qinyang into a corner, because they had come to an agreement beforehand. Having witnessed what just had happened, Gu Qinyang was terrified. Even if Gu Ning didn't drive him away, he wasn't willing to stay here any longer either. He said to Lin Lijuan, "Let's leave now." Within seconds, Gu Qinyang's family disappeared. Gu Qingyun, who had claimed that he was going to teach Gu Ning a lesson, also escaped as soon as possible. Gu Qinyang's family stayed but lost their appetite. They behaved carefully in case Gu Ning got angry. On the contrary, Gu Ning and her family enjoyed the meal, as if nothing had happened. In the past, Gu Qinyang had been better than Gu Qing and Gu Man, but now everything has changed completely. Gu Qinyang was scared of Gu Qing and Gu Man after today. Before long they separated too. Gu Qinyang's family felt like they had been released from prison when they left the restaurant. Gu Qing and Gu Man are totally different now. When Yulan sighed with jealousy. However, she also felt lucky that there were no long-standing grudges between them, Gu Qing and Gu Man. In fact, Gu Qinyang's family had always despised Gu Qing and Gu Man because they had earned less, but now Gu Qing and Gu Man were both far richer than them. Although Gu Qinyang had a cradle-to-grave job, he had no power at all, and his salary was barely enough to improve his family's living standards. The old lady fell down, trembling, and had a fever the moment that she got back home. Gu Qinyang immediately sent his mother to the hospital and called Gu Qinyang. Gu Qinyang's family went to visit the old lady at once. Although the family reunion didn't end well today, the old lady was Gu Qing and Gu Man's mother after all, so Gu Qinyang still called them and told them that the old lady was sick. Gu Qing and Gu Man didn't feel sad or nervous when they heard the news because they had already given up the so-called family connection with their mother. Nevertheless, they would go and visit their mother since the old lady was sick. Gu Ning was reluctant to see the old lady again, but she was worried about Gu Man, thus she went to the hospital along with them. However, Gu Ning didn't walk into the hospital but waited outside. The old lady had already lost consciousness when she was admitted to the hospital. And because of what had happened today, Gu Qinyang didn't dare to criticize Gu Qing or Gu Man anymore. In that case, it was quite harmonious in the patient room. While Gu Ning was waiting outside, she received Leng Xiaoting's call. "Ning Ning, what are you up to right now?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "I'm at the hospital," Gu Ning answered. "What's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable?" Leng Xiaoting was nervous. "No, it's not me. Just a relative," Gu Ning explained. "Oh." Leng Xiaoting sensed that it wasn't an important person from Gu Ning's tone. "When will you be back?" Leng Xiaoting asked again. "A while later, I guess," Gu Ning said. She didn't think further about why Leng Xiaoting asked that. Gu Qing and Gu Man left the hospital a few minutes later, and when they had almost arrived at Fenghua Luxury Mansion, Gu Ning received Leng Xiaoting's call once more. However, because Gu Man was with her, it wasn't convenient for Gu Ning to answer Leng Xiaoting's call. She cut the call off and texted him. Leng Xiaoting then sent a message back to her. "I'm waiting for you outside of Fenghua Luxury Mansion in a black car." Reading the message, Gu Ning's hands trembled and her phone almost fell. She was so excited and surprised that Leng Xiaoting would come to City F. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Mom, Peihan is inviting me to sing karaoke, so I'll get out at the gate of Fenghua Luxury Mansion. Gu Ning lied. "Don't be home too late." Gu Man knew that Chu Peihan was Gu Ning's friend, so she didn't stop Gu Ning. And it wasn't very late at that moment. Gu Ning then got out of the car at the gate of Fenghua Luxury Mansion. The minute that she was out of the car, Gu Ning noticed the black car parked at the front. She knew that Leng Xiaoting was in it, but wasn't in a hurry to go over there until Jiang Su drove away. Leng Xiaoting left the car without delay when Gu Ning walked near. He had seen Gu Ning earlier on, but had to curb his desire to hug her because her family hadn't left yet. Watching Gu Ning stepping towards him, Leng Xiaoting was thrilled and couldn't wait to hold her in his arms, but he still controlled himself to not do so because there were a lot of people around. Leng Xiaoting could only open the car door for Gu Ning quietly, but there was a burning desire in his eyes. Gu Ning had the same feelings. Once Gu Ning was in the car, Leng Xiaoting closed the car door and sat in the driver's seat. He clasped Gu Ning's hand in his, fixing his eyes on her with passion. "Where should we go now?" Gu Ning asked.
No idea, Leng Xiaoting replied.
"Just talk for a while in the car?" Gu Ning asked. Leng Xiaoting frowned a little. Apparently that wasn't what he wanted. "Well, then what should we do?" Gu Ning asked. I'm staying in a hotel tonight," Leng Xiaoting said. He was implying something. Gu Ning flushed and turned her face aside. "Let's go there then." With Gu Ning's permission, Leng Xiaoting's eyes lit up at once and he drove ahead to the hotel. To calm her embarrassment, Gu Ning changed the topic. "Did you finish your work?" "Yeah," Leng Xiaoting said. "When will you go home for the New Year festival?" Gu Ning asked. "Tomorrow afternoon," Leng Xiaoting replied. During their small talk, a picture suddenly emerged before Gu Ning's eyes. She saw that a shadow secretly came to a car and pried the car door open before he cut the brakes. Gu Ning recognized that it was in Guangyao's car. Although she didn't foresee what was going to happen next, it would be dangerous if the brakes of the car were broken. Gu Ning immediately realized that Guangyao was in danger and called him at once. Guangyao answered her call within seconds. Before he could say anything, Gu Ning asked, "Uncle N, where are you now?" "I'm in the Cadden Hotel. The party is over and I'm going home." "What's up?" Guangyao said. "I have something important to discuss with you. Don't leave and wait at the hotel for me," Gu Ning said seriously. "Sure," Guangyao replied. When Leng Xiaoting heard that Gu Ning was going to meet Guangyao, his face changed slightly, but he understood that it had to be an emergency. Anyway, they would spend the night together, so he didn't mind changing the place. Gu Ning also understood it was strange that she suddenly changed the plan, so she explained, "Well, Uncle N is at a party tonight and I just had a premonition that something bad is going to happen, so I have to stop it. I'm sorry if that sounds strange." It did sound strange, but Leng Xiaoting chose to believe Gu Ning as always. In the parking lot, a pair of eyes stared at Guangyao from a car which was only 10 meters away from Guangyao's. Seeing that Guangyao answered a call and went back into the hotel, the man thought that Guangyao had something else to deal with, so he kept waiting in the car. Leng Xiaoting drove fast and steadily, so they soon arrived at Cadden Hotel. The moment that Gu Ning got out, she called Guangyao. Guangyao told her he was in a tea room, and Gu Ning along with Leng Xiaoting quickly went to meet him. Only Guangyao and Zhang Xuanjia were in the tea room when they came inside. "Nice to meet you, boss and Mr. Leng." Guangyao and Zhang Xuanjia greeted Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walked over and sat down. Zhang Xuanjia poured 2 cups of tea for them. "How was the party?" Gu Ning asked. "Not bad. We just had some conflicts with Wu Lianqin," Guangyao replied. "Why?" Gu Ning asked. "Well, one of my friends introduced a boss of a clothing company to me tonight. The clothing company is going to build a factory and is looking for a qualified construction company. Wu Lianqin wanted to strike the deal, but the boss of the clothing company chose to cooperate with me after we discussed the project at the party. It's normal that businessmen compete against each other in the same industry, but Wu Lianqin blamed me for it and threatened me," Guangyao said. Gu Ning was slightly mad. Although she wasn't very sure that Wu Lianqin had something to do with the cut breaks, she sensed that Wu Lianqin was involved. "Other than Wu Lianqin, have you annoyed anyone else recently?" Gu Ning asked. Except for Hongyun Real Estate, we haven't annoyed anyone else, Guangyao said. It was impossible that Hongyun did it, because Hongyun already went bankrupt. In that case, it was highly likely that Wu Lianqin was behind that. To be honest with you, I came to you because I suddenly had a bad premonition about you. I'm worried that something bad might happen to you. Although it sounds strange, my premonitions are always right, Gu Ning explained, trying to make it sound reasonable. And Guangyao and Zhang Xuanjie had the same reaction as Leng Xiaoting. Although they felt that it was indeed strange, they chose to trust Gu Ning. In fact, they trusted Gu Ning even more than Leng Xiaoting did. In Leng Xiaoting's eyes, Gu Ning was his love, so he would naturally believe her. But in Guangyao's and Zhang Xuanjie's opinions, Gu Ning was like a goddess who could make the impossible become possible. Alright, that's all I wanted to say. Let's leave now, but we should check the car first in case any accidents happen. One can never be too careful. Gu Ning couldn't directly tell them that the car was damaged, so she just reminded them to be careful. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting followed Guangyao to the underground parking lot. Once they were in the parking lot, Gu Ning observed the surroundings to see whether the man was still here. Some criminals would stay at the site to see the result in person. As Gu Ning glanced around the parking lot, she met the man's eyes in the car. The man's face changed when Gu Ning caught his sight. Obviously, he was the one who cut the brakes. Before long, Zhang Xuanjie found that there was something wrong with the car. Boss, the brakes were cut, Zhang Xuanjie said. What? Hearing that, Guangyao was shocked. He abruptly looked at Gu Ning and felt lucky that Gu Ning's accurate premonition saved his life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seen tomorrow's sun. Was it Wu Lianqin? Guangyao assumed and believed it was highly possible. I think that it's possible, but we don't have evidence. We can turn to the manager of Cadden Hotel first and check the surveillance cameras to find out who did it. Although Gu Ning had already seen the man in the car, she still needed the proof. She wouldn't let the man get away with it because he dared to hurt her staff. If Gu Ning hadn't had the premonition, Guangyao and Zhang Xuanjie would have been killed. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. I'll find the manager right now, Zhang Xuanjie said and quickly walked to the hotel hall. The criminal who was hiding in the car didn't hear their discussion clearly, but he knew that his scheme had been exposed and was quite surprised. However, the criminal didn't realize that Gu Ning already knew that it was him who had damaged the brakes, so he didn't leave right away, but stayed to see what would happen next. Zhang Xuanjie told the manager of Cadden Hotel what had happened to their car, and the manager was astonished. He hadn't been bought by money, so he immediately let Zhang Xuanjie watch the surveillance cameras. Although the shadow in the surveillance cameras wasn't very clear, because the man was wearing a mask and hat, they could see the whole process when the man was cutting the brakes. Luckily, they saw that the man was still hiding in the parking lot, so the manager called the police at once. Guangyao was an important figure in City F, thus the police arrived soon. The manager showed the video to the policemen when they arrived, and 3 of them went straight to the car where the criminal hid afterwards. The man didn't realize that he had been exposed until the 3 policemen ran to him, but it was too late for him to escape now. And when the criminal was brought back to the hotel, he finally figured out that there were surveillance cameras in the parking lot. It was obvious that this man was too stupid to be a criminal. Gu Ning told Guangyao to request that the police force the man to admit his crime on site. Guangyao was influential in City F, so the police were willing to help him. However, Gu Ning was the one who questioned the criminal. With the solid proof on the table, the man couldn't deny it. He didn't want to be sentenced alone, so he told Gu Ning who was behind him. Wu Lianqin's secretary had called him and promised to give him 50,000 yuan if he succeeded. He got a deposit of 20,000 yuan. There were messages and call recordings as evidence. And although it was Wu Lianqin's secretary who instigated him to do it, everyone knew that Wu Lianqin's secretary had followed Wu Lianqin's order. Wu Lianqin, it's really him. Guangyao was mad, even though he had known the answer. However, they still lacked enough evidence to sentence Wu Lianqin. The police would handle it. No matter what the result was, Gu Ning made up her mind to get revenge on Wu Lianqin. It was late when they finally settled the mess. Gu Ning told Ng Guangyao and Zhang Xuanjie to have a rest. Ng Guangyao's car was damaged and was left in the parking lot waiting to be repaired. Thus Cadden Hotel arranged a car to send Ng Guangyao and Zhang Xuanjie back. After Ng Guangyao and Zhang Xuanjie were gone, Gu Ning sat in the car, while Leng Xiaoting went to book a room. Leng Xiaoting would go to the room first, and Gu Ning would follow him up later. She was worried to be seen by people who knew her because it might cause rumors. While Gu Ning was waiting in the car, she surfed the internet searching for information about Wu Lianqin. Wu Lianqin was a famous businessman in City F, and there should be an introduction for him. Without much effort, Gu Ning got screenshots of Wu Lianqin's photos and introduction. She sent those materials to Gao Yi and told him to investigate Wu Lianqin's background to see whether he had done anything illegal. As a professional killer, it was also necessary to be an excellent detective. It wasn't difficult for Gao Yi to investigate Wu Lianqin. Leng Xiaoting booked the room and told Gu Ning its number. He understood that Gu Ning wanted to keep it private, and he respected her. When they were both in the room, Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait to undress Gu Ning and spend the whole night with her in the bed for a second longer. The three policemen took the criminal back to the police station and went to arrest Wu Lianqin's secretary without delay. They also informed Wu Lianqin that he needed to come to the police station as soon as possible. Since their scheme was already exposed, Wu Lianqin's secretary had to admit it, but he didn't mention Wu Lianqin at all. He only claimed that he disliked Ng Guangyao and tried to kill him. The secretary protected Wu Lianqin because he knew that Wu Lianqin would hurt his family if he told the truth. Wu Lianqin was furious when he found out that their scheme had been exposed, but he wouldn't admit that he was involved since his secretary was willing to be the scapegoat. Because Wu Lianqin denied it, the police couldn't arrest him, and his secretary was made a scapegoat for what happened. When Ng Guangyao heard the result, he wasn't surprised, nor was he mad, because Gu Ning had told him that she had another plan to teach Wu Lianqin a lesson. When it was almost 11 p.m., Gu Ning called Gu Man. She made up an excuse that Chu Peihan wasn't in a good mood, so she wouldn't be coming home tonight. Gu Man didn't doubt it and agreed. The next day, Gu Ning still stayed with Leng Xiaoting. It was raining outside, so Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting ate at the hotel. Meanwhile, Wu Lianqin's secretary and the criminal were sentenced to 3 years in jail for attempted murder. In City G, Lu Shikuan and the others were also sentenced by the court, but the New Year festival was tomorrow, so Yan Zhenglin told Gu Ning that the Hongyun Group's properties would be put up for auction after the festival. Gu Ning wasn't in a hurry, so she agreed. Leng Xiaoting didn't leave the hotel and Gu Ning until it was 5 p.m. Before he left, Leng Xiaoting took out a box from the trunk of his car. He said that it was a New Year gift for Gu Man, and that there were 2 pieces of ginseng inside. They seemed old and had to be expensive. Other than ginseng, there were also many other precious herbal medicines in the box. Since it was a gift from Leng Xiaoting, Gu Ning accepted it with pleasure. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. After that, Gu Ning sent Leng Xiaoting to the airport. Leng Xiaoting didn't want to bother Gu Ning, but he wanted to seize every second that he could be with her, so he let Gu Ning send him to the airport. When Leng Xiaoting had left for a short while, Gu Ning received Gao Yi's call. He had gotten evidence of all of Wu Lianqin's criminal activities. Wu Lianqin was a very bold businessman, and he was too proud to destroy the proof. Thus it was very easy to investigate his criminal history. Corrupt Wu Lianqin had illegally taken over 40 million yuan, which was the funds of a construction project, putting it into his own pocket, and had even used shoddy construction materials. He had also schemed against his competitors in business and deliberately caused a car accident. Except for his corruption, the rest was all done by others who worked for him, so there was no direct proof to prove that he was guilty. However, corruption alone was enough to sentence him to prison. With the evidence in her hands, Gu Ning told Kay to find the email address of the chairman of the Tianhua Group and send all of Wu Lianqin's dirty secrets to the chairman. Tianhua Group was the parent company of Tianhua Real Estate, in which Wu Lianqin was the executive president. Gu Ning didn't send the email in person because she didn't want to be involved. Her aim was to unseat Wu Lianqin after all. The chairman of the Tianhua group was furious when he read the email and immediately demanded that people look into it. Gu Ning shared her dinner with Gao Yi and Xiao Ya. She wasn't going home yet, so she put Leng Xiaoting's gift into her telepathic eye space. During the meal, Gu Ning received Chu Xuanfeng's call. Chu Xianfeng asked where she was and wanted to meet her in person. Gu Ning had a sense that it had something to do with Siti, but either way, she agreed to meet with him. Chu Xianfeng came alone but showed up with a box of gifts. He told Gu Ning that it was Siti, who asked him to give her the New Year gift. Gu Ning was surprised, but it was also predictable. She didn't accept it immediately, but instead used her jade eyes to see what was inside. If they were too expensive, she would decline. Without doubt, the objects inside were truly expensive, like 2 bottles of 85-foot Medusa from the Conti winery in Rome, which were worth at least 190,000 yuan. And there were many precious herbal medicines too. Gu Ning hesitated because it was Siti, not Leng Xiaoting, who sent such expensive gifts to her. I don't think that I should take them, Gu Ning said. Although they were nothing to Siti, they were really very expensive. Knowing what was on Gu Ning's mind, Chu Xianfeng almost begged. Please accept it. Otherwise I'll be in big trouble. Gu Ning didn't know whether Chu Xianfeng was being serious, but she didn't want him to get in trouble. After a short time of hesitating, Gu Ning accepted the box of gifts in the end. Anyway, she had received much more expensive gift than that from Siti before. All right, I'll call him to thank him for the gifts. Gu Ning sighed and took the box. Seeing that Gu Ning took the box, Chu Xianfeng was relieved. Actually, he wasn't lying. If he failed to get Gu Ning to accept the gifts from his boss, he wouldn't have a peaceful New Year festival this year. Gu Ning called Siti the moment Chu Xianfeng was gone. Hi, how are you doing? Siti said once he answered the call. Great. And I just received your New Year gift. They're too expensive, Gu Ning said. Why don't you buy me a meal when you're in City G to thank me? Siti said. Apparently, he was creating chances to meet Gu Ning alone. No problem, Gu Ning said. Since she had already accepted Siti's gifts, it was reasonable that she invited him to dine together. They said Happy New Year to each other before hanging up. After dinner, Gu Ning went back home. Gu Man was quite surprised to see Gu Ning coming back home with 2 boxes. Ning, what are these? New Year gifts from my friends. Gu Ning placed the boxes on a table and opened it. When Gu Man saw what was in the boxes, she exclaimed, Ning, your friends are so generous. None of the objects were cheap. Yeah, we're very good friends, Gu Ning said but didn't explain further. After seeing the gifts, Gu Man suddenly thought of something and said, Oh, the old lady is paralyzed. Gu Man wasn't very sad when she said it, but her mood was affected to some extent. The old lady was her biological mother after all. However, it was good news to Gu Ning. If the old lady was paralyzed, she wouldn't be able to cause Gu Man and Gu Qing trouble anymore. Gu Ning was always busy ever since she had come back from City F, and she didn't have much time to talk with Gu Man, so she hadn't mentioned Tang Yunfan yet. And tomorrow was the New Year festival. Gu Ning wasn't willing to bring it up, in case Gu Man would be affected. The next day was the New Year festival. Gu Ning chatted with Leng Xiaoting on the phone for about half an hour early in the morning. Leng Xiaoting was in his apartment, and he would go to the Leng family's house in the afternoon for the New Year's Eve family dinner. Thinking of Leng Xiaoting and his family, Gu Ning felt sorry for him. Luckily, he had a close relationship with his grandpa. Otherwise, Gu Ning would certainly invite him to spend the festival with her. In the morning, Gu Ning called Gao Yi and Xiao Ya and invited them to come over. Jiang Su's family also came to Gu Ning's home to spend the New Year festival together. After lunch, they were going to prepare for the New Year's Eve family dinner. Leng Xiaoting had his lunch with Su Jinshen, Ximing and the other teammates in the capital. He wouldn't have time to gather together with them after the New Year's festival, so he decided to advance their meeting. They also understood that Leng Xiaoting was eager to meet Gu Ning after the festival, so they didn't complain. However, one of them felt sad that he was still single. That one was precisely Su Jinshen. Si Ming and Qiu Yusin got along quite well recently, and although they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend yet, they would be sooner or later. The capital, in the Lung family's old house. All the members of the Lung family gathered together in the living hall, chatting with one another, except for Lung Xiaoting. There were grudges among some of them, but none of them would be so dumb as to argue during the New Year festival, especially in front of Master Lung. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. It's almost 4 p.m. Why is Xiaoting still absent? Lung Xiaoshuan asked. Hearing Lung Xiaoting's name, Lung Yuanqian's family felt uncomfortable, but didn't dare to say anything. However, right at this moment they heard Lung Changji's happy voice. Lord Lung is back. Lung Xiaoshuan abruptly stood up, running out at once. Xiaoting, why are you so late? I thought that you wouldn't be back for the festival. I was just occupied by something, Lung Xiaoting said. Entering the front hall, Lung Xiaoting greeted the older generation one by one. Welcome home, Xiaoting. Only Master Lung was visibly excited to see Lung Xiaoting, while the rest simply remained polite. Hi Xiaoting, Lung Xiaoming said. He wasn't as cold as his parents but didn't show any affection either. Been a while, Xiaoting, Lung Xiaoxi said with respect. However, Lung Xiaojia directly ignored Lung Xiaoting. Xiaoting, it's not dinner time yet. Could you please teach me some fighting skills now? Lung Xiaoshuan begged. Before Lung Xiaoting could say a word, Master Lung criticized Lung Xiaoshuan. It's the New Year festival. Don't be so naughty and sit down. Once Master Lung opened his mouth, Lung Xiaoshuan didn't dare to say it again and sat down quietly. Xiaoting, come here. Master Lung waved his hand and told Lung Xiaoting to sit by his side. Lung Xiaoting walked over and sat down by Master Lung's side. Master Lung then kept talking with Lung Xiaoting and cared about him very much. Seeing that Master Lung cared so much about Lung Xiaoting, others around the table were jealous. Lung Xiaojia, who was always impulsive, felt like her biological brother had been ignored and asked, Grandpa, my older brother has left home for a long time too, so why don't you care about him like that? Lung Xiaoming didn't work in the capital but in a nearby county. Although the county wasn't far away, he seldom had time to come back home. Lung Xiaoming was also an outstanding young man. With his family background, he became the head of the county when he was only 25 years old. In addition, he was promoted to be the vice mayor of a nearby third-tier city recently, and he could soon move back to work in the capital as an important official. However, no matter how outstanding Lung Xiaoming was, he was barely comparable to Lung Xiaoting. Lung Xiaoting was only half a year older than Lung Xiaoming, but he was already the youngest major general in the country's history. Xiaojia, mind your words. Since when does Grandpa not care about me? You don't know anything, so stop saying that. Lung Xiaoming instantly snapped at Lung Xiaojia. Master Lung treated Lung Xiaoting better than him, and he did feel aggrieved, but he never showed his dissatisfaction because he didn't want Master Lung to think that he was mean or selfish. What Lung Xiaojia had said merely damaged his image. I'm telling the truth. Lung Xiaojia instead had no idea what was on her older brother's mind. Xiaojia, close your mouth now. Lung Yuanqian also criticized her. What Lung Xiaojia had said was very inappropriate. Even though Lung Xiaoming and Lung Yuanqian both scolded Lung Xiaojia, Master Lung was still displeased. He looked to Lung Xiaojia with unhappiness and said seriously, You're always complaining in this family. Are you living too comfortable a life for you to be that troublesome? It was a fact that Master Lung cared more about Lung Xiaoting than Lung Xiaoming, but that was because Lung Xiaoting lost his parents when he was just a child. If Master Lung didn't care about Lung Xiaoting, nobody would. On the contrary, Lung Yuanqian's family didn't care about Lung Xiaoting, who was their cousin at all, and even schemed against him. Ironically, the more they disliked Lung Xiaoting, the more Master Lung cared about him. Lung Xiaojia was mad but did not have the nerves to argue with Master Lung, so she lowered her head and kept silent. At this moment, Jiang Xuan didn't dare to defend Lung Xiaojia either. In City F, Gu Ning's family prepared many kinds of dishes on the table at around 6 p.m., and the 7 of them sat around the table chatting, laughing and joking in harmony. Even Gao Yi and Xiaoya, who were always expressionless, smiled a lot. It was the most meaningful New Year festival that they had ever celebrated. It was the same for Gu Qing and Gu Man's families. After the New Year's Eve family dinner, they gathered together to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Gao Yi and Xiaoya didn't leave until it was very late, and Gu Ning invited them to come over tomorrow again. When it was just past midnight, Gu Ning was about to call Leng Xiaoting, but Leng Xiaoting called her first. "Happy New Year," Leng Xiaoting said the moment Gu Ning answered the call. Gu Ning smiled gently. "Happy New Year. Where's my red envelope?" "I'll give it to you in a few days," Leng Xiaoting said. Although Gu Ning was just joking, she wouldn't reject if Leng Xiaoting prepared a red envelope for her. They talked for a little while longer before hanging up. Gu Ning checked her phone later and many new messages were coming in. Other than Hao Ran and her other close friends, Qin Yifan also sent her a message. Gu Ning immediately typed a message and sent it to all of the contacts on her phone. It was too late, so she didn't call them one by one. "Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. The next morning, Gu Ning called those masters one by one. Although she had already sent them a message to wish them a Happy New Year, it was more meaningful if she called. The first one Gu Ning called was her grandpa Tang Haifeng. "Girl Gu, Happy New Year." Tang Haifeng was happy to hear from Gu Ning, and couldn't wait to wish her Happy New Year the moment that he picked up the phone. Gu Ning smiled and said, "Happy New Year, Grandpa. Where's my red envelope?" Tang Haifeng had told Gu Ning to call him Grandpa directly, so Gu Ning followed his request. "Of course I've prepared a red envelope for you, but you have to visit me in person first," Tang Haifeng said and joked. However, he really missed Gu Ning. Ever since they had separated in Citytung, he always missed Gu Ning. Tang Haifeng didn't tell his family about the fact that Gu Ning closely resembled Tang Yunfan, because it didn't prove anything if they were only alike in appearance. "Sure, I will once I'm free. However, the red envelope must be worth it. If it isn't enough to pay for my plane tickets, I'll be mad," Gu Ning said and acted greedy. Tang Haifeng laughed out loud with pleasure. "Haha, don't worry. Grandpa will give you a thick red envelope." "Very well, then I'll call you when I come to visit you," Gu Ning said. "Be quick and don't let me wait for you for a long time," Tang Haifeng said. Although Gu Ning was just joking about the red envelope, Tang Haifeng took it seriously and prepared a thick red envelope for Gu Ning. "I won't," Gu Ning said and hung up. It was the New Year festival, so everyone in the Tang family gathered together in the house. Except for Tang Yunfan, who stayed in his study the entire time, the rest of the people all heard what Tang Haifeng had said on the phone. Seeing Tang Haifeng being so happy after answering the call, everyone was quite surprised and had no idea what had happened. "Grandpa, since when do you have another granddaughter?" Tang Jiakai asked. He was the eldest grandson in the Tang family. Tang Jiakai inherited his family's beautiful appearance. His skin was smooth and shiny and his features were attractive. The young man had an air of natural nobility. Apart from that, Tang Jiakai's features resembled Gu Ning's to some extent. Maybe that was the effect of genes. "Just a young girl I met," Tang Haifeng said. When he mentioned Gu Ning, his face lit up with pride because he was proud of Gu Ning. "What?" Everyone was astonished again. Master Tang had just left home for a week, and he already regarded a stranger who he had met as his granddaughter? However, the next moment, Tang Haifeng looked upset. "When I was in Citytung, I had a heart attack at its airport. It was Girl Gu who saved my life." Tang Haifeng was reluctant to bring it up because he didn't want to worry his family. "What?" Everyone was shocked this time. "Dad, why didn't you say anything about it?" "I didn't want to worry you," Tang Haifeng replied. "I think that you just want to impress us because of the young girl who you met." Tang Yunhang hit the point. Gu Ning had rescued Master Tang, and his family definitely appreciated her kind behavior. But wasn't it too much to take Gu Ning as his granddaughter? Tang Haifeng understood their concern and sighed. "I regard Girl Gu as my granddaughter not only because she saved my life, but also because she strongly resembled Yunfan. Nobody would doubt it if I said that they're father and daughter." "What?" Everyone was more than shocked now. Tang Haifeng added, Yunfan refuses to get married and I'm wondering if Yunfan would be willing to be the young girl's adoptive father. The girl had a hard childhood and lost her father when she was just a baby. However, the girl said that she first wants to know Yunfan's opinion. I thought that Yunfan won't agree according to his character, so I took her as my granddaughter. Does she know who you are? Tang Jiakai asked. He doubted Gu Ning's aim, which was reasonable because the Tang family wasn't a simple family after all. She didn't know it at the beginning, but I told her later and gave her 2 black cards of the hotel and shopping mall under the Tang family's name, Tang Haifeng said. Did she accept it? Tang Yunhong's wife Yin Xiuyu asked. Tang Haifeng knew what was on their mind and explained, I know what you're suspecting. Although she's just 18, she isn't simple at all. Not only has she saved my life, but she also improved my heart condition with a special way of massage. I now feel much more energetic than ever. I had a checkup the other day, and the doctor said that it's very unlikely that I'll have heart disease again. Everyone rounded their eyes in shock now. Really? A special way of massage can cure heart disease? Is the young girl a human being? Even the most advanced medical science wasn't able to cure heart disease, only improve it. Gu Ning, on the other hand, could cure it completely just with a massage? It must be a miracle. Everyone had thought that Gu Ning had only administered first aid to Tang Haifeng when he had a heart attack. It wasn't very difficult anyway. But to their astonishment, Gu Ning had cured Tang Haifeng's heart disease. And, Tang Haifeng continued, she has no interest in the Tang family's properties because she alone unseated an influential family in City Tung and established a big jade provider with billions of yuan in assets. And that's just the beginning. Although there was no news that Gu Ning had unseated the Wang family, Tang Haifeng believed that she had to have been involved. Ever since Gu Ning had gotten the raw material exploitation right, the biggest raw material supplier and the colorful jade provider were managed by the same person, which was enough to show that Gu Ning was the boss. Apart from that, Tang Haifeng believed that Gu Ning would be even more successful in the future. Hearing about what Gu Ning had achieved at such a young age, Tang Haifeng's family was too amazed to say a word. Tang Haifeng continued to tell the story about Gu Ning. When I left City Tung, she also gave me several pieces of natural red coral which are worth millions of yuan. Although millions of yuan are nothing, it's rare to see natural red coral. Tang Haifeng's family now had mixed emotions and felt a little ashamed of their suspicion towards Gu Ning. However, it wasn't their fault. After all, they had no idea what Gu Ning had achieved until now. Moreover, there were many money hunters nowadays and they needed to be careful. Wow, I'm really curious about her. Grandpa, when will she come to City B? Tang Jiakai asked. Tang Yunhang and Yin Xiuyu also had a great impression of Gu Ning. Both of them wanted to meet her as soon as possible too. They weren't selfish and arrogant people, so they now appreciated Gu Ning, not because she was rich but because of her outstanding ability. No matter how rich Gu Ning was, she couldn't compare with the Tang family anyway. Well, she will come here after the entrance examination to college, Tang Haifeng said. He also looked forward to seeing Gu Ning again. It'll be a long time. Tang Jiakai was slightly disappointed. After chatting with Master Tang on the phone, Gu Ning called Master Bai, Master Yan and Master Fu too. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. The capital, in the Lung family's house. Guests were visiting the Lung family in the morning. They were a middle-aged couple along with a young woman, who was around 23 years old. Happy New Year, everyone! The middle-aged couple smiled politely and said with pleasure the moment they walked inside. Happy New Year, Grandpa Lung, Uncle Lung, and Aunt Lung. The young woman also greeted everyone with great respect. The middle-aged man was called Shen Yanfeng. He was the cousin of Master Lung's deceased wife. The middle-aged woman was his wife, Chan Chuyin, and the young woman was his daughter, Shan Jilin. The Shen family wasn't an influential family in the capital but was super rich, and famous to some extent, mainly because of their relationship with the Lung family. Master Lung loved his deceased wife deeply, so he was naturally willing to take good care of the Shen family. Master Lung smiled. Happy New Year! You didn't need to bring so many gifts. Shen Yanfeng shook his head lightly and said with sincerity, Of course we should bring some gifts to visit you. We can't come here with empty hands. Master Lung smiled but didn't say anything further. Lung Yuanqian opened his mouth instead. Please everyone be seated. After that, Yuan told the servants to help Shen Yanfeng and Chan Chuyin with all the gifts in their hands and to pour cups of tea for them. Shen Yanfeng glanced around after he sat down. Where are the children? Xiaoming is in his room. Xiaojia is busy with her design, and Xiaoshuan, Xiaoxi, and Xiaoting are in the backyard, Lung Yuanjin said. Hearing that Lung Xiaoting was here too, Shun Jilin's eyes lit up with excitement. Although she tried her best to hide her affection towards Lung Xiaoting, it was quite obvious from her face. In fact, everyone knew that Shun Jilin admired Lung Xiaoting. In the beginning, Master Lung had intentionally introduced her to Lung Xiaoting. The Shen family was a close relative to the Lung family after all, and Shun Jilin was a pretty good girl too, but unfortunately Lung Xiaoting didn't like her at all, so Master Lung gave up in the end. However, the Shen family wasn't willing to miss any chance that they could build a closer connection with the Lung family, so Chan Chuyin said, Jilin, why don't you go and have fun with the younger generation? It would be boring if you stayed here with us. However, it was just an excuse. The Shen family wanted to marry Shun Jilin into the Lung family, not only because Shun Jilin admired Lung Xiaoting, but because they wanted to stick together with the Lung family. In that case, a marriage alliance would be the best way to achieve their goal. Lung Xiaoming was a better choice than Lung Xiaoting when it came to marriage, because Lung Xiaoming was more easygoing, while Lung Xiaoting was always cold and aloof, but Shun Jilin only admired Lung Xiaoting, so her parents had to follow her desires. Anyway, as long as the man was from the Lung family, they would be satisfied. If you'll excuse me, I'll go to visit with Xiaoxi now, Shun Jilin said politely to the elderly. Enjoy yourself. Although Master Lung understood what was on their minds, he couldn't stop them, because they used Lung Xiaoxi as the excuse. However, no matter what, the result would be the same as usual. Lung Xiaoting wouldn't care about Shun Jilin. In addition, Lung Xiaoting already had a girlfriend now, so Master Lung wasn't worried at all. Shun Jilin went to the backyard and noticed Lung Xiaoshuan, Lung Xiaoxi, and Lung Xiaoting. Lung Xiaoting was teaching Lung Xiaoshuan kung fu, while Lung Xiaoxi was watching them from the swing. Seeing the extraordinarily handsome Lung Xiaoting, Shun Jilin's heart was pounding fast, and her eyes were full of admiration now. She knew that Lung Xiaoting was always cold and remained aloof from others. He had never cared about her, but it wouldn't stop her from loving him. Jilin, come here and have a seat. Lung Xiaoxi was excited to see Shun Jilin. Among the young generation, Lung Xiaoxi was the only one who had a close relationship with Shun Jilin. Lung Xiaojia was too proud to be friendly to Shun Jilin, and Shun Jilin didn't like her either. Hearing Lung Xiaoxi's voice, Shun Jilin drew her gaze back from Lung Xiaoting and smiled towards Lung Xiaoxi. Walking ahead, Xiaoxi, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, Lung Xiaoxi said. Lung Xiaoxi moved aside a little so that there was enough space for Shun Jilin to sit. Xiaoxi, when did Xiaoting come back? Shun Jilin asked and pretended that she was just chatting casually. Yesterday afternoon, Lung Xiaoxi said. Then when will he leave? Shun Jilin asked again.
No idea, Lin Xiaoxi replied.
She didn't know that Shun Jilin admired Lung Xiaoting, so she didn't think further about why Shun Jilin would ask those questions. Lung Xiaoting was teaching Lung Xiaoshuan kung fu, thus Shun Jilin didn't bother him, in case it would seem rude. After a while, Lung Xiaoting finished his lesson. Shun Jilin immediately walked over. Happy New Year, Xiaoting. However, Lung Xiaoting only answered lightly and turned around walking into the house. This wasn't the first time that Lung Xiaoting had ignored Shun Jilin like that. Shun Jilin felt sad but didn't mind because she was already used to it. In order to allay her embarrassment, Shun Jilin turned to Lung Xiaoshuan. Xiaoshuan, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, Lung Xiaoshuan replied politely. He wasn't as cold as Lung Xiaoting after all. When it was time for the meal, everyone went back to the front hall. In the hall, Lung Xiaojia and Lung Xiaoming also came downstairs to join them. Happy New Year, Uncle Shen and Aunt Shun, they said. Happy New Year to you. Shen Yanfeng and Chan Chuyin replied with pleasure. Shen Yanfeng even complimented. I haven't seen you in a long time, and Xiaoshuan has grown much taller and handsome now. Xiaoxi is also prettier. Although those were simply courtesies, Leng Xiaoshuan and Leng Xiaoxi still thanked them. Thank you, Uncle Shan. Oh, where is Shouting? Master Leng asked. He's changing in his room, Leng Xiaoshuan replied. Before long, Leng Shouting came back outside. The moment he appeared, Shen Yanfeng couldn't move her eyes off him. Even Shen Yanfeng and Chan Chuyin appreciated Leng Shouting very much. It would be wonderful if their daughter could marry Leng Shouting. Shouting is a really outstanding young man. He became a major general at such a young age. No matter whose daughter marries him, she will be super lucky. Shen Yanfeng complimented. However, once he complimented Leng Shouting like that, it seemed like Leng Xiaoming wasn't good enough to be outstanding. Although Leng Xiaoming was quite excellent among his peers, he was hardly comparable to Leng Shouting. Therefore, Leng Xiaoming's family was displeased. But they couldn't retort because it was the truth. By the way, Shouting, do you have a girlfriend? Shen Yanfeng asked Leng Shouting. Yes, Leng Shouting answered with alacrity. Leng Shouting understood what was on the Shen family's mind, so he decided to not keep it a secret anymore to make them give up on the idea. However, Leng Shouting's simple answer caused a sensation among the people around the table. Everyone except for Master Leng rounded their eyes in shock. What? Seriously? Leng Xiaoshuan couldn't believe his ears. Yes, Leng Shouting said. Thinking of Guning, Leng Shouting looked gentle and his expression was full of love, which amazed the rest of the Leng family because none of them had ever seen him like that. After the great shock, the Shen family were all disappointed, but they weren't in despair yet. As long as Leng Shouting was unmarried, Shen Jilin still had hope. And since Leng Shouting had a girlfriend, he wasn't gay. Shen Yanfeng pretended to gossip. Haha. I had no idea that Shouting already had a girlfriend. Who is the girl? Someone I love, Leng Shouting said. He didn't mention his girlfriend's background at all. In other words, he didn't care about family background, as long as he loved her. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Hearing that Leng Shouting's girlfriend wasn't from a powerful family, the rest of the people in the Leng family were relieved, because there wouldn't be another force of support behind Leng Shouting. But what they didn't know was that Leng Shouting's girlfriend was quite a promising businesswoman, and she would be more powerful and influential than any of the other richest families in the capital in the near future. Master Leng laughed and echoed, We never care about family background. As long as Shouting is happy, I'll support him. The Shen family weren't dumb and dropped the topic at once. The dishes were placed on the table soon, so they moved to the dining hall. Shen Jilin, on the other hand, lost her appetite when she heard that Leng Shouting already had a girlfriend. After the meal, Leng Shouting left right away. Shen Jilin felt sad, but she couldn't do anything. If she continued flirting with Leng Shouting after she knew that he had a girlfriend, it would be her fault. At that time in City F, Wu Lianqin was arrested by the police at his home after the New Year's Eve, and his dirty secrets were soon exposed, which shocked citizens in City F. Because of the New Year festival, Wu Lianqin was arrested a day later than was planned. However, once the festival was celebrated, he was immediately arrested. Wu Lianqin was sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. Since Wu Lianqin was thrown into jail, Guning wouldn't bother Tianhua Real Estate, because it didn't belong to Wu Lianqin after all. Guning also heard other news today, and Yi told them in their WeChat group that the couple who had stolen his family's money was also caught by the police. But the money had already been spent, so it was impossible to get it back. Guning had deep sympathy for Nguangyao. Luckily, Nguangyao's life was getting better ever since he started working for Guning. In the afternoon, Jiang Zhongyu and Master Su came to visit Master Leng. Where is Shouting? Jiang Zhongyu asked. He knew that Leng Shouting came back for the New Year festival, but he never saw him. He's gone, Master Leng said. What? It's still the spring festival now, and Jinchen is still home. Master Su was surprised. He's in a hurry to meet his girlfriend, Master Leng replied. Although Lung Xiaoting didn't stay to keep him company, Master Lung thought that it was more important for his grandson to get married. Haha. It seems that his girlfriend is more important than his grandpa. Jiang Zhongyu joked. Master Lung rolled his eyes. I'm happy to see that he cares about his girlfriend. At least I don't need to worry about his marriage anymore. Haha, you're right. Master Su and Jiang Zhongyu agreed and laughed. Speaking of Xiaoting's girlfriend, she is our family's lifesaver. Jiang Zhongyu said. Lifesaver? What do you mean? Hearing that, both Master Lung and Master Su were confused, so was everyone else around them. You don't know about it? Jiang Zhongyu was surprised. He had thought that Master Lung already knew. What happened, Grandpa Jiang? Why is Xiaoting's girlfriend your family's lifesaver? Lung Xiaoshuan asked with burning curiosity. Jiang Zhongyu felt cornered because he didn't know why Lung Xiaoting didn't tell Master Lung, and wasn't sure whether it was appropriate for him to tell Master Lung about the accident. Jiang, just tell me. Master Lung urged. Jiang Zhongyu thought for a while. He believed that maybe Lung Xiaoting forgot to mention it to Master Lung, so he said, Hao Yang was kidnapped not long ago. You all knew about it, right? Yes. They nodded. Lung Xiaoshuan said. It was Xiaoting who rescued Hao Yang. Yes, but the girl who suddenly emerged from beneath the overpass and beat Qin Huichuan was precisely Xiaoting's girlfriend. Jiang Zhongyu said. What? Hearing that, everyone was shocked. To their astonishment, the girl who beat Qin Huichuan was Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend. It was so unbelievable. I didn't see her in person, but Zhenghua told me that the girl fainted after rescuing Hao Yang. She was admitted to the hospital and Zhenghua saw Xiaoting sitting at the girl's bedside holding her hand in the patient room. Jiang Zhongyu added. Holding her hand? Everyone immediately believed that it had to be Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend. Lung Xiaoshuan instantly took out his phone and watched the video again. Although the girl's face wasn't clear, it was amazing to see her agile movements. In the beginning, everyone thought that Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend was an ordinary girl. Unexpectedly, she was very incredible. Is she a female soldier? Only Master Lung knew that Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend was just a senior student in a high school. For the second time, Master Lung had the feeling that Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend could be more outstanding than he had expected. All in all, everyone was amazed by Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend, who they hadn't even met yet. Even Lung Yuanqian's family made up their mind to investigate her. Meanwhile, Lung Xiaoting arrived at City F. Gu Qing and Gu Qing didn't have many friends, so nobody came to visit them during the spring festival. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye joined them for dinner today as well. When it was about time to eat, Gu Ning received Lung Xiaoting's call. She made an excuse and left her home without hesitation. The moment that Gu Ning walked out of Zone G, she saw Lung Xiaoting standing by the car. Seeing Gu Ning, Lung Xiaoting opened the car door for her. Gu Ning quickly walked towards him and got in the car. Happy New Year. This is for you. Lung Xiaoting handed a red envelope to Gu Ning after he got in the car. Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second, but she soon realized what was going on. However, the red envelope was pretty thin. No way, it's so thin. Is there just a single yuan inside? Gu Ning asked. However, she was just joking. Of course not, Lung Xiaoting said. Gu Ning didn't use her jade eyes to see what was inside, because she wanted to open the gift in person. She took it and could immediately tell what was inside from the feel of the envelope. It was a card. Is it a bank card? Gu Ning thought to herself. She was right. There was a credit card in the red envelope. Why? Gu Ning was surprised. She just wanted a red envelope for fun, but he gave her an additional credit card. Buy anything you like, Lung Xiaoting said. Although Gu Ning didn't lack money, it showed a man's love for you if he was willing to spend money on you. Aren't you afraid that I'll max it out? Gu Ning asked. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. It's fine. I have more cards. Lung Xiaoting didn't care at all. It was good news if Gu Ning maxed his card out because it meant that he was useful in her heart. On the contrary, he was afraid that Gu Ning wouldn't use his card because he knew that Gu Ning didn't lack money.
Guam Ning snurta with laughter.
It seems that my boyfriend is super rich. It was a gift from Lung Xiaoting, so Gu Ning accepted the additional credit card. She knew what she should do and what she shouldn't, and she absolutely wouldn't use Lung Xiaoting's card for no reason. She didn't lack money, and she wasn't used to spending a man's money either, but if it was a gift from her boyfriend, she would love to use it. Lung Xiaoting flushed a little and asked, "What do you want to have for dinner?" "No idea, what's your opinion?" Gu Ning asked. Lung Xiaoting thought for a while. "Let's go to a nearby restaurant." "Great."
Gu Ning replied.
During the meal, Gu Ning received Chu Peihan's call. Chu Peihan invited her to see the fireworks show at Qingjiang Square at 10 p.m. It wasn't allowed to set off fireworks in cities, so people could only do it in an empty space far from the downtown. Qingjiang Square was at the riverside, and people were used to setting off fireworks there during the Spring Festival. Gu Ning thought for a while and agreed. Su Anya called soon after Gu Ning ended the call with Chu Peihan. She also invited Gu Ning to watch the fireworks show. Although Gu Ning and her friends weren't very close to Su Anya yet, they were willing to be friendly to her. Therefore, Gu Ning invited her to watch the show along with them. After dinner, Gu Ning went there with Lung Xiaoting. The fireworks show began at 10 p.m., but Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting arrived at 8:30 p.m. Apart from the fireworks show, there were many fun activities in Qingjiang Square too, like Chinese lanterns, acrobatics performance and so forth. Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting went to buy 2 flower lanterns. They wrote down their wishes and put the flower lanterns on the river. After that, they went to buy sky lanterns and set them free into the air. A short time later, Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi arrived, followed by Muku and an E. They all greeted Lung Xiaoting when they saw him. Su Anya arrived afterward, and there were 2 other pretty girls by her side. One was around 15 years old while the other was around 20 years old. "Gu Ning, it has been a while. Did you forget me already? If I hadn't called you today, you probably wouldn't have invited me to have fun with you guys." Seeing Gu Ning, Su Anya ran over and hugged her. They had only met Su Anya 3 times since they had known each other, but they all got along quite well. Gu Ning was Su Anya's lifesaver, so she always admired and appreciated Gu Ning. If Gu Ning hadn't helped her in that dangerous situation, Su Anya would probably be dead now.
Impossible.
"I'm just afraid that you're busy, and I plan to call you on your birthday."
Gu Ning smiled.
Su Anya was from a super rich family, so she wasn't as free as others. "Well, if you don't call me, how could you know whether I'm busy or not?" Su Anya said. "All right, it's my fault. Let me pay for your night snacks."
Gu Ning sighed.
"Well, that doesn't sound bad." Su Anya was satisfied. "Ah, you're so excited to see Gu Ning and hugged her. But you ignored the rest of us."
Chu Peihan com lại.
"Oh, I'm so sorry." Su Anya felt a little embarrassed and greeted them at once. "Happy New Year, everyone." "Happy New Year," everyone said. "Oh, please let me introduce you," Su Anya said to them. "This is my younger cousin, Suan Hao, and this is my older cousin, Jean Curson." Suan Hao was the younger one, while Jean Curson was the older girl. However, when Su Anya introduced Jean Curson, she seemed displeased. Obviously, she disliked her older cousin. Gu Ning also hated Jean Curson's attitude towards Lung Xiaoting, because she kept staring at Lung Xiaoting like he was her prey. Even though Lung Xiaoting didn't look at Jean Curson at all, Gu Ning was still unhappy. After that, Su Anya introduced her friends to her cousins. "These are all my good friends. Gu Ning, Chu Peihan, Yu Mixi, Muku and this is..." Su Anya didn't notice Lung Xiaoting until now, and she was stunned. "Wow, he's so handsome. Gu Ning, is this your boyfriend?" Su Anya was just guessing because the man stood right behind Gu Ning, and the two looked so beautiful together. "Bingo! You're right," Chu Peihan said. Hearing that Lung Xiaoting was Gu Ning's boyfriend, Jean Curson was a little disappointed, but she didn't give up. Instead, she was excited. "Ah!" Su Anya was surprised. "Nice to meet you and Happy New Year, brother-in-law." Lung Xiaoting was happy to hear Su Anya call him brother-in-law and replied politely, "Nice to meet you too and Happy New Year." When Chu Peihan and the others greeted Lung Xiaoting earlier, he didn't say much at all. Gu Ning noticed Leng Xiaoting's different reaction and understood what was on his mind. She was amused. At this moment, Hao Ran, Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping arrived. "Hi, Happy New Year," they said with excitement. "All right, we're all together now. Let's have a look around before the fireworks show begins," Chu Peihan proposed. In the following hour, the group of them ambled around. After a long while, Yu Mixi and Gu Ning went to the ladies' room while the others waited outside. Seeing that Gu Ning was absent, and the others were busy chatting, while Leng Xiaoting stood by himself, Jean Curson seized the chance to flirt with him. "Hi, nice to meet you. My name's Jean Curson," she said. "Jean Curson, what are you doing?"
Xuan criticized.
She knew what her older cousin planned to do. In the beginning, nobody thought that it was inappropriate when Jean Curson went to talk with Leng Xiaoting. So when Su Anya snapped at her, everyone was confused. "I just thought that he's alone and bored, so I wanted to chat with him," Jean Curson said, and acted as if she was an innocent child. They didn't talk with Leng Xiaoting, because they knew that Leng Xiaoting wasn't talkative and only loved to chat with Gu Ning. They had no intention to shut him out. "Stop acting. I know what kind of person you are. If you dare to hurt my friend, I'll teach you a lesson." Su Anya wouldn't believe anything that Jean Curson had said and warned her plainly. It was her mother who had forced her to bring Jean Curson out. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Hao Ran and the other boys were too young, so Jean Curson wouldn't flirt with them. Unexpectedly, Gu Ning's boyfriend came here too, and the man was too sexy to be ignored. Jean Curson was pretty on the outside, but she was actually a dreadful flirt. She never missed a chance to flirt with handsome men, and her next step was always to get laid. Su Anya had no interest in Jean Curson's personal affairs, nor did she tell her family. But if Jean Curson dared to hurt her friends, she would get revenge on her without a doubt. Hearing what Su Anya had said, everyone immediately understood that Jean Curson wasn't as pretty on the inside as she was on the outside. Therefore, they were all on alert now. None of them would allow her to hurt their best friend. Jean Curson had to give up her plan under the pressure of them for now, but she would find another chance to try again. Gu Ning and Yu Mixi walked out later. Gu Ning noticed that everyone looked at Jean Curson unkindly. Although she didn't know what had happened, it was obvious that Jean Curson had done something wrong and annoyed everyone. Is it because of Leng Xiaoting? Thinking of that, Gu Ning was mad, but she didn't say anything. Leng Xiaoting's sight was on Gu Ning the entire time once she appeared. He clasped her hand at once. "Sorry, we are single. And it hurts." Hao Ran covered his chest all of a sudden like he was in great pain. "Find yourself a girlfriend then."
Chu Peihan that?
"I want to, but how?" Hao Ran complained. "We have many single girls here. Isn't there anyone you like?" Qin Zixuan asked. Hao Ran sighed and agonized. "We're too familiar to date each other. I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to be good friends any longer if it doesn't work." Although Hao Ran hadn't fallen in love with any of his good female friends, what he said was right. They were teenagers now, and nobody could promise that they wouldn't change. However, while Hao Ran was saying that, Muke gave Yu Mixi a resigned glance. Obviously, he agreed with Hao Ran. Yu Mixi had no idea that Muku had glanced at her, but Gu Ning noticed it and was surprised.
Does Muke admire Yu Mixi?
It was their personal affairs and Gu Ning wouldn't get involved, but as their good friend she would love to help if she could, so she said, "You're right. However, when you truly like someone and want to build your future together with them, you won't hesitate or worry so much, because nobody can foresee what will be like." Hearing what Gu Ning said, Muku seemed to cheer up a little. But Gu Ning didn't know what he was thinking deep down in his heart. "All right, it's almost 10 p.m. Let's go back to the square." Afterward, the group of them walked to the square together. Given what had just happened outside of the ladies' room, Hao Ran and the others deliberately kept Jean Curson away from Leng Xiaoting. Even though they knew that Jean Curson couldn't steal Leng Xiaoting away from Gu Ning, as Gu Ning's close friends, they still didn't want Jean Curson to be near Leng Xiaoting or Gu Ning. Jean Curson understood why they were doing it. She was so mad but couldn't do anything about it. When they arrived at the square, there were a lot more people there than before. The place where the fireworks were placed had been separated because people might be injured by the falling fireworks if they came too close. There were many kinds of fireworks on the empty space, and the workers were ready to set them off once it was time. Once 10 p.m. struck, the workers started to set off the fireworks in sequence. Boom! Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Following the loud explosive sound, small missiles flew into the air one by one, and a large group of fireworks like a handle with huge umbrellas exploded in the air. A cluster of dazzling lights were illuminating the night sky, like a clump of flowers in full bloom which was floating with golden powder. A series of fireworks burst high in the air. And finally, like countless meteors with long tails, those fireworks reluctantly slipped from the night sky. Wow, it's so amazing! People kept praising the show. The night sky was as bright as the day with the effects of fireworks, and the shapes along with the colors of the fireworks changed the entire time. Various images of animals and Chinese characters were shown in the air. The fireworks show lasted for half an hour, and then they went to have a night snack. Jean Curson had no chance to get closer to Lung shouting from the beginning to the end, which greatly upset her, but she could do nothing about it. After the night snack, Lung shouting drove Guning home. Chu Peihan and Hao Ran, who had cars, would drive the others back. Su Anya also drove here today, so she would go home on her own. Lung shouting didn't leave for Su Jinshan's apartment until he sent Guning back to Zone G, and she had disappeared from his sight. It was the spring festival, so it wasn't appropriate for Guning to stay out for the night. When she got home, Guning received Yumixi's message. Yumixi asked Guning what she should give Su Anya as a birthday gift. Guning thought for a while. Su Anya was from a super-rich family after all, so they couldn't give a gift that was too cheap. But Yumixi was still a student, so it wasn't necessary for her to give Su Anya a very expensive one either. Therefore, Guning advised Yumixi to buy a Chanel wallet. Yumixi had just won a lot of money at Dihao Clubhouse, so it wasn't difficult for her to buy a designer brand wallet. As for the formal clothing, both Guning and Yumixi would wear the same set they had worn to attend Master Qin's birthday party. They were students and there was no need for them to waste money on gowns. The next day, Guning used an excuse that she was going to visit her friends. However, she actually went to meet Lung shouting. And she didn't come back home until it was very late as usual. When Guning got back, Guman wasn't asleep yet, so Guning tried to bring the topic up. "Mom, I'm leaving for university soon, and you'll be alone at home. Don't you want to date another man?" Hearing that, Guman was struck dumb for a second, but she soon calmed down. "Ningning, don't worry about me. I'm used to being alone." "Mom, are you still missing my biological father?" Guning asked. Guman's body stiffened for a second. It was obvious that she thought of her good old memories, but she didn't say a word. Guning realized that Guman had to be thinking of Tang Yunfan. "Mom, have you ever thought that you couldn't find his body, so maybe he never really died?" Hearing that, Guman's body stiffened again. "If he didn't die, why didn't he come back to me?" Without a doubt, Guman had also thought about that possibility, but he had never appeared again, so she believed that he had to be dead because she refused to think that he was a selfish man. "You told me before that he lost his memory when he met you. Maybe he got his memory back after the car accident, but coincidentally lost the memory of when he was with you." Guning deduced from all the information she knew. Is it possible? Guman regained hope, but couldn't believe that it was possible. If he's still alive but just forgot what happened during the year when he was with you. If he's not married yet. If he still loves you. If you still have chance to meet each other again, would you give it a try? Guning asked with caution. Guman remained silent because she had no idea herself. She would be lying if she said that she didn't miss him. But she wasn't sure whether her love towards the man in the past would continue when they met each other again after 18 years. Guning wouldn't force Guman to give her the answer. She also believed that it was meaningless to worry about that right now. They would know the answer once they met each other once more. During the night, Guman kept thinking about what Guning had said to her, and what she had been through during that year. It was a long night without any sleep. Although Guman had been with Ning for only a year, what she had gotten during that year, namely love and care, was something her cruel family could not provide. Therefore, she had been deeply in love with the man, and unable to forget him. Otherwise, in the highly conservative past, she wouldn't have had sex with Ning before marriage and even given birth to his child. During the past 18 years, she had never thought to marry another man. Although it had ruined her reputation because she was pregnant before marriage, there had been other men who had proposed to her, but she had turned them down. Thus Gu Man indeed loved Tang Yunfan deeply. Although she thought what Gu Ning had said wasn't likely to be possible, she couldn't help hoping it was true. She wasn't sure whether she would still have the same affection towards Tang Yunfan now like she had loved Ning in the past, but Tang Yunfan was the only man she had loved throughout her lifetime. He was her child's father, so she hoped that he could have a good life, even if he was already married and had his own family now. The next day when Gu Man got up, she had quite obvious dark circles. Gu Ning felt sorry for her mother, but they had to face it sooner or later. After all, Gu Man still loved Tang Yunfan and Tang Yunfan was also missing her, which was the reason why he wasn't willing to get married. They had fallen deeply in love with each other and had a baby in the past. If Gu Man would choose a man to spend the rest of her life with, Gu Ning hoped that the man was Tang Yunfan. Gu Ning massaged Gu Man and used her magical power to relieve Gu Man's fatigue. Gu Man was going to visit her friend Wang Sufan today. Wang Sufan was the one who had sent Gu Man to the hospital when Gu Man had fainted at work. Gu Ning told Gao Yi and Xiaoya to follow Gu Man today, because they were both free, while Gu Ning went on a date with Leng Xiaoting. The two didn't know what to do today, so they simply ambled on the road. Even so, they enjoyed being together. Ning Ning, Leng Xiaoting called her. What?
Kuning replet.
Ning Ning, Leng Xiaoting called her again. What? Gu Ning looked at Leng Xiaoting with confusion. Nothing, just wanted to call your name, Leng Xiaoting said. Gu Ning was amused and teased. Does my name sounds very beautiful? Of course it does, Leng Xiaoting said with sincerity. Well, go on then.
Kuning site.
Ning Ning, Leng Xiaoting called once more, and Gu Ning laughed. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. The two walked to the government center and the view was quite pleasant. There was a large park with trees and stone trails. Many citizens would come here to have a walk. At that moment, a government car stopped in the parking lot in front of an office building. Two men got out of it afterward. Gu Ning recognized one of them at first glance. The man was the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee in City F Yuan Jisong, and he was followed by his secretary. However, when they had just gotten out of the car, a crazy man with a knife in his hand dashed out from nowhere and yelled, Yuan Jisong, go to hell! Yuan Jisong was shocked still, so was his secretary and the people around them. However, right as the knife was about to touch Yuan Jisong's chest, a person ran over like lightning and kicked the crazy man away. With a sharp sound, the knife cut through Yuan Jisong's clothing over his chest. There was an open cut, but luckily the knife didn't hurt the skin. Gu Ning was the person who kicked the crazy man away in time. And once the crazy man was kicked away, Leng Xiaoting went ahead and caught him. Let me go. Let me go. The crazy man struggled violently, but Leng Xiaoting got complete control of him, and he could only yell like a maniac. The crazy man's yell aroused Yuan Jisong and his secretary's consciousness. Yuan Jisong could barely stand straight. He could have been killed just then. The secretary was scared too, but he wasn't the killer's target, so he was soon able to move. Are you all right, Mr. Yuan? Yes. Yuan Jisong's voice was trembling, and he was still frightened, but he tried his best to calm down. Meanwhile, nearby security guards ran over at once and took the crazy man from Leng Xiaoting's hands. However, the crazy man kept shouting, Yuan Jisong, I'll kill you. I'll kill you now. If it hadn't been for you, I wouldn't have been dismissed. After taking a few deep breaths, Yuan Jisong calmed himself down and looked to the man coldly. If you hadn't behaved illegally, you wouldn't have been fired. You've asked for the result yourself, so you can't blame others for that. Take him away now. The security guards instantly took the crazy man away. After that, Yuan Jisong turned to Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. He bowed and thanked them with sincerity. Thank you so much for saving my life. Mr. Yuan, please don't say that. We're glad that you're safe, Gu Ning said. Yuan Jisung was an upright official. If he had been a corrupt official, Gu Ning wouldn't have helped him. Although there were no people who were 100% good in this world, as long as he did his job well, he was a qualified government worker. You've saved my life, so you're my lifesaver, Yuan Jisung said. He didn't think that others should serve him just because he had a high social status. If Gu Ning hadn't kicked the crazy man away in time, he would have been killed or severely injured. Yuan Jisung took a name card out of his pocket and gave it to Gu Ning. This is my name card. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can call me for help, but it has to be legal. Thanks. Gu Ning, of course, wouldn't reject it. Mr. Yuan, what just happened will certainly go abroad soon. Please don't expose me to the news. I don't want to attract a lot of attention. Gu Ning was modest, kind, and kept a low profile, which left a good impression on Yuan Jisung. Sure, Yuan Jisung said. He would respect her wants. And then they separated. As for what Gu Ning had done in such a dangerous situation, Ling Xiaoting didn't blame her but clasped her hand. He was still worried about her safety. Although he knew that Gu Ning was good at kung fu, he still cared about her more than anyone else. The news that the Secretary of Municipal Party Committee, Yuan Jisung, had almost been stabbed went viral on the internet soon. Big news. The Secretary of Municipal Party Committee in City F, Yuan Jisung, was stabbed by a crazy man at the outside of the government center. A young girl kicked the crazy man away on time, and her partner caught the criminal. Photo attached. The photo was taken after Yuan Jisung was rescued because everyone was shocked at that time, and none of them were in the mood to take pictures. Before long, someone exposed the criminal's identity. The crazy man was the vice director of the finance department, Zhang Chao. He had been found guilty of power abuse by Yuan Jisung and had been dismissed. Zhang Chao cared too much about fame and money, so he went crazy after his dismissal and came to attack Yuan Jisung. Zhang Chao was sentenced to 10 years in jail in the beginning, but now it seemed like he would end up with a life sentence. People all complimented the young girl who had rescued Yuan Jisung from the sharp knife. The photo was taken from afar, so Gu Ning's and Ling Xiaoting's faces weren't clear, but Hao Ran and the others who were familiar with them recognized them at once. They all called Gu Ning to ask whether she was safe. Gu Ning's phone kept ringing the entire time, but she didn't lose her patience, because she knew that they cared about her. Many reporters came to interview Yuan Jisung after the accident. They were curious about the young girl who had saved Yuan Jisung's life, but Yuan Jisung declined to reveal more details about her. And people admired the low-profile young girl more. Ling Xiaoting was assigned a task a few days later and he had to leave. The night before Ling Xiaoting left, Gu Ning stayed with him. Ling Xiaoting didn't know when he would see Gu Ning the next time, so he touched, kissed and made love to her again and again throughout the night. Gu Ning almost passed out from the wild lovemaking. Luckily, she had her magical power to support her. Ning Ning, Ling Xiaoting called in a hoarse but amorous voice. Yes, Gu Ning moaned in pleasure, which turned Ling Xiaoting on once more. They didn't stop for a break until they were both exhausted. However, Ling Xiaoting still held Gu Ning in his arms tightly even during the break. Xiaoting, we didn't use condoms. What if I'm pregnant? Gu Ning suddenly asked. She had used her power to protect her womb and stopped Ling Xiaoting's sperms from getting inside. Gu Ning simply asked the question to test Ling Xiaoting. To be honest, Gu Ning was nervous when she asked that question because she was afraid that Ling Xiaoting would tell her to have an abortion. Ling Xiaoting's body stiffened a little when he heard the question. He had never thought about it, but if Gu Ning really was pregnant, he wouldn't mind at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Let's get married then, he said with alacrity. Hearing that, Gu Ning's heart pounded heavily a few times. Although she believed that Ling Xiaoting was a reliable man, she was excited and deeply touched when she heard the answer. I don't want to get married or have a child at such a young age, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Ling Xiaoting was anxious. He pressed Gu Ning to him and felt a little helpless. Then what should we do? Although Lung Xiaoting was willing to marry Gu Ning, so that they could be together as a married couple, he didn't want Gu Ning to feel cornered. Seeing Lung Xiaoting being so anxious, Gu Ning comforted him. There, we can use condoms the next time to avoid pregnancy. And we can get engaged when it's the right time. We can get married after my graduation. Lung Xiaoting immediately relaxed. Su Anya's birthday came soon, and she called everyone early in the morning, in case they forgot. She informed them to come to her house at 4 p.m. to get ready for the party. Su Anya's home was in the same area of villas as Qin Yifan. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Gu Ning had a strange feeling when she set out to attend the birthday party, but she failed to foresee anything. In case any accident would happen, Gu Ning left her home along with Gao Yi and Xiao Ya. Gu Ning went to pick Yu Mixi up first, while Chu Peihan picked Muku and Annie up, and Hao Ran would drive his brothers to the appointed location. It was only 3:30 p.m., and the party would begin at 6 p.m. None of the important figures in politics and business would arrive until it was past 5 p.m. Therefore, Gu Ning and the others didn't wear their formal clothing yet, and they decided to change later. When they were almost there, Gu Ning called Su Anya. Thus, the moment that Gu Ning arrived, she saw Su Anya waiting at the gate. Although the Su family and the Qin family lived in the same area of villas, their houses were located in opposite directions, and there was a long distance in the middle. Su Anya ran to them the moment they got out of the car.
Kuning Mitsi, välkommen.
Su Anhao and Jean Curson were also there, and Jean Curson was disappointed when she saw that Lung Xiaoting was absent. Gu Ning noticed that. She was a little mad but directly ignored Jean Curson. Let me introduce, this is Gao Yi and this is Xiao Ya. Both of them are my drivers, bodyguards, and assistants, Gu Ning said to Su Anya. Gu Ning had told Su Anya on the phone that morning that she would be coming with 2 other friends, so Su Anya wasn't surprised. Nice to meet you. Su Anya greeted them. Nice to meet you too, Miss Su, Gao Yi and Xiao Ya said. The others aren't here yet. Let's go inside. It's cold outside. Su Anya guided them walking inside. Just as they entered the living room, a middle-aged, elegant woman walked forward. She was Su Anya's mother. Su Anya had an older brother who was 23 years old, so Su Anya's mother was almost 50 years old now, but she was still charming because she took good care of her appearance. Mom, these are all my friends, Gu Ning, Yu Mixi, Gaoi, and Xiao Ya, Su Anya said to her mother. Nice to meet you all. Welcome to Anya's birthday party, Mrs. Su said politely. She didn't ask about their family backgrounds at all, because her family wasn't snobbish. Besides, Mrs. Su understood that her daughter never made friends with random people. Since she introduced them as her friends, they had to be good people. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Su, everyone said. After that, Su Anya pulled Gu Ning aside and introduced her again with seriousness. Mom, she is the one that saved my life that I told you about. Mrs. Su was surprised at first, then thanked Gu Ning with sincerity. Thank you so much, Miss Gu. You're welcome, Mrs. Su, Gu Ning said politely. Lifesaver. Hearing that, Su Anhao and Jean Curson were shocked. Aunt, what happened? Jean Curson asked. None of your business. Before Mrs. Su could say a word, Su Anya interrupted. She really hated Jean Curson. Anya, mind your words.
MRS. Suscríbete a esto.
She knew that Su Anya never liked Jean Curson, but they were cousins, and it was inappropriate for Su Anya to be so rude to Jean Curson right in front of others. Aunt, it's my fault, Jean Curson said and acted as if she had been bullied. In fact, Jean Curson was jealous of Su Anya and hated her very much as well, but Su Anya's family was super rich and the Jean family had to maintain a good relationship with the Su family. In that case, Jean Curson didn't dare to argue with Su Anya face to face. Instead, she would play innocent and use many tricks to trap Su Anya. Su Anya's parents had criticized Su Anya many times because of that. Seeing Su Anya being criticized by her mother, Jean Curson felt much better. On the contrary, watching Jean Curson's hypocritical expression, Su Anya was really annoyed, but she didn't say anything in case her friends would get involved in this mess. Let's go sit inside. Su Anya said to Guning and ignored Jean Curson. "Oh right. Come on in and have a seat please," Mrs. Su said. The group of them was then seated. Mrs. Su told domestic servants to serve fruits and cups of tea to them, and they were chatting while eating desserts. Mrs. Su didn't show any disdain because they were the younger generation. Instead, she was quite talkative and amiable. Mrs. Su would ask Guning about her hobbies, study and so forth, but never asked about her family background. A few minutes later, Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and the others arrived, and Su Anya went to welcome them. They were all from super-rich families, so Hao Ran, Qin Zixuan and An Yi had met Mrs. Su before. Mrs. Su was surprised that they were Su Anya's friends too. Su Anya kept a low profile all the time, and wasn't willing to make friends with the younger generation from super-rich families, because she thought that they were always arrogant and not easygoing.
Hi, MRS.
Su. Hao Ran and Yi and Qin Zixuan said politely. "Hi, welcome and come on in." Mrs. Su invited them to sit with her. Before long, Su Anya's father, Su Zhenhao, came inside. There was another middle-aged man with him. However, the moment Su Zhenhao appeared in Guning's sight, Guning was shocked, because Su Zhenhao looked very pale and his forehead appeared dark black. Obviously, Su Zhenhao was being affected by Yin. Guning had the intention to rescue him, but not right then. Moreover, she wouldn't rescue people for no reason. The Su family was quite influential in City F, so she would choose the right time to give him a helping hand. As long as the Su family owed her, the connection between them would be stable. Guning wasn't selfish, but she was building a strong network. Apart from that, Guning wasn't Saint Mary. She would help people out of kindness, but she would also seize the chance to maximize her benefits. "Dad!" Su Anya ran to her father at once and held his arm. "Dad, come here and let me introduce my friends to you." "Oh, your friends?" Su Zhenhao was surprised by the fact that Su Anya had friends, and was willing to invite them to visit her home. Su Zhenhao walked over, and Guning and the others immediately stood up. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Su."
Hi, Uncle Su.
Hao Ran and those who were familiar with Su Zhenhao greeted him more casually. Uncle Dad, Jean Curson called them. The middle-aged man who was with Su Zhenhao was Jean Curson's father. "Hi, Uncle Su and Uncle Jean," Su Anhao said with respect. "Oh, you're all here." Su Zhenhao beamed when he saw Hao Ran, An Yi and Qin Zixuan. Su Anya introduced Guning and the others to her father again. "Dad, Guning is the lifesaver that I've told you about. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Hearing that Guning was Su Anya's lifesaver, Su Zhenhao immediately thanked Guning with sincerity. "Miss Gu, thank you so much for rescuing my daughter. If you encounter any troubles in City F in the future, please feel free to call me." The Su family was generous, and Guning had saved was Su Anya's life. "It's my pleasure," Guning said. "Lifesaver? What happened to Anya?" Jean Curson's father, Jean Jingwei, asked with concern. "Anya was almost hit by a car. It was Miss Gu who rescued Anya at the key moment," Su Zhenhao said, but didn't tell them the details. After the accident had happened, the Su family had gotten revenge on both Gao Yuchen's and Wu Sinyu's families. If it hadn't been for the fact that the younger generation, instead of their parents, had made the mistake, Su Zhenhao would have unseated the two families. Nevertheless, the Wu family had been unseated by Gu Ning a few days ago. Wu Lianqin's father was precisely Wu Lianqin. "Oh, thank you so much, Miss Gu," Jean Jingwei said. But Gu Ning caught the touch of disappointment which flashed through his eyes. It seemed that Jean Jingwei hoped that Su Anya would be in danger. Jean Curson had the same disappointed look. She also wanted Su Anya to be hit by the car.
Kuningsneered kujetli.
Like father, like daughter. Both Jean Jingwei and Jean Curson hoped that Su Anya, the Su family to be specific, would be in trouble. It was obvious that the Jean family was scheming against the Su family. "I won't bother you any longer. I need to discuss something with Jean Wei in the study," Su Zhenhao said and walked upstairs with Jean Jingwei. They chatted for a while longer. And when it was almost 5 p.m., guests started coming in twos and threes. Su Anya, together with the girls, except for Jean Kixon, went to change in her room. Jean Curson had a room in the Sue family's house, so she went back to her room to change. All the members of the Sue family lived in this same villa. Master Sue's elder son's family lived on the second floor while Master Sue's younger son's family shared the third floor. Gaoi went to get Guning and Yumixi's formal clothes out of the car, and Chu Peihan asked how Ran to help her get her gown. Didn't I tell you not to bring gowns? I have plenty of them here, and they're all new, Suanya said. It's fine, we prefer to wear our own dresses, Guning replied. Guning told Gao Yi and Xiaoya to wait in the front hall and went upstairs with Suanya. Suanya's room was on the second floor, while Suanhao's was on the third floor. As for the boys, they came here already wearing their formal suits. Please go and support our new domain mangabyte.com. Suanya's room was decorated like a princess's room. It was pink everywhere, which didn't match Suanya's boyish character at all. Therefore, Chu Peihan laughed the moment she walked inside. Jesus! I had no idea that you liked this style. I suddenly doubt your age now. It's my mom. I can't do anything about it, Suanya retorted. Afterward, they started to put on their makeup and gowns. Guests were arriving continuously, and all of them had received invitation letters from the Sue family. The Sue family was the well-known super-rich family in City F, and so their guests were also important figures. Su Junhao and Mrs. Su went to welcome their guests in person, and each of the guests came with a prepared birthday gift. All the gifts were either designer brands or custom-made. None of them were cheap or common. When Gu Ning and the girls were all dressed up, it was almost 6 p.m. Gu Ning's gown wasn't very noticeable, but she had an air of natural nobility and elegance. Nobody could move their eyes away from her once she appeared in their sight. Jesus! Ningning, are you here to grab people's attention from me? Oh no, you simply want me to fall in love with you.
Suanya teased.
Although Suanya was joking, she had to admit that Gu Ning was too attractive to be ignored. Ah! Chu Peihan laughed out. No way, Gu Ning already has a boyfriend. Well, I can wait.
Suanya joked.
Come on, Anya. Look at you. You have no idea how charming you are.
Guning sighed.
However, she wasn't comforting Suanya. Suanya was quite stunning today. She was wearing a long, tight dress, which accentuated her unusually thin waist. The end of the dress spread on the floor and moved lightly when Suanya walked. Even though Gu Ning was attractive, nobody would ignore Suanya. Of course I am, Suanya said with confidence. To be honest, Suanya didn't like such formal parties. She would rather drink and have fun in a bar with her friends. It was simple but enjoyable. However, as a child who was born in a super-rich family, Suanya knew that she couldn't just do anything she liked. Today was her birthday party, but it was more like a social party for celebrities. No important figures would bother to attend her birthday party. All the attendees came here to build or enhance their network. Right at that moment, someone knocked on the door. Anya, the party is about to begin. Are you ready yet? Suanhao asked. Yes, we'll be right out, Suanya said and walked out with the other girls. Jean Curson's room was on the first floor too, so she was waiting for Suanya along with Suanhao. When Suanya and the other girls walked out, Jean Curson was stunned and felt green with envy. Jean Curson was good-looking too. She was in a mid-length dress with many small pearls as decoration and had her hair in a bun. A pair of crystal high heels made her long, slim calves look more beautiful, but when she stood with Suanya and the other girls, she seemed less noticeable, and she was mad about that. Other than that, not to mention Suanya, the other girls were also gorgeous. Gu Ning was elegant, Chu Peihan was sexy while Yumixi was full of energy. Let's go, Suanya said and guided the other girls walking downstairs. Jean Curson was left behind by herself. When a group of young pretty girls walked down the stairs, everyone in the hall was stunned. They all looked upward to appreciate the beautiful scenery. And although Gu Ning attracted a lot of attention, Suanya was still the focus. Join out Discord server to chat with fellow readers. https://discord.g/6vfc. Many rich second-generation heirs also turned to people around them asking for Gu Ning and the other girls' identities. They're all Anya's friends. Mind your manners, boys.
Sucenao Worn.
Those girls were all his daughter's good friends, especially Gu Ning, so he wouldn't allow those playboys to annoy them. Hearing Su Jinhao's warning, many rich second-generation heirs closed their mouths, but some of them didn't mind. Oh, isn't that Gu Ning? Hao Ran's mother recognized Gu Ning because Gu Ning was wearing the same gown. It is, Mrs. Liu said with surprise. Other than Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Liu, many other guests who had attended Master Qin's birthday party before recognized Gu Ning too. Yuan Jisong was standing right by Su Jinhao's side. It's her. He was also surprised. Who? Su Jinhao was confused, looking to Yuan Jisong.
Gu Ning, Yuan Jisong side.
Su Jinhao was surprised. Do you know Gu Ning? Su Jinhao and Yuan Jisong had gone to the same high school, and they were close friends. Most importantly, what they had achieved today relied on their family background, and their support to each other was also indispensable. Because of their close relationship, others had even mistaken them as a couple of gays. She's the girl who saved my life, Yuan Jisong said. What? Hearing that, Su Jinhao was astonished. Yuan Jisong had told him the gravity of the situation. If the young girl hadn't dashed out to rescue him, the knife would have been stabbed into his chest. Since Gu Ning was able to rescue a person in such a dangerous situation, she must be surprisingly agile. Thinking of the attack, let alone Yuan Jisong, even Su Jinhao felt scared. Su Anya was about to walk into the front hall. Su Jinhao curbed his astonishment towards Gu Ning and walked to Su Anya's side. He faced the crowd and smiled. Thank you so much for attending Anya's birthday party. Please enjoy yourself. Everyone congratulated and toasted the 18th birthday of Su Anya with champagne. A short while after Gu Ning and the other girls entered the front hall, Su Anya was pulled away by Mrs. Su to chat with their guests. Hao Ran and the others then came to gather with the girls. Yuan Jisong walked to Gu Ning and said, Hi Gu Ning. Nice to see you again. Yuan Jisong didn't show any disrespect because Gu Ning was much younger than him. She was his lifesaver after all. Gu Ning smiled. Many people around them saw Yuan Jisong greeting Gu Ning on his own initiative, and were all surprised. The rich playboys who wanted to pick Gu Ning and the other girls up stopped their steps right away. Hi Mr. Yuan. Gu Ning's friends also greeted Yuan Jisong. They were all aware of what Gu Ning had done, so they weren't surprised that Yuan Jisong would come to greet Gu Ning. Yuan Jisong nodded to them as response and said, Well, I won't bother you any longer, so I'll go over there to talk with my friends. In fact, Yuan Jisong intentionally walked to Gu Ning and greeted her, because he had noticed that some rich playboys were aiming at Gu Ning and the other girls. He did it to warn them to stay away. Haha, girl Gu, happy to see you again. Gu Changjiang and Qin Haojing walked to them after Yuan Jisong left. Hi Master Gu, Master Qin. Gu Ning smiled. Qin Haojing was a little embarrassed to see Gu Ning. Girl Gu, I'm sorry for what Yiqing did to you. Please accept my apologies. What happened? Gu Changjiang was puzzled. He knew that Qin Yiqing wasn't a kind girl, and Qin Haojing apologized to Gu Ning because of her. So Gu Changjiang thought that Qin Yiqing must have annoyed Gu Ning. Please don't mind it, Master Qin. It was just a misunderstanding. I already forgot it, Gu Ning said. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped Qin Yiqing in the shopping mall the other day. Thanks, Qin Haojing said. It was Qin Yiqing's fault after all. It's no big deal, Gu Ning said. Qin Haojing opened his mouth wanting to say something but didn't say it in the end. Well then, see you around. After that, Qin Haojing and Gu Changjiang stepped away. Qin Haojing intended to talk about Qin Yifan because he wasn't in a good condition because of Gu Ning. However, since Gu Ning had already rejected him, it wasn't appropriate for Qin Haojing to bring it up again. Oh, I had no idea that you're a friend of Miss Su. And Qian walked to them holding Lu Zhengyu's arm. Hello, and Qian and Mr. Lu. Gu Ning smiled. Ha, it seems that you have an unbelievable network. And Qian raised her eyebrow and teased. Well, it's nothing. I even lost count how many important figures I know. Gu Ning joked. Oh, tell me more about that. And Qian said, join out Discord server to chat with fellow readers. https://discord/g/6vfc. Su Jinhao was afraid that Gu Ning and the other girls would feel uneasy in such a formal situation, so he kept glancing at them once in a while. However, when he saw that many respected figures went to greet Gu Ning, he was shocked. He had never heard of an influential Gu family in City G, so he assumed that Gu Ning must be a girl from an ordinary family. Unexpectedly, she knew so many people of high social status. Jean Curson, on the other hand, almost went crazy because of jealousy. She couldn't understand why Gu Ning was able to know so many important figures. Su Anya followed her mother, making a round in the hall before she came back to Gu Ning and the other girls. "Sorry about that. Please don't mind." Of course not. Gu Ning and the other girls didn't mind at all. Jean Curson thought for a second and said to Su Anya, "Anya, happy birthday to you. I've prepared a gift for you. It's a jade pendant from Jade Beauty Jewelry." Jean Curson handed Su Anya an exquisite small box. While she was giving Su Anya the birthday gift, Jean Curson sent Gu Ning several provoking glances. Jean Curson believed that there were only a few people who could afford a gift which was worth over 100,000 yuan. In truth, this jade pendant was prepared by Jean Curson's mother. Jean Curson didn't think that the other girls could send more expensive gifts to Su Anya than hers. What? A jade pendant from Jade Beauty Jewelry? Wow, it must be expensive. Several young girls around them immediately surrounded them with excitement. Jade Beauty Jewelry was quite popular among rich ladies. However, the brand was too expensive. No matter how rich the family was, few parents were willing to buy such expensive jewelry for their daughters. It was inappropriate for young girls to wear such expensive jewelry at such a young age, and it was also dangerous if they encountered robbers. I have always wanted a jade pendant from Jade Beauty Jewelry, but my parents won't agree to buy one for me. They say a young girl shouldn't wear such expensive jewelry. Me too. Although my mom has a jade pendant from Jade Beauty Jewelry, and she let me put it on a few times, but I still want to have my own piece. My dad promised to give me one on my birthday, but my birthday is still half a year away. I can't wait that long. Not just the jade pendant, I want the whole set. All the young girls from rich families discussed with animation. None of them disliked Jade Beauty Jewelry. Hearing that Jade Beauty Jewelry was so welcomed and loved by them, Hao Ran and the others who knew that Gu Ning was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry felt happy for her. As the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, Gu Ning was also in a good mood when she heard that her brand was so successful. Although Su Anya loved Jade Beauty Jewelry too, she didn't like Jean Curson. However, it wasn't appropriate for her to reject the gift right in front of other guests. So she accepted it and thanked Jean Curson. "Thank you. Miss Su, would you mind if we had a look?" A young girl whose father was the chairman of a big company asked. "Sure," Su Anya said. She directly opened the small box, and there was a jade pendant of the pink lotus type inside. It was actually the cheapest jewelry in the Jade Beauty Jewelry store. Even so, it cost over 100,000 yuan. There was a price tag beside the jade pendant. It read 888 yuan. Wow! It costs 188,888 yuan. It's so small and so expensive. I think this jade must be of high quality. Miss Jean, you're so generous. It's my close cousin's birthday. Jean Curson said and acted as if she and Su Anya were very close. Then she turned to Gu Ning. "Well, Miss Gu, I'm curious what kind of birthday gift you've prepared for Anya? You're Anya's best friend, so I suppose that your gift has to be more expensive than mine, right?" Hearing that, Su Anya, Hao Ran, and Gu Ning's other friends were displeased. Although what Jean Curson had said wasn't wrong, her attitude was quite provoking. If Gu Ning couldn't present a gift which was much more expensive than hers, it would be embarrassing. Gu Ning's friends all knew that the gift that Gu Ning had prepared for Su Anya was much better than Jean Curson's, but they were mad at Jean Curson's unkindness. "Jean Curson, what do you mean by saying that?" Su Anya snapped at her. "I don't care how much the gifts from my friends are. As long as I like them, they're priceless in my eyes." After that, Su Anya said to Gu Ning, "Gu Ning, just ignore her. It's fine." Although Gu Ning was displeased, She understood that it wasn't the right time to argue with Jean Curson at Sue Anya's birthday party. However, Jean Curson wouldn't give up just like that. Hearing what Sue Anya had said, she was certain that Gu Ning couldn't afford an expensive gift. Anya, I didn't mean anything. I just thought that Miss Gu would give you a much more expensive gift than mine. After all, you're so close. Then Jean Curson put on a sad look like she felt sorry for Sue Anya. It seemed that if Gu Ning couldn't send Sue Anya a more expensive gift, they weren't close friends. Hao Ran and the others all knew that Jean Curson was picking on Gu Ning because she only aimed at Gu Ning, although all of them were Sue Anya's friends. Gu Ning wanted to ignore her in the beginning, but since Jean Curson was so hypocritical, she would seem weak if she still didn't fight back. Therefore, Gu Ning looked straight into Jean Curson's eyes and said, "You're right. I'm Anya's best friend, so I should give her a more valuable gift than yours." Hearing that, Jean Curson was struck dumb. If Gu Ning really could afford a much more expensive gift than hers, she would be the one who lost face in public. Even so, Jean Curson refused to believe that Gu Ning was willing to spend hundreds of thousands of yuan on a birthday gift. "Oh really?" Jean Curson said. "As you wish," Gu Ning said. She took out a jewelry box which was the same package as Jean Curson's gift from her handbag. It was the exclusive jewelry box of Jade Beauty Jewelry, so everyone recognized it at first glance. "Jesus! It's jewelry from Jade Beauty Jewelry too," a young girl said in surprise. "I'm curious to see which one is more expensive, hers or Miss Jin's," another young girl said with curiosity. However, Jean Curson was upset, because she was certain that Gu Ning's gift was more expensive than hers. The gift that she just gave Sue Anya was the cheapest piece of jewelry in the Jade Beauty Jewelry store. And Gu Ning was very confident that her gift was more valuable than Jean Curson's. In that case, the price of Gu Ning's gift had to be higher than hers. Sue Anya was greatly surprised that Gu Ning had prepared jewelry from Jade Beauty Jewelry for her too. It must be super expensive. Gu Ning opened the jewelry box and a jade pendant of the ice type appeared. It was in the shape of a leaf the size of a thumb. "Wow! It's so beautiful!" Several young girls raised their voices in excitement. "How much is this?" one of them asked. Join out Discord server to chat with fellow readers. https://discord.gg/6vfc. It's not important, but at least it's much more expensive than Jean Curson's. Gu Ning smiled and gave it to Sue Anya. "Do you like it?" "Of course I do." Sue Anhao's eyes lit up at once. She immediately threw Jean Curson's gift to Sue Anhao, who was standing by her side, and took Gu Ning's gift without delay. Seeing that, Jean Curson was furious but couldn't say anything. She had thought that Gu Ning was an ordinary girl who couldn't afford expensive gifts, but to her astonishment, Gu Ning gave Sue Anya a much more valuable gift than hers. "Anya, ours aren't as expensive as Gu Ning's, please don't mind," Chu Peihan said at that moment. In fact, the younger generation's birthday gifts were normally around thousands of yuan, and it was rare to see a gift at the price of hundreds of thousands of yuan. "Of course I won't. I'm already satisfied that you're willing to attend my birthday party," Sue Anya said with sincerity. They also understood that Sue Anya didn't care about the price tag, and they happily gave her their birthday gifts one by one. Although their gifts were hardly comparable to Gu Ning's, they weren't cheap or common either. Sue Anya didn't lack those expensive gifts at all, but these were from her real friends, so she was excited to receive them. Jean Curson, on the other hand, was quite unhappy. She thought for a while and asked Gu Ning again, "Miss Gu is so generous. May I know what your family does?" "Shit. I think that you just want to cause a fight." Chu Peihan couldn't curb her anger any longer. She swore at Jean Curson with arms akimbo like she was going to beat Jean Curson. Chu Peihan's voice was loud and instantly attracted a lot of attention from people around them. Gu Ning immediately pulled Chu Peihan back and stopped her. "It's Anya's birthday party. Don't fight." "It's not me. It's this hypocritical girl. Who do you think you are to find fault with our boss?" Chu Peihan said angrily. "You." Being humiliated by Chu Peihan, Jean Curson flushed with anger. However, seeing that everyone was watching them, she suddenly had a scheme and put on an aggrieved face. I just saw Miss Gu being so generous and I've never heard of a super rich Gu family in City F, so I'm curious about Miss Gu's family background. That's all. Why do you have to get so mad? It's not something shameful unless... In the end, Jean Curson pretended that she suddenly realized something shocking and closed her mouth at once to let others wonder. If Gu Ning wasn't from a super rich family and could afford such an expensive birthday gift, but refused to tell others her family background, it was enough for people to gossip. Hearing what Jean Curson had just said, some already started to gossip about Gu Ning. What? Does she have a sugar daddy? No way. She's so young. Who knows? You all shut up. How Ran and Gu Ning's other friends got angry hearing them gossiping, and they raised their voice with one accord. Their loud voice attracted a lot more attention from the guests in the front hall. Almost all the attendees were walking or looking towards them. How Ran glared at Jean Curson and said angrily, Jean Curson, don't think that just because you're a relative of the Su family we won't punch you. Boss, I can't tolerate it anymore, and I'm going to beat her. Chu Peihan said and ran forward, but was stopped by Gu Ning again. Even Gao Yi and Xiao Ye went to Gu Ning's side without delay and stared at Jean Curson unkindly. Jean Curson was scared by their threatening looks. I didn't say that, they said it. Jean Curson was terrified by how Ran and the others' reaction, but she still acted as if she was the victim. What's going on here? Su Zhenhao walked towards them in a hurry and asked.
Dat ingechins humiliating Gu Ning.
Su Anya said. Hearing that, Su Zhenhao along with other guests, all looked at Jean Curson with unfriendly gazes. I'm not. Jean Curson was struck dumb by Su Zhenhao's sharp look. However, before Su Zhenhao could say a word, Jean Curson denied it. I was just surprised by Miss Gu's generosity, and I thought that she must be from a super rich family, but I've never heard of the Gu family in City F, so I just asked Miss Gu's family background out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, they're so mad. Honestly, many people had the same thoughts and suspicion. None of them had heard of a super rich Gu family in City F, so they were also curious about why Gu Ning could afford such an expensive gift. I don't think there is anything wrong with what Curson said. Why is it humiliating all of a sudden? Jean Jingwei asked unhappily. Jean Curson was his daughter, and he knew his daughter's character. Jean Curson had indeed picked on Gu Ning, but it wasn't humiliating in his eyes. It wasn't a big problem if Jean Curson asked directly, but she intentionally didn't finish her sentence and made people wonder and gossip, which was a huge problem. Bullshit. How Ran swore. He didn't care that Jean Jingwei was much older than him and was a well-known businessman, but criticized him loudly. Nothing wrong? Do you know what she had said beforehand? She deliberately made others believe that our boss has a sugar daddy. How Zhonglong and his wife didn't stop How Ran's inappropriate behavior. They were a family and their characters were alike. Therefore, they thought what How Ran was doing was right. You? Jean Jingwei was mad at being humiliated by a young boy, but couldn't retort. It was Jean Curson's fault after all. He then looked to Jean Curson with blame in his eyes. He was blaming her for causing him trouble. Jean Curson was scared and pointed to several young girls. They said it, not me. Those young girls were shocked and argued back. You led us to. Join out Discord server to chat with fellow readers. https://discord/g/6vfc. You. Jean Curson was helpless. Su Zhenhao and his wife were disappointed in Jean Curson. To their astonishment, Jean Curson, who seemed cute and quiet normally, was so evil. It would ruin a girl's reputation if people thought that she had a sugar daddy. Jean Curson, stop acting. Nobody believes you and we're all clear about why you picked on Gu Ning. If you still have a sense of shame, apologize to Gu Ning right now. Otherwise, I'll beat you down to the floor.
Chu Peihan thuyết tên.
Exactly, who do you think you are? Do you know every super rich family in City F? Don't flatter yourself. Qin Zixuan added. Do you think that you're better than others just because you were born in a super rich family? Do you earn your money? You're just showing off with your parents' money. How Ran said. Gu Ning's friends were all criticizing Jean Curson. Even the guests disliked what she had done today. Since it caught everyone's attention, Gu Ning thought it was time to uncover her real identity to protect her reputation as a businesswoman. Gu Ning looked at Jean Curson calmly and asked, "Can't I be super rich myself?" Although Jean Curson was terrified amid the criticisms, she unconsciously retorted with disdain, "Keep bragging. Miss Gu isn't bragging. She gave Master Qin a highly valuable antique which is worth at least 5 million yuan. Someone said. Exactly. Girl Gu did send me a precious birthday gift, Qin Haojing said. In fact, Qin Haojing wanted to help Gu Ning in the beginning, but he wasn't sure whether he should tell them the truth about Gu Ning. Even though he believed Gu Ning, others might not without proof. Hearing that, people who didn't know about it were all shocked. A highly valuable antique that was worth at least 5 million yuan? This young girl is that rich? Everyone had the same questions in mind. I met Girl Gu once at the antique street, and she picked up an antique plate which is worth 1.5 million yuan. She can't be poor. Gu Changjiang opened his mouth too. He had the same thought as Qin Haojing, and they were both willing to support Gu Ning. Everyone was quite surprised looking at Gu Ning. Although Qin Haojing and Gu Changjiang stood with Gu Ning, some still didn't believe that Gu Ning was willing to send a birthday gift which cost hundreds of thousand yuan to a young girl. Before Mrs. Hao could join the argument, Gu Ning opened her mouth first. It seems like I have to tell you the reason why I'm so rich, Gu Ning teased. She stared straight into Jean Curson's eyes and said with seriousness, Jean Curson, you want to know my family background? I'm telling you now. Jade Beauty Jewelry is my brand. What? Hearing that, Jean Curson panicked and couldn't believe her ears. It's impossible. Jean Curson refused to believe that Jade Beauty Jewelry was owned by Gu Ning. Su Anya and the other guests were also surprised. What brand? Someone who didn't hear asked with curiosity. Gu Ning, do you mean that you're the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry? Su Anya asked with uncertainty because it was so shocking. What? The real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry? Hearing that, they were all amazed. Yes, Gu Ning replied. People around her couldn't help but draw a long breath in astonishment. Jade Beauty Jewelry wasn't a large store, but its jewelry was all made of high-quality jade, so it was worth at least 1 billion yuan. It was too shocking to convince people. Really? She's so young, so how is it possible that she's the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry? The value of Jade Beauty Jewelry's assets is at least 1 billion yuan. Who knows? However, I don't believe it. Me neither. Hearing their doubts, and Guangyao stood out and smiled at Gu Ning. Chairman Gu, I guess that you can't hide your real identity anymore. It was apparent that he already knew that Gu Ning was the chairman of Jade Beauty Jewelry from his tone, and they seemed very close. Once Guangyao appeared, people started to believe that Gu Ning was the chairman of Jade Beauty Jewelry. And Guangyao was a respected businessman, and people trusted him. What? She is really the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. It's so unbelievable. Everyone was in shock. To their amazement, the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry was an 18-year-old girl. Haha, well, I told Chairman N to keep it a secret. Unexpectedly, something unpleasant happened. I think it's not wise to keep it a secret any longer. Otherwise, my reputation could be ruined, Gu Ning said resignedly. Hearing that, people all looked at Jean Curson with disdain, because she was the source of the gossip. No, it's impossible. Jean Curson still refused to face reality. Wow, Miss Gu. You're the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. You're indeed a promising young girl. Yuan Jisong exclaimed. Exactly. It's so shocking. Su Jinhao said. Jesus. Gu Ning, you're so awesome. Su Anya, of course, believed Gu Ning, and she was more than shocked now. Gu Ning, you've hidden it for so long. And Qian rounded her eyes in shock. Join out Discord server to chat with fellow readers. https://discord.g/6vfc. No wonder your mother was willing to use jade pendants from Jade Beauty Jewelry as the prizes for the annual event in her beauty salon, Mrs. Hao said with surprise. Hearing the word beauty salon, they understood that Gu Ning's family also had a beauty salon. However, it wasn't shocking now that they already found out that Gu Ning was the chairman of Jade Beauty Jewelry. No matter how big the beauty salon was, It couldn't compare with the jewelry store. Yes, otherwise I wouldn't have used such expensive jewelry as the prize in a small business event.
Kuning said.
Afterward, people around Guning all went forward to shake hands with her. Jade Beauty Jewelry was a newly built brand, but it was already so popular within a short time, which proved Guning's outstanding business ability. Besides, they admired the fact that the brand founder was only 18 years old even more. This young girl would be very successful in the future. People were already really impressed after hearing that Guning owned a jewelry store. If they found out that there were many other profitable companies under Guning's name, they would be even more shocked. Although the value of Guning's company's assets was merely billions of yuan at the moment, she was actually in possession of a lot more wealth than that, because she had many uncut jade raw materials which were worth a fortune too. Even so, Jade Beauty Jewelry was rich enough to be ranked 6th on the list of the richest in City F. However, Jade Beauty Jewelry was located in City G, so it couldn't be ranked on the list of the richest of City F. Anyway, people still respected Guning. However, Guning didn't care about that at all. Her aim was the capital. She was going to build her business empire as well as take revenge there. Since Guning's real identity was exposed, many rich ladies asked her whether she would open a branch in City F so that they didn't need to fly all the way to City G. Guning would of course do that, but not right now because she was occupied with her business in the capital. Nevertheless, she was going to settle a branch in City F this year. Seeing Guning being so at ease when she was socializing with other successful businessmen, people were all impressed. She didn't seem like a teenager at all from her mature manner. Guning's friends were so proud of her and looked to Jean Curson with obvious dislike. Chu Peihan even said acidly, "So? How do you feel now? Don't ever think that you can deceive us, and you're hardly comparable to our boss. If it hadn't been for my boss, I would have already beaten you down on the floor." After that, they ignored Jean Curson, and other guests also stayed away from her. Jean Curson felt so embarrassed and just wanted to hide. Su Jinhao especially was dissatisfied at Jean Curson, but it wasn't a good time to criticize her. Jean Jingwei was also quite embarrassed. He gave Jean Curson a sharp look and almost wanted to slap her. "Why are you still here? Don't you think that it's humiliating enough? Get back to your room now." Jean Curson didn't think that it was her fault and felt aggrieved. She was so mad at Guning and her friends but didn't dare to utter a word. Therefore, she quietly went back to her room. The party went on but Guning replaced Su Anya and became the focus. Su Anya didn't mind, neither did her family. "I always have the feeling that our boss is even more awesome than we think," Hao Ran said seriously. "Me too. Although it's so unbelievable, I also have the same feeling," Qin Zixuan said. "Why don't we ask her?" Chu Peihan proposed. "We can. However, if boss isn't willing to tell us, we can't force her, because she must be doing it for a reason," Muka said. Everyone agreed. Although they were curious, they wouldn't force Guning to tell them everything. Guning wasn't left alone until she had socialized with different socialites for a long time. Hao Ran and the others immediately came to her and asked, "Boss, do you have more companies than just Jade Beauty Jewelry?" "Yes, but I can't tell you right now. You'll know about it when it's right the time," Guning replied. Since Guning wasn't willing to tell them now, they didn't ask further, but they were all surprised that Guning owned so many companies. "Oh, Anya, don't you have an older brother? Why haven't we seen him yet?" Hao Ran suddenly asked. At the mention of her older brother, Su Anya seemed a little displeased and complained. "He left in a hurry a few days ago. He is majoring in finance but is an archaeology addict. If it hadn't been for my father, he would have majored in archaeology. However, he still chose archaeology as his elective course, and he spends most of his free time with his friends who major in archaeology. His tutor called him saying they found an ancient grave somewhere, so he went to meet them without delay." "Archaeology? Where?" Guning was interested. Su Anya thought for a while and said, "I think it's a small village in City B, but they haven't found the exact location yet. Some people picked antiques out of the river, so they believe that there is an ancient grave. Those antiques might have been left by gravediggers." Guning suddenly had an idea in her mind. She decided to visit the village in City B. She now had an antique store, so she naturally needed more antiques. However, before she left for City B, Gu Ning had to go to City G first. The Spring Festival was almost over, and the government would open tomorrow, so she needed to settle the Hongyun Group's properties beforehand. When it was about 8 p.m., guests started to leave, but Gu Ning stayed. When the party came to an end, all the other guests began to leave, but Gu Ning still stayed, because she was worried about Su Junhao, who was affected by Yin, and because of her premonition. Although everything looked fine now, she didn't feel relaxed. "Oh, please wait here. I have something to give you," Su Anya said and turned to run upstairs. Su Anya had prepared gifts for Gu Ning and her other friends. The gifts weren't expensive but stood for her kindness. Seeing Su Anya going upstairs, Jin Jingwei panicked. He took out his phone, calling Jean Curson at once. When Su Anya got to the second floor, she noticed that the door of her father's study was open. She thought that it was strange and walked over because the door was closed when she had walked downstairs earlier. Jean Curson's phone was vibrating when Su Anya got to the door. She caught Jean Curson taking out a document from a drawer in Su Junhao's desk. Su Anya was shocked and angry. "Jean Curson, what are you doing?" Saying that, Su Anya ran at her. Having been caught on sight, Jean Curson was scared. She hadn't thought that Su Anya would appear. In order to stop Su Anya, Jean Curson grabbed the ashtray on the desk, throwing it towards Su Anya's head. Su Anya didn't expect that Jean Curson would be so bold, so she wasn't mentally prepared, and was hit straight on the head. "Ah!" An agonized scream. There was music in the hall, and people were busy talking with one another, so none of them noticed the scream except Gu Ning. She recognized that it was Su Anya's voice and quickly went upstairs without hesitation. At the same time, she used her jade eyes to see what was going on. On the second floor, Jean Curson escaped from Su Junhao's study in panic, while Su Anya was lying on the floor with her head bleeding. Gu Ning ran faster. It seemed that this was the reason why she felt anxious tonight. Jean Curson wouldn't answer the call, and Gu Ning went upstairs. Jin Jingwei felt more nervous now. He was afraid that Gu Ning and Su Anya would find out about his scheme, but he couldn't follow to stop Gu Ning. Otherwise, it would arouse a lot more attention, so he had to wait in the hall in anxiety. "What is boss doing?" Hao Ran asked with doubt. "Shall we follow?" Chu Peihan said. "It's Anya's home, and we can't walk around casually. I think boss is going to find Anya. Let's wait here," Muka said. Gao Yi and Xiaoya realized that something must be wrong from Gu Ning's face. However, without Gu Ning's order, they could only stay in the hall. Other guests noticed Gu Ning walking to the second floor in a hurry, but they all believed that Su Anya told her to come upstairs. The moment that Gu Ning was on the second floor, she ran into Jean Curson. Before Jean Curson could react, Gu Ning kicked her in her stomach. Jean Curson screamed in pain and hit the wall before she slid down to the ground. After that, Gu Ning immediately went into the study to check on Su Anya's condition. Su Anya had already fainted, so Gu Ning used her magic power to stop her wound from bleeding. Jean Curson understood that her family would be involved if others found out that she had injured Su Anya, and secretly slid into Su Junhao's study. Therefore, she decided to make Gu Ning her scapegoat. Jean Curson tolerated the severe pain and crawled to the stairs. "Help! Gu Ning killed Anya! Help!" All the people in the hall stopped talking all of a sudden, looking towards the second floor with horror.
"Gu Ning killed Su Anya."
Nobody believed it, and only Jin Jingwei knew what had happened. It was obvious that Jean Curson was exposed and had attacked Su Anya. "What did you say?" Su Junhao was shocked. "Jean Curson, are you insane?" Hao Ran was furious. Jean Curson ignored him and added, "Gu Ning killed Anya and injured me. There is so much blood on the floor." At that moment, Jean Curson's face was pale and she covered her stomach in pain. It seemed that she was indeed injured badly. No matter whether Jean Curson was telling the truth, Su Anya's parents ran upstairs at once, followed by many people. Hao Ran and Gu Ning's other friends, including Gao Yi and Xiaoya, didn't believe it, but they had to go upstairs and check themselves. When a group of people dashed in the study, Gu Ning was standing in front of the desk, while Su Anya was lying in a pool of blood on the floor. She was still unconscious and likely to die. Many people were stunned by the scene, and Mrs. Su almost collapsed in fear. "Anya! Wake up, Anya!" Mrs. Su knelt beside Su Anya and cried. Su Junhao called an ambulance at once before he looked to Gu Ning. "Miss Gu, what is going on here?" Su Junhao's voice sounded cold to some extent. Although he didn't believe that Gu Ning killed his daughter, it was undeniable truth that Gu Ning was at the crime site where Su Anya was attacked. "I heard Anya's agonized scream, so I ran upstairs. When I came here, Anya had already been hit and was lying here. Her head is badly injured," Gu Ning replied calmly. Even though she said that, except for Gu Ning's friends, nobody completely trusted her explanation. "Stop acting. I saw you throw the ashtray at Anya's head. I discovered you, so you kicked me in my stomach," Jean Curson retorted and lied. Jean Curson was feeling sheer panic because a lie was a lie. However, she also knew that if she failed to make Gu Ning her scapegoat, she would be the one who was doomed. In that case, she had to force herself to lie. "Damn you! Our boss would never hurt Anya," Hao Ran said angrily. "Exactly, our boss wouldn't hurt Anya," Qin Zixuan and the others echoed. Miss Gu claims that she heard Anya's agonized scream and went upstairs. "Why did none of us hear it?" Jean Jingwei argued. Even though he blamed Jean Curson because she had ruined his scheme, he had to protect her now. Hearing that, many people agreed. They hadn't heard anything strange. "Because I have acute hearing," Gu Ning said calmly as usual. "Well, that's what you say, but no one believes it," Jean Jingwei said. "Exactly." Some agreed with Jean Jingwei. Gu Ning glanced through the crowd coldly and said, "Well, why do you all choose to believe Jean Curson's words instead of mine? If I told you that it was Jean Curson who attacked Anya and was caught by me on sight, so I kicked her, would you believe it?" Hearing that, everyone started to stare at Jean Curson. Some believed it while some didn't. Jean Curson panicked a little and tried her best to defend herself. "You're crazy. I'm Anya's close cousin, and I wouldn't hurt her." Exactly. Jean Curson was Su Anya's older cousin, so people chose to believe her. As for Gu Ning, although she was Su Anya's close friend, she was an outsider after all, but they still didn't understand why Gu Ning would attack Su Anya, especially in the Su family's house. "I believe my boss. It's you who attacked Anya," Hao Ran said to Jean Curson. "You're Gu Ning's friend, so you will of course support her." Jean Curson retorted. "Jean Curson, how dare you do this? I promise you that I'll pay you back one day." Chu Peihan pointed at Jean Curson threateningly. She didn't care that there were many important officials here. Hearing Chu Peihan's threat, Yuan Jisong frowned a little. Obviously, he didn't like Chu Peihan's behavior but didn't say anything. Su Junhao was his best friend, and Gu Ning was his lifesaver. If Jean Curson had really attacked Su Anya but made Gu Ning her scapegoat, he would definitely punish Jean Curson. Although he believed Gu Ning, there was no solid proof yet. If Su Anya could wake up now, everything would be clear then. However, the problem was that Su Anya was still unconscious, and it seemed that she had been injured badly from the pool of blood on the floor. "Enough! Anya is in great danger now. Couldn't you stop arguing? No matter who attacked Anya, she'll pay for it," Mrs. Su shouted in anger. Su Anya could die, but they were busy defending themselves. Hearing that, Jean Jingwei and Jean Curson were anxious. They both hoped that Su Anya would never wake up again so that they would be safe. "Jean Curson, as soon as Anya wakes up, everything will be clear," Gu Ning said. The last thing Jean Jingwei and Jean Curson wanted to see was Su Anya waking up, so they would do everything to stop it from happening. Once Su Anya was admitted to the hospital, Jean Jingwei would secretly do something to keep her in deep sleep. However, to their astonishment, before the ambulance arrived, Su Anya opened her eyes right after Gu Ning told her to do so. Everyone was shocked when Su Anya suddenly woke up. Jean Curson and Jean Jingwei were also terrified. "Anya, are you all right?"
MRS. Susmail Tirfeli.
"Anya!" Su Junhao was both excited and surprised. In fact, Gu Ning had rescued Su Anya the moment she came inside. and she told Su Anya to pretend to be unconscious to trap Jean Curson. It was Jean Curson who attacked me. I caught her stealing a document in my father's study, so she hit me with an ashtray. Su Anya glared at Jean Curson, clenching her teeth. Hearing that, everyone looked at Jean Curson in shock. Jean Curson tried to steal a document from Su Junhao's study, but was caught by Su Anya. So she hit Su Anya with an ashtray? Hearing that Su Anya mentioned a document, Su Junhao immediately ran to his desk and searched for it. Mrs. Su, on the other hand, slapped Jean Curson across the face and questioned her. Jean Curson, how could you do that? Jean Curson covered her hurt cheek, but didn't know how to retort. Su Anya had already woken up, and she had no excuse to defend herself. Jean Jingwei also didn't dare to help Jean Curson, because he was in big trouble too. Jean Curson, you dared to slander Gu Ning, so I'll punch you down to the floor. Chu Peihan ran to Jean Curson and punched her without hesitation. Jean Curson was heavily hit again and screamed in pain. Everyone around them was struck dumb because they didn't expect that Chu Peihan would really hit Jean Curson. And it was obvious that Chu Peihan had been trained. Stop it! Stop! Jean Jingwei shouted and wanted to stop Chu Peihan. However, Hao Ran and the other boys went ahead and caught Jean Jingwei. Therefore, Jean Jingwei could only watch Jean Curson being punched. As for others, nobody was willing to get involved in this mess. Alright, stop now, Yuan Jisung said, but wasn't very serious, because he just did it superficially due to his identity. Jean Curson had attacked his best friend's daughter and slandered his lifesaver. Yuan Jisung was an upright official, but not weak. He would also fight back if someone dares to hurt people that he cared about. Chu Peihan didn't beat Jean Curson for very long, because Jean Curson couldn't tolerate it at all. Even though Chu Peihan was in a rage, she knew when to stop. If Jean Curson died, she couldn't bear the result. Anyway, Jean Curson was doomed to be sentenced to jail. Su Junhao did lose a document which was quite important. It was a tender document for a tourist scenic area. The reason why Jean Jingwei frequently visited him the past few days was because he tried to get a share of the loot. However, Su Junhao rejected him, because Su Junhao wasn't in charge of the project alone and couldn't make decisions on his own. Given what had happened, Su Junhao figured out what was going on now. Jean Jingwei told Jean Curson to slide in his study when he was absent to steal the tender document so that Jean Jingwei could get the project. Su Junhao was angry that Jean Jingwei would hurt his family for money. Since Jean Jingwei didn't care about them, Su Junhao wouldn't regard them as his family any longer. Where is the document? Su Junhao questioned Jean Curson, who was beaten down on the ground. It was too painful for Jean Curson to utter a word now, so she didn't answer the question. Oh, it's under the sofa. When I kicked her away, the document fell there, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Su Junhao walked to the sofa at once. He knelt and searched for the document. There was indeed a document under the sofa. Su Junhao was relieved when he was sure it was exactly what he was searching for. Afterward, Su Junhao gave Jean Jingwei a cold glance. He didn't say it directly to Jean Jingwei, but the crowd before him. From now on, I, Su Junhao, will withdraw any investment in cooperation with the Jinhua Group. And whoever continues to work with the Jinhua Group is cutting business connections with our Su family. Junhao. Jean Jingwei panicked a lot and tried to stop Su Junhao. The Jean family relied on the Su family to run its business. If Su Junhao withdrew all of his investments in cooperation, the Jean family would barely make a living. Besides, Su Junhao also threatened other big companies to not work with him. In that case, the Jean family's business would go bankrupt soon. Don't call my name. As of this minute, you're no longer my family. And the Jean family is banned from entering this house, Su Junhao said icily. Then he added, the police will deal with Jean Curson. Jean Jingwei opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. It was too late to regret it. Oh, Gu Ning, what is the medicine that you just gave me? I stopped bleeding within seconds and my wound doesn't ache anymore, Su Anya asked curiously. When Su Anya had woken up, Gu Ning had given her a special medicine, which stopped her wound from bleeding and aching. Hearing that, everyone was surprised. Gu Ning really was a young girl full of surprises. Well, it's a special medicine with great effects, and it can cure most diseases. If the disease isn't severe, a pill is enough. If it's severe, several pills will help, Gunning said. If it's a rare disease, I'm not sure whether it can be cured completely, but it can at least be improved. Previously, a patient who had heart disease took 5 pills of this medicine, and his heart disease was cured afterward. He's healthy and energetic now. Gunning was advertising her medicine. Hearing that, everyone rounded their eyes in shock. Nobody could believe it because it sounded so unusual. However, Suanya was a great example. Her wound stopped bleeding or aching after she had taken Gunning's medicine. Meanwhile, some also thought that maybe Suanya wasn't badly injured at all, and Gunning's medicine accidentally rescued her. Miss Gu, I really don't know how to thank you enough. You're a lifesaver of our Su family. Su Zhenhao thanked Gunning with sincerity.
Gunning replied.
Uncle Su, please don't say that. Anya's my close friend. Miss Gu, is your medicine really that effective? Someone asked. Well, I understand that it's hard for you to believe it, even though Anya is a great example. However, no matter whether you believe it or not, this special medicine is worth a fortune, so it depends on me whether I want to sell it, Gunning said proudly. She didn't care whether people trusted her. Instead, she knew that people would be eager to buy it once they found out about its effects. Miss Gu, can your medicine be effective against muscular dystrophy? A middle-aged man asked with hope. He was Lan Yubin, the chairman of Lantu Travel Agency, which was the leading tourism company in City F. Although Lan Yubin wasn't on the rich list, his company had hundreds of millions of yuan in assets. Lan Yubin's son had been affected by a rare disease 4 years ago, and the muscles of his right calf became weaker over time. He couldn't walk and sat in a wheelchair all day. Although medical science had developed a lot, rare diseases were still hard to cure. If you believe me, then yes, it can, Gunning said. Well, can you sell some to me? Lan Yubin was excited. He was willing to trust Gunning and seize every chance to cure his son. Sure, but I'm not certain that you're willing to pay its price, Gunning said. Of course I'm willing to, Lan Yubin said without hesitation. As long as the medicine could cure his son, he was willing to pay a fortune for it. You didn't even bother to ask its price. The patient must be very important to you. I appreciate your generosity, and I'm not mean either. Each pill costs 1,000,000 yuan. Don't worry, if the medicine isn't 80% effective, you don't need to pay a cent. Also, I need to see the patient in person to decide how many pills it needs to cure the disease, Gunning said. Hearing that, everyone was greatly surprised. 1,000,000 yuan a pill? The medicine did cost a fortune. However, what surprised them more was the fact that the medicine would be free if it wasn't 80% effective. Did Gunning say that because she was afraid that her medicine wasn't effective enough? Or was she so confident that her medicine could cure the disease? Everyone had doubts in their minds. No problem, Miss Gu, when are you free? Lan Yubin didn't think the price was too high. Instead, he couldn't wait to invite Gunning to visit his son. I'll be busy tomorrow. So if it's convenient, we can go to see the patient now. Gunning was leaving for City G tomorrow, so she could only deal with it tonight. Luckily, it wasn't late and was only 8 p.m. Sure. That was exactly the answer that Lan Yubin wanted to hear. At this time, the ambulance arrived. Gunning said, although Anya's wound isn't bleeding now, I think that she should still go to the hospital and have it looked at. Gunning didn't want it to seem too unreal, so she deliberately left the wound open. The hair could cover the wound, so it wasn't very bad. After all, Gunning could remove the scar later if Su Anya wanted. After that, Su Zhenhao and his wife immediately took Su Anya to the hospital. Jean Kersen was also admitted to the hospital because she was also badly injured. When Jean Kersen left the hospital in a few days, she would be sentenced by the court. Yuan Jisong, on the other hand, stayed to see the guests out on behalf of Su Zhenhao. Chu Peihan and the others went home together, while Gunning along with Gao Yi and Xiaoya followed Lan Yubin to his house. Coincidentally, Lan Yubin lived in Fenghua Luxury Mansion too. The Lan family's house was a 2-story loft with a small garden in Zone B, and it looked like a villa. It was still early, so Lan Yubin's wife and son together with their housemaid were still awake. They were watching TV in the living room. Seeing Lan Yubin walking inside with several strangers, Mrs. Lan didn't ask further but told the housemaid to pour cups of tea. June, this is Miss Gu. She has a special medicine which can cure most diseases. Miss Su's head was badly injured today, but her wound stopped bleeding and aching after taking Miss Gu's medicine, so I invite Miss Gu to see Tianhua, Lan Yubin said to his wife. Tianhua was Lan Yubin's son Lan Tianhua. Mrs. Lan's eyes lit up at once. Really? Please let me see his calf first. Gu Ning didn't want to make promises right now, because they would find out the effects soon enough. Sure, Mrs. Lan said. She immediately helped Lan Tianhua roll the pant to his knee. Seeing that Gu Ning was very young, Mrs. Lan had doubts. However, she had the same feelings as Lan Yubin. As long as it was effective, she wouldn't allow herself to miss any chance to cure her son. And Lan Yubin had also said that Miss Gu had cured Miss Su's injury, so she chose to believe Gu Ning. Lan Tianhua, of course, was eager to be healthy again. The muscles of his calf were so weak that his calf was left with only a bone. Gu Ning walked forward and pinched his calf, but Lan Tianhua had no feeling at all. Miss Gu, how is it? Can it be cured? Lan Yubin was nervous. Yes, but it takes 3 pills, Gu Ning said. Really? Lan Yubin and his wife were thrilled to know that their son could be cured, so they didn't care how much it cost. Well, I can give him 1 pill now. Within 5 minutes his calf will regain feeling, Gu Ning said and took out a small porcelain bottle with power crystals inside. What? In 5 minutes? Lan Yubin and his wife rounded their eyes in shock and couldn't believe their ears. Then Gu Ning poured out a power crystal and gave it to Lan Tianhua. Tianhua, take it now, and your leg will regain feeling. Really? Lan Tianhua ached to stand up, but after years of medical treatment, he still sat in this wheelchair. Yes, Gu Ning said with a smile. Great, I'll take it, Lan Tianhua said. He opened his mouth and swallowed the power crystal Gu Ning gave him. All of a sudden, he felt a cold air spreading through his body, which was quite comfortable. Lan Yubin and his wife kept staring at Lan Tianhua. Both of them were pretty nervous. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes later, Lan Tianhua's calf finally started to have feeling. It even twitched a few times. Lan Yubin and his wife noticed and asked without delay. Tianhua, how do you feel now? A little painful but cold, Lan Tianhua replied. The pain was tolerable. If you can feel the pain, it means that your calf is recovering, Gu Ning said. It took time for Lan Tianhua's calf to get back to normal, so it was natural that it would be painful. Hearing that, Lan Yubin and his wife cried in happiness. Gu Ning gave the porcelain bottle to Lan Yubin and said, There are another 2 pills in it. Take a pill every 3 days, and its effect will be increasingly obvious. After taking the 3 pills, he's likely to walk. However, during the period, his calf must be massaged every day so that it'll recover faster. Lan Yubin took the porcelain bottle. His hands were trembling in excitement, but he held it tightly in his hands because these pills could cure his son. Thank you so much, Miss Gu, Lan Yubin said. 3 pills cost 3 million yuan. Lan Yubin took out a check and wrote the amount down. He gave the check to Gu Ning and Gu Ning gave it to Gao Yi. After that, Gu Ning left the Lan family's house. Gu Ning told Gao Yi to redeem the check tomorrow. Gu Ning didn't like checks and preferred cash. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye also needed to pack up for tomorrow's flight to City Ji. Gao Yi and Xiao Ye were Gu Ning's reliable assistants now. Qin Haojing went back to his home and seemed in a bad mood. Mrs. Qin was worried about him, and Qin Haojing told her what had happened in the Su family today. It wasn't a secret anymore since there were so many socialites at the party. When Mrs. Qin found out that Gu Ning was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, she was quite amazed, but she wouldn't doubt her husband's words. As for how Gu Ning had rescued Su Aya with her special medicine, Mrs. Qin also thought it was too incredible. Wow, Gu Ning is so amazing. She has 1 billion yuan of wealth at such a young age, Mrs. Qin said. Indeed. I think that Yifan is right. Although Gu Ning can't compare with us now, She could soon be richer than any of the other super-rich families in City F, Qin Haojing said. Well, unfortunately, Gu Ning doesn't have feelings towards Yifan. In the beginning, Mrs. Qin didn't want Qin Yifan to date an ordinary girl, but now she found out that Gu Ning wasn't simple at all. She felt that it was a shame that Gu Ning had rejected Qin Yifan. Qin Yifan was standing at the stairs and heard his parents' conversation. He wasn't very shocked when he heard that Gu Ning was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, because he had always had the same idea in his mind. However, he was astonished by the fact that Gu Ning had rescued Su Anya. Although he knew that Gu Ning wasn't simple, she did surprise him again and again. However, he was attracted to Gu Ning not because she had so many unbelievable skills, but because of her personality. During this time, Qin Yifan had recovered a lot from Gu Ning's rejection. Although it was still painful to think about Gu Ning, he had already given up. After all, a romantic relationship wasn't something that you could get after working hard. On their way home, Gu Ning suddenly thought of Su Zhenhao. She thought that it was better to deal with his problem right now, so she called Su Anya at once. Su Anya was being examined, so Su Zhenhao answered the call, which was exactly what Gu Ning wanted. Hi Gu Ning, Anya is being tested right now, so it isn't convenient for her to answer your call, Su Zhenhao said gently. Uncle Su, I called exactly for you, Gu Ning said. Oh, what's wrong? Su Zhenhao asked with a little surprise. He thought that Gu Ning might need his help. Uncle Su, have you been feeling uncomfortable recently and been constantly having nightmares? Sometimes you almost faint, Gu Ning asked. Hearing that, Su Zhenhao was struck dumb. Exactly, I've been busy recently and seldom have rest, Su Zhenhao said. Su Zhenhao didn't think that he was sick or something, but had thought that he was too busy. Did you get any antiques recently? Gu Ning asked again.
Su Zhenhao frowned slightly.
He didn't understand why Gu Ning asked that, but he believed that Gu Ning had no intention to harm him, so he replied, Yes, one of my good friends sent me a golden Buddha 2 weeks ago. Did you start to feel uncomfortable after you received the golden Buddha? Gu Ning asked. Su Zhenhao was smart enough to understand Gu Ning's meaning. It was possible that the golden Buddha was the reason why he felt so uncomfortable these days. Su Zhenhao didn't believe it in the beginning. How could a golden Buddha make a human uncomfortable? However, he wasn't stubborn. Although he didn't believe in gods or ghosts, he had heard some stories about them. Even though it was very hard to believe it, he did start to feel uncomfortable right after he received the golden Buddha. Yes, I did feel sick after receiving the golden Buddha, and it gets worse day by day, Su Zhenhao said. After a while he added, Gu Ning, you must know the reason since you asked me the question. Although I don't believe in gods or ghosts, I trust you, and you can tell me directly. Well, then I'll be honest with you. I noticed that your face is unusually pale and your forehead is dark black, which are the symptoms of getting affected by Yin. From what I know till now, antiques are objects which can carry Yin, because they've been buried under the ground with dead people for so many years. If a living person is affected by Yin, he will get sick and die after a long while, Gu Ning said. What? Su Zhenhao was shocked. Even though he was mentally prepared when he heard that he could die after a long time of being affected by Yin, Su Zhenhao's pale face turned even paler. I know that it sounds very strange and unbelievable, but the world is big and full of strange things. I think you better accept it, Gu Ning said. Well, what should I do now? Su Zhenhao asked. Although it was still hard for him to accept it, he chose to follow Gu Ning's advice. I'm not sure that the golden Buddha is the source yet. Please show it to me when I visit you at your company tomorrow. If it does carry Yin, you can give it to me and I know how to drive the Yin away. I can give it back to you after that. As long as you're apart from Yin, you'll recover gradually, Gu Ning said. Sure, Su Zhenhao answered. He didn't doubt Gu Ning's aim at all, nor ask how she knew all these things about Yin because he understood that he shouldn't ask further if Gu Ning didn't say more herself. As long as Gu Ning was helping him sincerely, it was enough. After Gu Ning hung up with Su Zhenhao, Gaoi asked curiously, Boss, does Yin really exist? Xiaoya was also curious because this was the first time that they had ever heard of it. Yes, Gu Ning replied but didn't explain further. Gao Yi and Xiaoya stopped asking, but they all believed Gu Ning. When Gu Ning got home, she told Gu Man that she was going to City G, and her mother, of course, allowed her. After Gu Man found out that Gu Ning was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, she thought that it was quite reasonable that Gu Ning flew to City G often. The next day around 9 a.m., Gu Ning along with Gao Yi and Xiaoya drove to the Su family's company. Gu Ning called Su Zhenhao when they parked the car in the parking lot. Su Zhenhao then immediately packed the golden Buddha and went to meet Gu Ning. The moment Gu Ning saw the golden Buddha, she knew she had made the right choice because the golden Buddha carried thick yin. Gu Ning took the golden Buddha and gave a porcelain bottle to Su Zhenhao. "Uncle Su, take the pills inside and you'll recover soon." Su Zhenhao knew that the pills were Gu Ning's special medicine, which cost 1,000,000 yuan a pill. 1,000,000 yuan was nothing to Su Zhenhao, who was a super rich businessman, and he was willing to pay the price as well, but he was declined by Gu Ning. Su Zhenhao insisted on giving Gu Ning money, but Gu Ning wouldn't take it, so he had to compromise at the end. And now he owed Gu Ning a big favor. That morning, many people called Lan Yubin, continuously asking him about his son's condition and whether Gu Ning's medicine was effective. The answer was affirmative, and his son was able to walk within half a month. Lan Yubin also intentionally advertised for Gu Ning. With the affirmative answer, some who wanted the medicine too asked Lan Yubin for Gu Ning's phone number. They also wanted to buy her special medicine. However, without Gu Ning's permission, Lan Yubin didn't tell them. Lan Yubin told Gu Ning about it later, but Gu Ning rejected giving them her phone number because she had no time to deal with them at the moment. Afterward, two pieces of shocking news about Gu Ning went across City F. People all heard that the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry was an 18-year-old girl whose name was Gu Ning, and that she had a special medicine with great effects, could cure most diseases. Miss Su was an example. Most people believed the first piece of news because a majority of socialites with high social status were all aware of it, but few people would believe the second piece of news, because nobody thought that a kind of medicine existed which could cure most diseases in this world. No matter what, Gu Ning shocked many people in City F. She was only 18 years old and she already had a jewelry company with 1 billion yuan in assets. Many news reporters wanted to interview Gu Ning, but Gu Ning wouldn't answer their calls. Gu Qinxiang also heard the astonishing news. He was struck dumb and couldn't believe that the Gu Ning in the news was the one he knew, but there was no such coincidence that they shared the same age and name. It was very hard for Gu Qinxiang to accept the truth. He was already quite jealous of their beauty salon and construction materials store. If they also had a jewelry company, Gu Qinxiang would be hit heavily. He had worked so hard for over 20 years, and finally became a successful businessman with only dozens of millions of yuan in assets, but Gu Ning turned into a billionaire within several months. He knew that Gu Ning wasn't weak now, but he couldn't help calling Gu Man after he heard the news. The old lady was still in the hospital, so Gu Man didn't block Gu Qinxiang's phone number in case anything bad happened to her mother, and she would miss it. Although she hated her mother, she wasn't cold-blooded. And the old lady was paralyzed from the waist down. She couldn't walk but had to lie on the bed or move in a wheelchair. It was unlikely that she would cause Gu Man any more trouble. "Gu Man, is Gu Ning the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry?" Gu Qinxiang asked. He didn't dare to annoy them, so he didn't sound high up in the air like he had been in the past. Gu Man already heard the news that everyone was discussing, so she wasn't surprised that Gu Qinxiang got to know it too. "So what? It has nothing to do with you." Gu Qinxiang was struck speechless, because it did have nothing to do with him, and so he hung up. Gu Qing, on the other hand, was still in shock. She was so surprised by the fact that Gu Ning, who was her niece, was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Qin Zheng, Chen Xiao, Xiao Feifei, Lin Lijuan, and Gu Xiaoxiao also heard the news, and nobody was more astonished than them. How is it possible? Lin Lijuan refused to believe that it was true. "No, it must not the Gu Ning that we know. She's too poor to run a jewelry store," Gu Xiaoxiao said. As for those discussions, Gu Ning didn't care at all, because she had already arrived at City G. It was 12:30 p.m. when they landed at the airport in City G. Once she got off the plane, She turned on her phone and surprisingly found tons of unknown calls and messages. After reading them, Gu Ning understood that the news reporters were eager to find and interview her. Nevertheless, she was occupied now. In case they would call her again, she sent messages back to them saying that she wasn't in City F and couldn't receive interviews. Those news reporters immediately asked when she would be back, but Gu Ning ignored them again. After that, she took a taxi to downtown for lunch. Gu Ning had contacted Yan Zhenglin before she came to City G, so Yan Zhenglin's group was already waiting for her in the hotel. Gu Ning had also given a document in which she wrote down all the properties of Hongyun Group that she planned to acquire to Yan Zhenglin, so that she would know their price when she arrived. The market price was 2.5 billion yuan, but the price that Gu Ning was offered was only 1.3 billion yuan, which was 700 million yuan less than her anticipation. It was a huge discount indeed, and it was the most Yan Zhenglin could offer her. And the reason why Gu Ning could get the price was because she had contributed a lot in the case against the Hongyun Group. After the meal, Yan Zhenglin took Gu Ning to finish the legal procedures in person. Before long it was settled. After that, Gu Ning told Gao Yi and Xiaoya to give the information to Guangyao. They would assist Guangyao in dealing with things. The hotels and restaurants under the Hongyun Group would be redecorated with a new name. In addition, Gu Ning planned to upgrade them to 5-star hotels, and the new name would be the Fengting Hotel. The restaurants would be upgraded as well, and renamed as the Fengting Restaurant. Feng Changsheng was ambitious, so his hotels and restaurants all had great locations. There was no problem in changing them into high-end places. As for the shopping mall, Gu Ning decided to leave it open as usual, because she would lose 1 million yuan if it closed for even a day. Gu Ning planned to fly to City B alone the next day, while Gao Yi and Xiaoya took a plane back to City F that day. Gu Ning only spent a night in City G, so she didn't call Master Yan and the other masters. She went to the Jade Beauty Jewelry store and met Zhou Zhenghong. "Uncle Zhou, how are you doing?"
Gu Ning sighed.
"All is well. However, Xiaoping came to me a few days ago, and he tried to sell Zhoufu jewelry to me at the price of 50 million yuan. Zhoufu jewelry isn't worth 10 million yuan at the moment, so I'd be dumb to buy it. I would be lying if I said that I have no feelings towards Zhoufu jewelry. I built the brand after all. But I also know that it's already history, and I'm moving to the future with Jade Beauty Jewelry." Zhou Zhenghong didn't hide the fact that Xiaoping had come to him. At the same time, he showed his loyalty to Jade Beauty Jewelry before Gu Ning. Hearing that, Gu Ning felt comforted. She was, of course, happy to hear that Zhou Zhenghong was loyal to Jade Beauty Jewelry since he already worked for her. Gu Ning would allow him to have a sideline, but it couldn't be jewelry. She didn't want to see them competing against each other. Gu Ning didn't stay there long, because Zhou Zhenghong had to go home to eat with his son, so they separated. Coincidentally, Gu Ning met Song Manny in the restaurant and sat right next to her. Song Manny was sitting across another woman who was her age. They were chatting while eating. "Manny, what's your next step?" the woman asked. "I'll quit and sell the house before I leave City G. I want to live in a new environment," Song Manny said. Although she felt disgusted by her ex-husband's family, she was also hurt, so she wanted to start anew. "Where are you moving to? You've worked so hard to be a design director, and now you have to start afresh," the woman said. She felt sorry for Song Manny. "It's fine. I'm single and without any pressure now. And since I've exposed what Song Meishin did, Feng Jie keeps begging me to get back together with him. I'm just so sick of him, so it's better that I move away," Song Manny said. Speaking of Song Meishin, the woman's face was full of obvious dislike. "The bitch is so terrible. She even wanted to make Feng Jie the father of her child. However, thanks to her, you were able to see the real face of Feng Jie. Feng Jie's family is really shameless. Feng Jie is the one who is infertile, but they blamed you for it. I have to say that karma is real." Hearing that, Gu Ning was surprised by the drama. Luckily, the result wasn't bad. However, if she had been Song Manny, she would have tortured the whole shameless family to get revenge. Gu Ning thought that Song Manny was a clever, skillful woman. Since Song Manny planned to start anew, and Gu Ning lacked qualified workers, why didn't she hire Song Manny? When they had almost finished the meal, the woman who was Song Manny's friend received a call and left, while Song Manny sat there alone. Gu Ning took her half-finished dishes walking to the table where Song Manny sat. "May I have a seat?" Song Manny recognized Gu Ning at first glance and was a little surprised. "Please." With Song Manny's permission, Gu Ning sat down on the opposite side. Im Guam Ning. "And I couldn't help but hear your talk with your friend just then. I happened to hear that you want to change your job and live in a new environment. May I know your previous job?" Gu Ning asked. Song Manny thought that Gu Ning was just casually chatting with her, so she didn't mind. "Interior design. It's a great job with a high salary but quite tiring. Do you want to continue doing that?" Gu Ning asked. "Well, just as you said. It's a great job with a high salary but quite tiring too. If it hadn't been for my family, I wouldn't have worked so hard to make money. I even got cervical spondylosis because of it, but I'm single now and I can take it easy. As for the job, it depends. If I continue to work as an interior designer, I'll work less and take care of myself. And I don't mind changing to a new job either," Song Manny said. Since Song Manny was willing to be honest with her, Gu Ning laid her cards on the table. "I think that you must be really good to be able to be a design director at such a young age, so I'd like to hire you as my employee. As for the title, you can choose. Whether it's jewelry store manager, hotel manager, restaurant manager or shopping mall manager, just say it. As long as you think you're qualified, you can work in my headquarters too. If you're interested, we can talk more about the details." Song Manny was surprised by what Gu Ning had said. What? Her headquarters? It wasn't because Gu Ning was so young many young people started their own companies, but because it sounded like Gu Ning had many companies under her name. Like a jewelry store, hotels, restaurants, shopping malls and so on. It wasn't a company. It was a business group. Although Gu Ning looked serious, and it didn't seem like she was lying, Song Manny still doubted its authenticity. They were merely strangers after all. Gu Ning didn't interrupt her thoughts, but enjoyed her dishes and waited for Song Manny to get her mind back. After a long time, Song Manny finally got her mind back and said, "If it's true, I'd like to have a try. However, the point is whether it is real." "Of course it is, and I'll prove it to you after the meal," Gu Ning said. Since Gu Ning said so, Song Manny temporarily believed her. "Where would my workplace be?" 3 second-tier cities in Province D and the capital," Gu Ning replied. Hearing the capital, Song Manny's eyes lit up. She had wanted to build her career in the capital, but because of her ex-husband, she had chosen to stay in City F instead. Unfortunately, it didn't end up well. "Are you sure that you're not an agent?" Song Manny asked with doubt because the range of the company was so big, and she couldn't believe that Gu Ning was able to run a big business group of that size. That was the point. Gu Ning was too young to be a founder of a large business group in her eyes. Gu Ning wasn't mad at all. It wouldn't be normal if Song Manny didn't doubt her. At that time, Gu Ning finished her meal. She took out a file with all the copies of her properties from inside her backpack. Normally, Gu Ning would put her important stuff in her telepathic eye space. She didn't mind letting Song Manny know her real identity, because she chose her. However, Gu Ning wouldn't tell Song Manny everything about her properties. She only showed Song Manny some of the documents for Jade Beauty Jewelry, Shanghua Real Estate, Fenghua Entertainment, and the other companies that she had just acquired from the Hongyun Group. When Song Manny read the copies, she was completely astonished. "Wow!" Song Manny looked at Gu Ning with amazement after reading but couldn't say anything. "This young girl is so unbelievable. She's the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Shanghua Real Estate, and she just acquired many properties from the Hongyun Group." Song Manny hadn't heard of Fenghua Entertainment yet, because it was a newly established company, so she wasn't very interested. However, she did know Shanghua Real Estate. The company had almost gone bankrupt but had been bought by a mysterious person. Unexpectedly, the mysterious person was this young girl right before her eyes. She also knew about Jade Beauty Jewelry, which had just caused a big sensation in City F, and was the most popular brand in the jewelry industry now. Gu Ning had really astonished Song Manny. Although the documents could be forged, Song Manny chose to believe Gu Ning. If you still don't believe me, you can check at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, Gu Ning said, although she knew that Song Manny would trust her. Song Manny inhaled deeply before she said, I'm really surprised that you're able to achieve so much at such a young age. I do admire you and I'm willing to work for you, but I prefer the capital to province.
D.
The headquarters are in the capital, but it's still being decorated. There will be many departments like human resources, finance and so forth. We lack staff working there now because it's newly built, so you can choose to be the manager of any department as long as you're able to do the job. Of course, I'll also give you chances to practice. Other than the positions in the headquarters, I'm going to open branches of Fenghua Entertainment, Jade Beauty Jewelry, and Shanghua Real Estate too. However, you'll only get promoted in the headquarters, Gu Ning said. Although Gu Ning's business group was still young, Song Manny believed that it would be successful, because Jade Beauty Jewelry and Shanghua Real Estate were great examples. Song Manny also believed that Gu Ning had the ability to build her business empire. I'll work in human resources at the headquarters. Song Manny chose HR because she was more familiar with that department and had worked in it before. Gu Ning immediately took out a contract and a pen from her backpack. She wrote on it and said, Well, I'm not just saying it and we can sign the labor contract now. Although the office building of our headquarters is still under decoration, we're badly in need of staff. If you're not busy right now, I hope that you can fly over and start to work right away. You'll be paid 20,000 yuan a month without accommodation. Don't worry about the salary, it can be increased in the future, and you'll get a bonus too. As for the monthly salary, Song Manny was surprised, not because it was low, but because it was higher than she had thought. She had just started, and 20,000 yuan was quite a lot compared to her peers. Even in the capital, which was the most advanced city in this country, 20,000 yuan a month was high. Moreover, her salary could increase in the future, and she would get a bonus too. Facing such appealing conditions, Song Manny had no complaints. As for the accommodation, Song Manny didn't worry about it at all. Her house was worth 2 million yuan in City G, and she planned to sell it as soon as possible. 2 million was enough for her to buy a single apartment in the capital. She just got divorced and had no plan to marry again in the short term. And if she was going to enter a second marriage, she would definitely marry a man with a house, because she had learned her lesson from her last marriage. Gu Ning signed her name on the contract and handed it to Song Manny. There was nothing serious for Song Manny to deal with in City G now. She had already handed in her resignation letter, and could leave after 3 days. She had also put her house on sale. Although nobody called her yet, she wasn't worried, because she could rent an apartment in the capital for a short time. She had a savings of 10,000 yuan in her account too, which was enough to support her for a relatively long time. In addition, she would get the salary from her new job after a month. Therefore, she had enough money to live her life. Song Manny read the contract and signed her name. I'm not mean. Although you're the manager of HR in my company, you can have a sideline in your free time, Gu Ning said. Song Manny's major was interior design, and Gu Ning would love to see her follow her interest. Maybe Song Manny would go back to working as an interior designer someday. No matter what, as long as Song Manny was still willing to work for her, Gu Ning wouldn't mind. Hearing that, Song Manny was surprised and appreciated Gu Ning's kindness. Interior design was her major, and she was unwilling to give it up. After signing the contract, Gu Ning said, I'll make a call first. She called Nguangyao and asked him when the decoration of the office building would start. Nguangyao told her that it would begin tomorrow. The headquarters of their business group was under refurbishment, which was a large project, so Nguangyao cleared his schedule for it. Gu Ning then told Nguangyao that she had hired Song Manny, who would fly to the capital to assist him. Gu Ning didn't know much about decoration, so she asked Nguangyao what jobs Song Manny could do. After hearing that Song Manny's major was interior design, Nguangyao was excited. He had wanted to hire an interior designer to be in charge of the interior style of the office building, but he hadn't found a qualified designer yet. If Song Manny could come, it would solve a big problem. Song Manny was also excited after Gu Ning told her the news. Gu Ning told Song Manny to design her office first. They didn't separate until 8 p.m. After that, Gu Ning went straight back to clean water blue sky. She had been so busy these days, but once she had a break, she couldn't help missing Lung shouting. Having a boyfriend with a special identity and being unable to contact him whenever she wanted, Gu Ning felt resigned sometimes, but she loved him very much and would accept everything about him. The next day, Gu Ning arrived at the airport of City G around 8:30 a.m. However, when she had just entered the lounge, she received Zhou Zhenghong's call. Zhou Zhenghong said that his son had been kidnapped that morning by Xiaoping. Xiaoping asked for 10 million yuan, or he would kill Zhou Zhenghong's son. What was worse, Zhou Zhenghong only had half an hour left. Hearing that, Gu Ning was furious. She turned and walked out again. Zhou Zhenghong was her staff. Since his family was in danger, there was no reason for her to stand aside. Xiaoping was digging a grave for himself. In fact, Xiaoping just wanted money, because he also knew that Jade Beauty Jewelry wasn't Zhou Zhenghong's company. Uncle Zhou, did Xiaoping tell you their location? Gu Ning asked. No, Zhou Zhenghong's voice was trembling. Don't panic. I'll be right there, Gu Ning said before she hung up. She then immediately called Kay and told him Zhou Zhenghong's address. Gu Ning ordered Kay to hack all the surveillance cameras around Zhou Zhenghong's house. If he saw a young boy around 13 years old being kidnapped, he would track the direction that the boy was taken. Kay was an ace hacker, and he brought his computer everywhere with him. The minute he received Gu Ning's order, he acted. 15 minutes later, Kay sent the address where the boy was being kept to Gu Ning. It was an abandoned factory in the suburb which was owned by Xiaoping. To Gu Ning's surprise, Xiaoping had abducted Zhou Zhenghong's son by himself. Gu Ning told the taxi driver to drive straight to the address and sent Zhou Zhenghong a message on the way. Gu Ning. Uncle Zhou, I got someone to check the surveillance camera, so I found where Xiaoping is now. Trust me, I'll bring your son back to you. 10 minutes later, Gu Ning arrived. However, she didn't tell the driver to stop the car near the abandoned factory. Instead, she got out at an apartment building 100 meters away. There were apartment buildings here and there, so the taxi driver didn't think about why Gu Ning came here. After leaving the taxi, Gu Ning didn't run to the abandoned factory at once. She used her jade eyes to check the surroundings first, in case Xiaoping would notice her and hurt Zhou Zhenghong's son. However, she only had 3 minutes left. If Xiaoping didn't get the money within half an hour, it was likely that he would kill Zhou Zhenghong's son. Therefore, when Gu Ning saw that Xiaoping couldn't see her from his position, she dashed to the abandoned factory without delay. With her unusual speed, it only took 6 seconds for her to run 100 meters, which broke the record of athletes at an international level. In the abandoned factory, Zhou Zhenghong's son, Zhou Huan, was on the ground. He was tied tightly with ropes and his mouth was stuffed with a rug. Xiaoping walked around anxiously with a sharp knife in his hand. Seeing that the time was running out, but Zhou Zhenghong still didn't transfer the money to his account as he had demanded, Xiaoping was extremely upset. He looked to Zhou Huan evilly like he was going to kill him. Well, it seems like your father won't be rescuing you. Zhou Huan was trembling in fear and despair on the ground, but he didn't believe that his father would abandon him. Xiaoping was the only kidnapper. Since Gu Ning had already arrived at the factory, she wasn't worried that there would be other men who would hurt Zhou Huan. And that being the case, she kicked the gate open with a loud sound and ran inside. Xiaoping was surprised. However, before he could react, he was heavily hit in the stomach and was kicked 3 meters away before he fell onto the ground. Under such an abrupt and violent attack, Xiaoping passed out before he could even moan in pain. Zhou Huan rounded his eyes in shock after watching the scene. Gu Ning came to Zhou Huan and unfastened the ropes. Zhou Huan, your father called me to rescue you. Gu Ning had heard what Xiaoping said to Zhou Huan, so she said that to comfort him. Hearing that, Zhou Huan burst into tears. Although he refused to believe that his father would abandon him, he had been terrified. After Gu Ning's explanation, he was relieved. His father would never abandon him but turned to a kung fu master for help. Indeed, in Zhou Huan's eyes, Gu Ning was a kung fu master. Gu Ning let Zhou Huan cry to release his fear, and called Zhou Zhenghong at once. Zhou Zhenghong heard the sound of Zhou Huan's crying on the phone and finally relaxed. He repeatedly thanked Gu Ning. He then asked Gu Ning where they were and said that he would come right away. Xiaoping was still lying on the ground, and it wasn't convenient for Gu Ning to leave here with Zhou Huan, so she told Zhou Zhenghong the address. After that, Gu Ning called the police. And when the policeman heard that it was Gu Ning, he didn't dare to hesitate and sent policemen to help them without delay, including the captain of the criminal police force. Ever since their director had called in person and ordered them to release Gu Ning last time, her name was spread across the police station and none of the policemen dared to ignore her now. Zhou Zhenghong arrived at almost the same time as the policeman. Gu Ning showed the captain the video in which Xiaoping had kidnapped Zhou Huan a few hours ago, and the captain arrested Xiaoping without further questions. After that, Zhou Zhenghong went home with Zhou Huan, while Gu Ning went straight to the airport. Because of the accident, Gu Ning missed her plane, so she had to change her flight. Unexpectedly, she met a familiar man in the lounge after the change. The man was Li Jinyu. Ever since Li Zhenzhen's death, the Li family was drowned in sadness, and Li Jinyu looked exhausted. Seeing Gu Ning, Li Jinyu wore an evil expression. Although Gu Ning had nothing to do with the death of Li Zhenzhen, Li Jinyu just hated her so much. However, he wasn't in the mood to pick on Gu Ning now. Gu Ning just glanced at Li Jinyu and ignored him. It was still early, so Gu Ning went to a nearby Western restaurant and ordered a cup of coffee. Guam Ning. All of a sudden, someone greeted her. Gu Ning raised her head and noticed a tall, handsome man standing by her table. He was the boss of the cafe, Alan, that Bai Shuian admired from afar.
Alan, Gu Ning smiled.
Would you mind if I had a seat here? Alan asked politely. Of course not, please, Gu Ning said. Where are you heading to? Alan asked. City B, how about you?
Gu Ning replied.
What a coincidence. I'm flying to City B too, but I have to transfer to Germany then, Alan said. They talked for a little while longer and soon it was the departure time. Alan sat in the first class while Gu Ning's seat was in the economy class, so they separated once they were aboard. Gu Ning didn't see Li Jinyu again, maybe because their flights weren't the same. Just a short time after the plane which Gu Ning stepped aboard took off, a military helicopter slowly landed at a private airport in the capital. After landing, 4 men got out of the helicopter one by one. They were Leng Xiaoting, Chanmeng, Su Jinshan and Xian Bei, who ranked 5th in the Red Flame. The moment they were out the helicopter, Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait to turn on his phone and make a call. Chanmeng and the other teammates shook their heads resignedly. Without a doubt, Leng Xiaoting had to be calling Gu Ning. It seemed that their boss was deeply in love with Gu Ning, but it was better than being single and alone forever. Leng Xiaoting indeed called Gu Ning, but her phone was powered off. Gu Ning had told Leng Xiaoting that she would only turn her phone off in planes. Otherwise, there had to be no signal or the phone ran out of power. Thus Leng Xiaoting thought that Gu Ning had to be on a plane now. Where is she going? Leng Xiaoting thought. City G? Thinking that Gu Ning was flying to City G, Leng Xiaoting was displeased. He was anxious to meet her, but unfortunately, he still had something else to deal with now. Xian Bei rubbed his stomach and said, Come on, let's go dine together.
I'm starving.
Let's go. Jinshan will pay the bill, Chenmeng said. Hey, stop exploiting me. Don't forget to respect the old and cherish the young.
Su Jinshan com lai.
However, it was no big deal for him to buy his teammates a meal. He just disliked that they treated him like an ATM. Well, we know that, but you need to respect us first, and then we'll cherish you. Xian Bei laid his arm on Su Jinshan's shoulder. They were very close and didn't care about age. Leave me alone. Su Jinshan got rid of Xian Bei's arm. You're just used to taking advantage of me. Saying that, they noticed that Leng Xiaoting had suddenly stopped in front of them. What's wrong with boss? Su Jinshan asked. Oh no, I feel something must be wrong, Xian Bei said. It seems boss's call wasn't answered. Chunmeng gave Xian Bei a glance of disdain. It was obvious that their boss's call wasn't answered.
Xin by Shroget.
Hey, go and ask whether boss is going to dine with us, Xian Bei said to Su Jinchen. Why me?
Su Yin Chen Rito.
Leng Xiaoting was displeased now, and the last thing he wanted to do was to annoy his boss. At that time Leng Xiaoting abruptly turned around, which scared the men behind him. I need to go back to the Leng family's house. You can enjoy yourselves, Leng Xiaoting said. After that Leng Xiaoting left. It was during the day, so only Master Leng was in the Leng family's house. Leng Changji was surprised to see Leng Xiaoting coming home, and welcomed him in excitement. Master Leng, on the other hand, criticized him the moment Leng Xiaoting appeared. Xiaoting, why didn't you tell me that your girlfriend was the girl who rescued Zhang's grandson? You already know now, Leng Xiaoting said. He didn't think that it was necessary to tell his grandfather everything about Gu Ning. Most importantly, Gu Ning wouldn't allow him to do so. Otherwise he would tell the whole world that Gu Ning was his girl. Master Leng didn't know how to argue back, but he just felt unhappy that Leng Xiaoting didn't tell him in person. Oh, it's very unusual that you come home right after you finished a task. What about your girlfriend? Master Leng teased. I have something serious to deal with right now, Leng Xiaoting said. What? Master Leng asked. Master Leng understood that it had to be something important that Leng Xiaoting wanted to discuss with him since he came back home. Master Leng and Leng Xiaoting were alone in the study, so Leng Xiaoting said it directly. Grandpa, do you still remember Chan Chuin's older cousin, Chan Jinpeng, who was killed in a car accident 3 years ago? We stalked a drug dealer group in Burma this time. Unexpectedly, the person who makes deals with the group is precisely Chan Jinpeng, who changed his name to Long Tianhu. In order to not alert him, I didn't meet Chen Jinpeng in person. And as the later investigation shows, Chen Jinpeng is a senior manager of the Kirin gang. In that case, the car accident which happened 3 years ago was completely a plot, which helped Chen Jinpeng to cover his real identity. I don't know whether Shen Yanfeng is aware of it. I'm still investigating him. However, if he knows, it proves that the Shen family is much more ambitious than we thought. They always knew that the Shen family was ambitious, but didn't expect that they would be that ambitious and bold. In addition, the Shen family was close to the Leng family, so the Leng family hadn't doubted their behavior or conduct an investigation. What? Hearing that, Master Leng was quite shocked and was then furious. The Shen family was also involved in politics, and government officials hated to be connected with gangs. If a government official wasn't close to and didn't make deals with gangs, he would be safe. However, if a government official did illegal things with gangs, he was doomed in his political career and would be sentenced to jail. Since the Shen family was a relative of the Leng family, Master Leng wouldn't be happy to see them being involved with gangs. And he decided to take action after a clear investigation. If the Shen family hadn't done any illegal things with gangs yet, Master Leng would remind them to stay away from them, which was the most he could do. However, if the Shen family was involved in crimes, Master Leng definitely wouldn't defend them. Master Leng disliked gangs a lot. If he found out that his granddaughter-in-law-to-be was friends with the leader of the Qing gang, he would be astonished, but luckily, Gu Ning wasn't involved in any crimes with the Qing gang. I told you this so that you can be more cautious, but you don't need to get involved, Leng Xiaoting said. He understood that his grandfather helped the Shen family for the sake of his grandmother, but Master Leng was aged now. Leng Xiaoting didn't want him to be worried, and it was possible that the Shen family would hurt Master Leng if they found out that their dirty secret was exposed. Although there were ace bodyguards at Master Leng's sides, one could never be too careful. After the discussion with Master Leng, Leng Xiaoting left. He took his phone out once he walked out of the Leng family's house, but there were no new messages or calls, which proved that Gu Ning didn't see his unanswered call yet. However, it had been a long time, and Gu Ning should have arrived at City G already. Maybe she isn't going to City G, but somewhere else, Leng Xiaoting thought. Thinking of that, Leng Xiaoting called Gu Ning again. Her phone was still turned off. After 3 hours of flying, the plane Gu Ning took finally landed at the international airport of City B. Gu Ning turned on her phone the moment she got off the plane. She noticed Leng Xiaoting's missed calls and immediately called him back. Leng Xiaoting answered it within a second. Because he knew that Gu Ning would call him when she turned on her phone, he had held his phone in his hand the entire time. Ning Ning, Leng Xiaoting called her. I was on a plane and my phone was turned off. The plane just landed so I called you at once, Gu Ning explained. Where are you now? Leng Xiaoting asked. I heard people found antiques in a small village near City B, and there might is an ancient grave there, so I came here to have a look, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting thought of what they had been through last time and felt nervous. Are you alone? Gu Ning understood why Leng Xiaoting was nervous and comforted him. Don't worry. I'll be careful. And there is only a 1% possibility that what we experienced last time will happen again. If there were moving bodies in every ancient grave, the world would be in chaos. Indeed, if there were moving bodies in every ancient grave, this world would be in chaos already. Grave digging wasn't uncommon, and many archaeological teams would follow the trace left by gravediggers to discover the ancient graves, like this time. As for how the gravediggers found those ancient graves, Gu Ning had no idea, but they certainly had their own skills. Even so, Leng Xiaoting was still worried. However, he also understood that once Gu Ning made up her mind, nobody could stop her. All he had in mind now was to settle his business as soon as possible so that he could meet her. The moment Gu Ning left the arrivals, she heard many people shouting the same name crazily. Lin Xiaowei! Lin Xiaowei! Lin Xiaowei! Seeing the excited group of people, Gu Ning understood that they had to be some Stars fans and be here to pick up their idol. Within seconds, the group of young boys and girls dashed forward, not towards Gu Ning, but the woman next to her. The woman was Lin Xiaowei. The group of crazy fans ran so fast that even the bodyguards couldn't stop them. It was likely a stampede would happen. At that moment, an agonized female voice sounded. Help! Don't step on me! Help! However, those fans were screaming in excitement, and nobody heard the woman's voice calling for help, except Gu Ning. Gu Ning used her jade eyes at once and saw a young girl around 20 years old lying on the ground in pain. There were many stepping on her body and people kept moving forward violently. Gu Ning was mad. She ran forward and knocked the fans away. Although she limited her strength to not hurt them badly, the fans were still swearing at her. Luckily, the young girl wasn't far from Gu Ning, and Gu Ning soon came to rescue her from the people who stepped on her. The people were furious that Gu Ning pushed them away. However, when they realized what had happened, they were all shocked and became quiet all of a sudden. Gu Ning seized the young girl's hand and put power into her body without delay. Meanwhile, she glared at the people who had stepped on this poor girl. Call the ambulance now. People were all scared, and a bodyguard took out his phone to call the ambulance. However, the moment that Gu Ning raised her head, a middle-aged man was astonished by her face. Gu Ning looked just like him. He also had a strange feeling which made him want to get closer to Gu Ning. This middle-aged man was precisely Gu Ning's biological father, Tang Yunfan. Tang Yunfan had just come back from a business trip and saw the terrible scene when he walked out of the arrivals lounge. People were all staring at Gu Ning, so Gu Ning wasn't aware that Tang Yunfan was one of them too. How is she? The agent of the female star came over. The tragedy happened because of the female star, and they should care about the poor girl. Because if this news went abroad, the female star would be affected too. Although most of the wounds are on the skin, she's badly injured. One of the girl's ribs had been broken, but Gu Ning healed it with her power, so she didn't mention it. However, it wasn't reasonable if the girl wasn't injured at all after being violently stepped on by so many people, so Gu Ning didn't cure the girl completely. And the girl still looked pale from the pain. I'm so sorry about what has happened. We'll pay her medical fees and mental damage compensation, Lin Xiaowei said guiltily. Great, Gu Ning replied, then looked to those who had stepped on this poor girl. You owe this badly injured girl an apology. Those people were scared by Gu Ning's cold look and immediately apologized. I'm sorry. It's fine. I know that you didn't do it on purpose. Although the badly injured girl was still mad, She forgave them. The young girl then looked to Gu Ning and said, "Thank you so much for saving my life." Gu Ning replied lightly and remained quiet. The ambulance arrived later, and the girl was sent to the hospital. When Gu Ning left the airport, she sensed that someone was looking at her the entire time. However, the moment she turned around, Tang Yunfan walked away too, so Gu Ning only saw his back. Gu Ning didn't think about it any further and left too. "Boss, what's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable?" Secretary Yin Weiluan asked. "Nothing, let's go," Tang Yunfan said and walked straight to the gate. Gu Ning didn't take a taxi at once when she was outside of the airport, because she had no idea where the ancient grave was. Besides, City B was so big with so many nearby villages, so she couldn't know which one the one she wanted to go to was. She could only turn to K for help. Gu Ning asked K whether he could hack someone's phone and get its location. K gave her an affirmative answer. As long as the phone was on, it was easy for him to get its location. No matter what, it was worth trying, so Gu Ning told K to hack Su Anya's older brother, Su Anjuan's phone, and get its location. However, Gu Ning didn't know Su Anjuan's phone number. She could only tell K some basic information about Su Anjuan and let K do the job himself. As for the tasks assigned by Gu Ning, K never asked why, as long as it wouldn't hurt national interests. A few minutes later, K told Gu Ning that Su Anjuan's phone signal wasn't good, so he couldn't get its location for now. In that case, Gu Ning couldn't go to find the ancient grave now, but she told K to keep an eye on Su Anjuan. Once K found out where he was, K would tell Gu Ning. Gu Ning decided to visit the antique street in City B. City B was an important municipality, which was the center of this country's economy, transportation, technology, finance, and trade. While Gu Ning went to the antique street, what had happened at the airport went viral on the internet, and Lin Xiaowei received as many compliments as she did criticisms. Some thought that Lin Xiaowei was kind because she offered to pay the injured girl's medical fee and mental damage compensation. She had even taken the injured girl to the hospital in person. However, others believed that Lin Xiaowei was only protecting her own reputation, and it was merely a show. Luckily, more people felt for Lin Xiaowei, because they all knew that fans could sometimes be crazy, and the accident wasn't something that Lin Xiaowei wanted to see. Meanwhile, many people were also surprised by Gu Ning's brave behavior. Jesus! This girl is so awesome. She's able to knock so many people away. Exactly. She's strong and fast, which makes me think of a kung fu master. I bet she is one. You've watched too many TV shows, but I have to admit that this girl is quite skillful. When she says, "Call the ambulance now," she looks so powerful my body trembled in shock. And her sharp look was very terrifying. She's pretty though. Gu Ning, on the other hand, wasn't aware of and didn't care about those discussions. It took her more than an hour to get to the antique street with a car, even though there were no traffic jams along the way. When she finally arrived, she went to dine in a nearby restaurant before she walked in. The antique street in City B was as big and full of activity as the capital. Once Gu Ning ambled on the antique street, she used her jade eyes to scan through the objects laid on the stands at the sides of this street. Most of them were undoubtedly fake. However, by the time she had walked to the end, she still bought 3 valuable antiques. Within half an hour, Gu Ning finished her tour at the antique street, so she headed to the stone gambling street to have some fun afterward. When Gu Ning had just entered the stone gambling street, she noticed a group of people were in an animated discussion in front of a raw material shop. Gu Ning walked over. The shop was super crowded, but all the people inside were staring at the area where a worker was cutting raw materials. There was a big raw material that weighed around 200 pounds waiting to be cut out. This raw material already had a window that showed green, and it was highly possible that there was jade in it. However, the quality of the green was medium, so the price of this raw material wasn't high either. It had only cost 8 million yuan for that size. A middle-aged man was the buyer of this big raw material, and he fixed his eyes on it while his body was trembling with anxiety. This was his last hope. If he couldn't cut out jade anymore, his jewelry store would have to be closed. "Hey, do you think that there is jade inside?" Onlookers started to discuss. Although it was more likely to cut out jade from a raw material with a window that showed green, it was hard to tell the result. Probably. If not, Mr. Zhang is doomed, and his jewelry store will have to close. Indeed. Because his son annoyed an important figure's son, all his sources of jade were cut off. Even though there is jade on the market, someone will always bid a higher price than him for it, and now he has to play stone gambling. Exactly. However, Mr. Zhang has already spent almost 20 million yuan on stone gambling, without getting any jade. Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see the inside of the big raw material. Unfortunately, there was no jade but just a stone in it. However, right when Gu Ning was about to draw her gaze back, she saw that there was something wrong with the raw material. When she had a closer look, she found the reason. This big raw material was an artificial one. The jade which showed from the window was real, but it was just a thin piece. And its quality wasn't high, so it was only worth several 100,000 yuan. Through the thin jade piece, Gu Ning saw the tin foil or hard white paper inside, as well as the glue layer. The main part of this big raw material clearly consisted of granite and other rocks. As for the outer layer of this big raw material, it was also fake. It wasn't uncommon to see artificial raw materials in the stone gambling industry, which was a trick used by cunning businessmen to deceive customers. Normally, it was hard for ordinary people to distinguish the fake ones from a real one, unless with the help of a professional appraisal institution because they were skillfully made.
Kuning hatted frauds.
And since she encountered one, she wouldn't ignore it. Wait a second. When the worker was about to cut the big raw material, Gu Ning stopped him. Everyone looked at her with confusion. Gu Ning said to Mr. Zhang, "Mr. Zhang, I think that you better not buy this raw material." Why? Mr. Zhang didn't understand. However, before Gu Ning could say another word, the boss of this raw material shop, Mr. Yang, opened his mouth and his tone was unkind. "Miss, what do you mean?" Gu Ning looked to him and said calmly, "I think that you know the reason. You better give the money back to Mr. Zhang, otherwise." Gu Ning didn't finish her sentence, but her sneer and meaningful tone revealed everything. The boss of the raw material shop panicked a little. He wasn't sure whether Gu Ning knew the truth, but he refused to admit it. He already paid for this raw material, and there is no reason to regret. Mr. Yang pretended that he didn't understand Gu Ning's meaning. Oh, what if there is something wrong with this raw material?
Kuning sneered.
What? This raw material isn't right. Everyone was surprised. "Miss, are you serious?" Mr. Zhang asked anxiously. Although he wasn't certain that Gu Ning spoke the truth, he had to be cautious now. Mr. Yang, on the other hand, was struck dumb for a second. Then he snapped at Gu Ning. "You have no proof." Mr. Yang was mad and panicking. How? How is it possible that this young girl found out that this raw material isn't real? Although he didn't know how Gu Ning found out, it was obvious that she purposely told everyone in public. Gu Ning stared at Mr. Yang and said, "I don't have proof? Why don't we make a bet then?" "You?" Mr. Yang didn't know what to say. He couldn't bet with Gu Ning because he knew that it was an artificial raw material. Seeing that, most of the people started to believe Gu Ning. Is there something wrong with this raw material? Mr. Yang, is this an artificial raw material? Of course not. Mr. Yang struggled and said to his worker, "Drive her away. She's crazy." Wait a second, Mr. Yang. Since you're confident, why do you refuse to bet? If this raw material is natural, I will pay you 10 million yuan. However, if it's artificial, you give the money back to Mr. Zhang. How about that?
Kuning sighed.
It sounded like it was to Mr. Yang's advantage. However, only he knew that he was doomed to fail. If his dirty secret was exposed, the reputation of his shop would be ruined, and nobody would ever come to his shop again. Exactly. If you're confident, why don't you bet? Indeed. If you win, you can have 10 million yuan. Mr. Yang was so furious that he stared at Gu Ning evilly and questioned, "Why do I have to listen to you?" "Of course you can reject, and then I'll call the police," Gu Ning said. She aimed to uncover his fraud, and she didn't care about what would happen to Mr. Yang and his shop afterward. "You!" Mr. Yang was speechless now and had no idea how to deal with it. Right at this moment, a male voice sounded arrogantly. "Step aside. Let me see who dares cause trouble in a shop with the Pan family's support." The minute people heard his voice, they instantly stepped aside and left a wide passage in the middle. A good-looking young man around 22 years old strutted inside. "Lord Pan. Since when has he been Mr. Yang's support?" "Well, I heard the person that Mr. Zhang annoyed is from the Pan family. I don't know whether Lord Pan is Mr. Yang's support, but I'm sure that he is coming here aiming at Mr. Zhang. Gee, it seems Mr. Zhang is really in trouble." Although they discussed in a low voice, Gu Ning heard it clearly. Lord Pan, of course, wasn't Mr. Yang's support, and he indeed came here to get revenge on Mr. Zhang. Seeing Lord Pan coming, Mr. Yang relaxed. Gu Ning also sensed people's fear of Lord Pan, but she wasn't afraid of him at all. "It was me." Following Gu Ning's voice, Lord Pan's sight fell on her. He was surprised by her familiar face. All of a sudden, he thought of something and became very excited. "Oh, it's you. You're the one who rescued the injured girl at the airport, right?" His abrupt change astonished everyone in the shop, but they all heard that Gu Ning was the one who had rescued the injured girl at the airport. Gu Ning raised her eyebrow. She didn't expect that this man recognized her face, but she wasn't surprised because there had been so many cameras in front of her. "Yes, it's me." Gu Ning didn't deny it. Having an affirmative answer, Lord Pan was more excited. "Do you know Kung Fu?" "Sure," Gu Ning replied. Can you teach me and be my master?" Lord Pan asked and looked at Gu Ning with anticipation. People around them were stunned, and all doubted whether this Lord Pan was the high-profile one who was always arrogant. Lord Pan was famous for his disdain for women. Nobody could believe the scene. Lord Pan loved fighting, and he naturally admired whoever was good at fighting. Although there were many martial clubs in City B, Lord Pan disliked them. And although it was easy for his family to find a master to teach him Kung Fu, he wasn't willing to do so. He only did things according to his own will, and he was totally self-centered. The reason why he chose Gu Ning was because he had a good impression of her. Otherwise, he would never regard a girl as his master. Lord Pan was arrogant and always bullied others, but he had never committed crimes. Mr. Yang, on the other hand, was upset. If Gu Ning became Lord Pan's master, Lord Pan would definitely listen to her, and he would be in big trouble. Gu Ning frowned a little. She wasn't interested in being someone's master, so she rejected him directly. "Sorry, I'm not interested." "What?" Lord Pan was disappointed, but then he had another idea. "Well, if you don't want to be my master, would you mind being my boss?" People around them were really shocked this time. Why did Lord Pan want to follow Gu Ning? Gu Ning didn't reject him again but was thinking about it. It wasn't a bad idea to have a super-rich heir be a member of her team. It wouldn't cost her anything but expand her network. However, she wouldn't decide without thorough consideration either, because she was unfamiliar with the Pan family. If the Pan family often abused their power, they wouldn't get along with Gu Ning, and there would be no need for her to be connected with them. At the same time, Gu Ning also understood that there were no officials or businessmen who had never done anything bad. As long as it didn't break the law or basic moral standards, Gu Ning wouldn't mind. "What do you think?" Seeing Gu Ning hesitated, Lord Pan knew that he had hope, but was still very nervous. "Are you sure that you're willing to call me boss?" Gu Ning asked. "Of course," Lord Pan replied seriously. Seeing Lord Pan being so serious, Gu Ning said, "I can't give you the answer right now, but I can give you a chance. So whether I'll accept you as one of my team all depends on you." "No problem, I'll do my best," Lord Pan said in excitement. Although Gu Ning didn't give him an affirmative answer yet, he still had a chance. "Are you going to support Mr. Yang now?" Gu Ning asked. No, Lord Pan said. Since Gu Ning was his boss now, he would of course stand with her. Mr. Yang really panicked now. "And I'm helping Mr. Zhang. Will you pick on him?" Gu Ning asked again. "Of course not," Lord Pan said. His boss was going to help Mr. Zhang, and he definitely wouldn't act against his boss. Very well. Gu Ning was satisfied, then looked at Mr. Yang. Are you going to give the money back to Mr. Zhang and destroy all the artificial raw materials, or do I still have to call the police? I'll give the money back to Mr. Zhang, Mr. Yang said. No matter what, the reputation of his store was damaged. However, if he was willing to give the money back to Mr. Zhang and destroy all the artificial raw materials, he still had a chance to run his business as usual. However, if Gu Ning called the police, he would really be doomed. In the end, Mr. Yang gave the money to Mr. Zhang. Because of Mr. Yang's attitude, Mr. Zhang and others all believed that the raw material wasn't real. From the beginning to the end, Mr. Zhang also closely watched how the situation developed. After that, Mr. Zhang repeatedly thanked Gu Ning, and he wasn't dumb enough to ask how Gu Ning found out that there was something wrong with the raw material. Even though Lord Pan wouldn't cause Mr. Zhang any trouble, Mr. Zhang couldn't find any source of jade in a short time. Therefore, Gu Ning talked to him in private and told him that she had a relative who had a jade provider. If he needed it, she could help him. In actual fact, Gu Ning was making a deal for herself. What Gu Ning offered was exactly what Mr. Zhang was badly in need of. He was thrilled and thanked Gu Ning again. Gu Ning then gave Mr. Zhang Peng's phone number and the name of the company. Hearing that the company was Colorful Jade Provider, Mr. Zhang was very relieved, because the company was quite famous in the jade industry. Boss, would you mind having a meal with me? When Gu Ning and Lord Pan were alone, Lord Pan seized the chance to please Gu Ning. I just had a meal, Gu Ning said. She wasn't turning Lord Pan down on purpose, but she did have a meal an hour ago. Let me buy you a cup of coffee then, Lord Pan said. I need to continue stone gambling. Gu Ning rejected him again. Stone gambling? Boss, do you play it too? Lord Pan was surprised. If he had known Gu Ning's achievements, he wouldn't have been so surprised. Yes, Gu Ning said lightly. Now Lord Pan admired Gu Ning more. He followed Gu Ning walking into another raw material store. The moment its owner noticed Lord Pan, he fawned on him at once. Oh, isn't this Lord Pan? Please come on in and have a look. I can give you 30% off. Lord Pan didn't know much about stone gambling, but he enjoyed it because it was exciting. So he came to this stone gambling street often. And all the owners of the raw material shops on this street knew Lord Pan. Sure. Lord Pan became arrogant again before others. He followed behind Gu Ning but had no intention to buy raw materials himself. Gu Ning focused on the pile of raw materials before her for a few seconds, then walked over and picked up one the size of a football. There was medium-high-level jade in it. Get a cart now. Gu Ning naturally gave Lord Pan an order. No problem. Facing Gu Ning, Lord Pan immediately put on a smile and went to fetch a cart. The scene shocked many people who had known Lord Pan for a long time, and none of them could believe their eyes. Who is this young girl? Why is Lord Pan listening to her? Is she Lord Pan's girlfriend? Impossible. Lord Pan has had many girls, but those girls were like female servants when they were with Lord Pan, and Lord Pan never treated them gently, let alone smiled at them. Is this girl special to Lord Pan? Or is Lord Pan scared of this girl? Everyone around them had the same thoughts, but Lord Pan didn't care at all, because Gu Ning occupied his mind. Boss, is there jade inside? Lord Pan asked. When people heard Lord Pan call this young girl boss, they were truly shocked. However, no matter how curious they were, nobody dared to ask Lord Pan. The Pan family wasn't ranked on the top 10 richest list in City B, but it was a well-known super-rich family. City B was the center of finance, and only an affluent family with billions or dozens of billions of yuan in wealth could be called a real super-rich family. A common super-rich family normally had over 1 billion yuan in assets. As for those families with only hundreds of millions of yuan in wealth, they were hardly super-rich families. Of course, there were many rich people with hundreds of millions of yuan in wealth in City B, but it wasn't common to see a billionaire. We'll know when we cut it. Gu Ning wouldn't give him an affirmative answer before the raw material was cut open. Later, Gu Ning chose another 2 raw materials with jade inside. One was medium-high-level jade the size of a tissue box, while the other was high level and as big as 3 man's palms piled together. And 2/3 of the 2 raw materials was jade. Lord Pan was surprised by Gu Ning's speed of picking up raw materials. "Boss, are you just randomly choosing?" "I have my instinct," Gu Ning said. "What?" Lord Pan didn't think that instinct was reliable. Even though Lord Pan thought that Gu Ning knew nothing about stone gambling, he still admired her as always. Gu Ning only took 3 raw materials with jade inside, and she was kind enough to leave the rest for the owner of this shop to run his business. With the help of Lord Pan, Gu Ning got 30% off when she paid the bill. Even though Gu Ning didn't lack money, it felt good when you could get a discount. "Miss, do you want to cut them out?" the owner of the shop asked. "Sure," Gu Ning said, then walked to the stone cutting area. No customers were cutting raw materials, so the 2 machines were both available. Gu Ning told the 2 stone cutters to cut the 2 raw materials with medium-high level jade inside first. Once the machine started to work, people in the shop quickly surrounded the area. Everyone was nervously staring at the raw materials which were being cut, including Lord Pan. Gu Ning was the only one who stayed calm. "Boss, shouldn't you be nervous?" Lord Pan saw Gu Ning being so calm and asked with curiosity. "I'm not," Gu Ning said. Lord Pan admired Gu Ning's outstanding psychological quality once more. Before long, the green showed. People all looked at Gu Ning with envy or jealousy, but Gu Ning still remained calm. Lord Pan, on the other hand, was astonished by Gu Ning's accurate instinct. He also understood that luck was very important in stone gambling. However, Gu Ning still remained calm and didn't seem excited at all. "Boss, aren't you happy?" Lord Pan asked puzzledly. "Of course I am." Gu Ning gave him a perfunctory answer. She wasn't unhappy but was used to it, and she had already known that there was jade in it. Lord Pan felt that it was very strange that Gu Ning didn't show any happiness if she was really happy. Did she already know? Lord Pan thought to himself, but he didn't take it seriously, even though it was precisely the truth. "It could be just a thin layer," someone said with jealousy. Seeing the green, many people would be green with envy too. "Miss, I'm willing to pay 50,000 yuan for this raw material. Although the green shows a little, it could only be a thin layer and the raw material would be a waste. However, if you sell it to me, you can at least make 50,000 yuan. A middle-aged man in a suit said to Gu Ning. When Gu Ning heard it, she remembered that someone had said the same thing to her when she had cut out jade the first time. "Sorry, if you want to buy it, you have to wait until the end. And the most generous buyer will get the jade," Gu Ning said. Since Gu Ning said so, the middle-aged man could only wait. The stonecutter kept cutting. And at the same time, the other stonecutter told them that green showed. "Jesus! This young girl is so lucky. Both of her raw materials show green. Is it possible that the third one will show green too?" "Probably." People were more surprised and looked at Gu Ning with greater jealousy, while Gu Ning still remained calm. "Boss, you're so awesome." Lord Pan couldn't admire Gu Ning more now, and he believed that he had made the right decision to follow Gu Ning's lead. Within minutes, the first jade was fully cut out. "Oh my! It's medium-high level jade of the glutinous rice type." The stonecutter raised his voice in excitement. His hands were trembling slightly. It was hard to cut out jade, and normally he could only cut out dozens of pieces of jade in a year. It was rare to see jade above the medium level. "What? Glutinous rice type. It must be worth at least 30 million yuan. Jesus! It's a fortune. Boss, you're so awesome." Lord Pan complimented with excitement like the jade was his. However, no one was more upset than the owner of this shop. Although it was usual to see a customer cut out jade in his shop, he couldn't help feeling envious and jealous too. A short while later, "Jesus! This is medium-high level jade of the water type," the other stonecutter said in astonishment. "What?" The crowd burst into discussion again. Gu Ning's unbelievable luck really shocked them. Everyone looked at Gu Ning with pure jealousy, but Gu Ning wasn't affected at all. "Boss!" Lord Pan was about to praise Gu Ning again, but he was suddenly short of words. He was running out of complimentary vocabulary. However, he still tried to express his admiration for Gu Ning. Well, I honestly don't what else I can say, but boss, you're really awesome. Gu Ning was amused. Alright, I know that I'm awesome, so you can stop flattering me. Hearing their small talk, many people around them thought that Gu Ning was being too proud, even though they all had to admit that she was really incredible. Lord Pan, on the other hand, loved Gu Ning's character. Before long, someone bid for the first jade of the glutinous rice type. 10 million yuan. 11 million yuan. 20 million yuan. In the end, the jade was sold for 20 million yuan. Right when Gu Ning was ready to give the third raw material to a stonecutter, her phone rang and the caller was Kay. Kay finally got the location, so Gu Ning decided to not cut the third raw material now. Miss, are you going to cut the third one? The owner of this shop asked. No thanks, Gu Ning said. Afterward, the second jade was fully cut out. It was bigger than the first one, so its price would be higher too. 10 million yuan. 12 million yuan. When people were busy bidding for the second jade, Gu Ning heard someone speaking language R beside her, and she was displeased. People from country R were disliked by people in this country, including Gu Ning. Gu Ning wasn't adept at language R, but she could understand a little. Gu Ning heard the person from country R tell a local citizen by his side to help him bid for the second jade. Gu Ning, who had a strong bias against people from country R, of course, wouldn't sell her jade to them, even if it was a profitable deal. 35 million yuan. 40 million yuan. A bid from the person from country R. After that, nobody followed up because the price was already high enough. Gu Ning approached Lord Pan and said to him, He's from country R. I don't want to sell this jade to him. Help me bid for this jade. Hearing that the man was from country R, Lord Pan was displeased too, because he hated them very much. Therefore, he agreed with Gu Ning without hesitation. 50 million yuan. Lord Pan said. He suddenly raised the price by 10 million at a time. Gu Ning was going to keep this jade, and its price didn't matter now. Hearing that Lord Pan joined the bidding, everyone was confused, because Lord Pan came here with Gu Ning. If he wanted to buy it, he could make the deal with Gu Ning in private. The person from country R was disappointed. 50 million yuan was almost the highest price, and it wouldn't be worth buying if the price went higher again. However, the person from country R wasn't willing to give up. 55 million yuan. 60 million yuan. Lord Pan said without a second thought and gave them a provoking glance. By now they knew that Lord Pan did it on purpose. However, they had never met Lord Pan before. So why did he have to do it? The person from country R wanted to continue bidding, but was stopped by the local citizen. They discussed in a low voice for a few seconds, and the person from country R gave up. He glared at Lord Pan before he left. Ah! Lord Pan was satisfied. Alright sir, if you still want this jade, you can pay 35 million yuan for it and take it home, Gu Ning said to the man who had bid 35 million yuan for the jade just then. Of course I do, the man said with alacrity. However, miss, why didn't you sell it to the person who bid such a high price? He's from country R, and I don't want to sell it to him, Gu Ning said directly. Upon hearing that the person was from country R, people all felt disgusted, and they also approved Gu Ning's behavior. Meanwhile, some also thought that Gu Ning was dumb, and there was no need to act against money. After the deal, Gu Ning left the shop. I have something else to deal with, so it's time to say goodbye, Gu Ning said to Lord Pan. What? Lord Pan was reluctant to leave. He still wanted to invite her to join him for a meal later. Where are you leaving for? I can send you there. My car is right outside, Lord Pan said. No thanks, Gu Ning rejected him. Oh, I still don't know your name yet. I'm Pan Zirwei, by the way. Since you're my boss now, shouldn't you give me your phone number so that I can contact you? Pan Zirwei said. My name's Gu Ning and my phone number is XXXX. Send me a message and I'll save your phone number. I'll call you when I'm done, Gu Ning said. Pan Zirwei immediately saved Gu Ning's phone number. They walked out together, and Gu Ning directly took a taxi waiting at the roadside. Nanshui village was where Gu Ning was heading for. It was 23 kilometers away from the south exit of City B, but there was no need to drive on the expressway. On the way, Gu Ning received Tang Haifeng's call. Her first thought was that he must have heard the news of what had happened at the airport and knew that she was City B now. She was right. The moment Gu Ning answered the call, Tang Haifeng complained. "Girl Gu, I heard the news that you rescued an injured girl at the airport of City B. Why didn't you visit me since you're here?" Gu Ning smiled and explained. "Grandpa, I have something important to deal with in City B. I promise that I'll visit you once it's done." "What important thing? Do you need me to help you?" "Just say it," Tang Haifeng said. "Thanks, Grandpa, but I can handle it alone," Gu Ning said. If she could deal with on her own, she wouldn't bother others. However, if she needed Tang Haifeng's support, she wouldn't hesitate to call him either. She maintained a close relationship with Tang Haifeng to expand her network, so she wouldn't waste it. "Fine, but don't hesitate to let me know if you need my help. Oh, I've prepared a red envelope for you. Don't forget to visit me," Tang Haifeng said and used the red envelope as the bait. "Haha," Gu Ning snorted with laughter, but she still cooperated with Tang Haifeng and acted greedy. "Of course I'll come visit you for the red envelope." "Oh, so if I didn't prepare a red envelope for you, you wouldn't visit me then, right?" Tang Haifeng pretended to be mad. "Of course not. Even if there is no red envelope, I'll still visit you. I can eat and drink in your house anyway," Gu Ning joked. "Ah." Tang Haifeng was amused. Just after Tang Haifeng hung up the call with Gu Ning, Tang Jiakai came home. Seeing Tang Haifeng being so happy, he asked with curiosity, "Grandpa, why are you so happy?" "Girl Gu is in City B now, but she's busy, so she'll visit me once she's free," Tang Haifeng said. He was even happier to hear that Gu Ning came to City B than that his grandson came home. Tang Jiakai was also excited because he was very curious about Gu Ning, who was his grandfather's new granddaughter and closely resembled his uncle. "Grandpa, please invite her to visit us at home. I really want to meet the girl," Tang Jiakai said in excitement. Nanshui Village was now a resort. Originally, it had been an orchard with a total area of 165 acres. Later, it gradually developed into a folklore resort with farmhouse features, including catering, accommodation, entertainment, and other secondary services. Other than an orchard, there was also a temple from the Tang dynasty. People might go there to wish for good luck. And there was a reservoir the size of a football field too. Tourists could fish or sail on boats there. Su Anjuan's location was in Nanshui Village, but not in the entertainment area. From the GPS map that Kay had given her, Gu Ning had to walk forwards along the river for about 2 kilometers. It was said that people had picked up antiques in this direction of the road. Most villagers in Nanshui Village were aware of the news that there were antiques around this place, but outsiders might not hear of it. In the beginning, some villagers wanted to make some money by secretly selling antiques, but others who knew that it was illegal told the government. The government then sent an archaeological team here. Although the government didn't hide the news, it didn't spread the news either, so there weren't many people who knew about it. Gu Ning walked along the road while using her jade eyes to scan the mountains around her. Su Anjuan's group had probably already searched this road, but their eyes were hardly comparable to her jade eyes. Gu Ning came here not for Su Anjuan, but the ancient grave. Therefore, she didn't care much about Su Anjuan's group, but was still cautious to not run across them. The mountains here weren't very high, merely at an altitude of around a few hundred to 1,000 meters, but there were many trees and rocks and it wasn't easy to climb. Of course, it wasn't a problem for Gu Ning. She had walked for an hour and made a round of a small mountain, but failed to find any traces of an ancient grave or a grave hole. Hours had passed and still nothing. However, right after Gu Ning climbed a short distance up another mountain, she heard some people talking, but couldn't hear them clearly because they were far away. Gu Ning used her jade eyes and saw 20 or so people on the other side of this mountain. They were searching for something with tools on the ground. Although Gu Ning had her jade eyes, she couldn't find the ancient grave at a glance. Instead, she had to search the ground meter by meter too. Nevertheless, she was able to search in a much larger area at a higher speed than them. Since she already found Su Anjuan's group, Gu Ning definitely wouldn't go over. She turned and walked in the opposite direction. It wasn't early when Gu Ning arrived at Nanshui village, and the sky quickly got dark in the winter. It wasn't safe to stay in the mountains at night. There could be snakes, ants, rats, or something else. So Su Anjuan's group stopped searching and made camp in an empty place while taking measures to prevent against snakes and other poisonous animals. As for Gu Ning, she kept looking for the ancient grave. With the help of her jade eyes, she had no trouble walking in the night. And if she was bitten by a snake, she could use her power to protect herself. Gu Ning later came to another mountain. However, before she could find the ancient grave, she heard someone talking quietly in front of her. Li Maosong, my older brother died because of you. And I'll get revenge for him today. Hearing the name Li Maosong, Gu Ning was surprised and immediately used her jade eyes. There they were. Gu Ning met those gravediggers again, namely Li Maosong, Sun Chao, Zhao Jiangquan, and Guo Yang. What a coincidence! However, Gu Ning wasn't very surprised. They were gravediggers after all and spent most of their time finding ancient graves. It wasn't surprising that they came here after they heard the news. However, there wasn't only Li Maosong and his friends. Another 6 men were standing opposite Li Maosong's group. Both of the sides seemed displeased, especially those who were glaring at Li Maosong. Du Shouyang, I told you that Lao San didn't die because of us. He refused to listen to us and ran into the grave for money, but was killed by a moving body. Lao Er, who was Sun Chao, argued in anger. They were unwilling to bear the result of Lao San's death. Hearing that, Gu Ning figured out what was happening here. The man named Du Shouyang must be the younger brother of Lao San, Du Shouming. Gu Ning moved over silently. Although she had just met Li Maosong and others once, they shared the unbelievable experience in the ancient grave. Thus, she wouldn't walk away from them. If they were in danger, she was willing to help them. A moving body? Bullshit. Do you think I'll buy that? I think you killed him because you didn't want to share the money with him. Du Shouyang didn't believe in the moving body. Believe it or not, we didn't kill Lao San. Zhao Jiangquan said. It's not important whether I believe it or not, because you all are going to die today. Du Shouyang seemed evil and pulled a gun from his waist all of a sudden, aiming at Li Maosong. Li Maosong and the others stepped backward in fear, and their faces turned pale. Gu Ning was displeased too. She was worried that they would be killed at any second, so she ran forward to rescue them without delay. Luckily, Gu Ning was only 4 meters away from them, and within 2 seconds, Gu Ning reached Du Shouyang's side and broke his wrist. The others didn't clearly see what was going on until Du Shouyang shouted in severe pain. They were all scared as well as shocked. Du Shouyang held his injured right wrist, but his gun was gone, and Gu Ning was standing by his side with his gun in her hand. You! Everyone looked at Gu Ning in astonishment. It happened as fast like lightning, and an ordinary person couldn't do that. This girl must be a kung fu master, they thought. Li Maosong and the others didn't recognize Gu Ning when she had dashed out, but when they saw Gu Ning's face, they were quite surprised. Miss Gu, it's you, Li Maosong said in excitement. Since it was Gu Ning, it was understandable that she could get the control of Du Shouyang like lightning. Gu Ning had rescued them from bats and a moving body the last time. So in their hearts, Gu Ning was their lifesaver and a kung fu master they admired. Oh, it's Miss Gu. The others were also surprised. They didn't wonder why Gu Ning showed up here because they thought that Gu Ning was a gravedigger too. Hi you all. Nice to meet you again, Gu Ning said to them. Li Maosong and Sun Chao were even older than her mother, while Zhao Jiangquan and Guo Yang were younger than 30 years old. Du Shouyang panicked a little after he found out that Li Maosong and the others knew Gu Ning, and Gu Ning was able to grab his gun away in seconds. Gu Ning coldly glanced at Du Shouyang's group, and she had a natural air of power, which terrified them. Gu Ning's sight fell on Du Shouyang. Just because you don't believe that there is a moving body in this world doesn't mean that there isn't. Your older brother really was killed by a moving body. I saw it with my own eyes. Du Shouyang still refused to believe it. You're a member of their group, so you naturally will defend them. Not only Du Shouyang but the others who were with him didn't believe it either. It was quite understandable because it was very hard for modern people to believe in ghosts and monsters. Since they didn't believe it, Gu Ning had no plan to explain further. However, she stared at Du Shouyang icily and warned him, "It's up to you whether you believe it or not. However, if you dare to hurt Li Maosong and his friends, I'll throw you into jail and you'll stay there forever." Meeting Gu Ning's sharp gaze, Du Shouyang's body trembled in fear, and he could hardly breathe. Even his partners felt the pressure from Gu Ning, which made them think that this young girl wasn't simple at all. "Now disappear,"
Gu Ning sighed.
Although Du Shouyang wanted to kill Li Maosong, he failed, and Gu Ning couldn't kill them all. She didn't want to be sentenced to jail after all. Du Shouyang was reluctant to leave but didn't dare stay here either. Besides, his wrist was injured and he had to go to the hospital right away. After that, a group of them escaped. When they were gone, Li Maosong thanked Gu Ning with sincerity. "Miss Gu, thank you so much for rescuing us again." "Indeed. Miss Gu, thank you so much," the other three men said. "Miss Gu, you're our lifesaver. If you need our help in the future, feel free to let us know, and we'll spare no effort to help you," Li Maosong said seriously. "Yes," the others echoed. When Gu Ning met them again, she had thought to hire them. Since they showed their kindness towards her on their own initiative, Gu Ning of course wouldn't deny it. "Great. If I need your help in the future, I'll let you know," Gu Ning said. "No problem," Li Maosong and the others said. In their eyes, it was an honor if Gu Ning turned to them for help. "Oh, Miss Gu, you must be here to find the ancient grave too, right? Those experts have searched several mountains in vain, and we also have searched around this mountain but found nothing. Maybe there is no ancient grave at all," Li Maosong said. "However, if there is no ancient grave, why did some people pick antiques up here?" Zhao Jiangquan still believed there had to be an ancient grave around this place. "It is hard to tell, but since we're already here, let's go find it,"
Gu Ning sighed.
"You're right. Miss Gu, would you mind joining us? If we find it, we can share the antiques by halves," Li Maosong said. Although it wasn't fair because Gu Ning was alone while they had 4 people in the team, they didn't mind. Li Maosong added, "However, if any weird things happen like last time, please help us as always, Miss Gu." Gu Ning was surprised by Li Maosong's generosity, but since he was willing to do so, she wouldn't reject it. As for Li Maosong's request for help, Gu Ning agreed. "Don't worry. Since we're a team now, I'll do my best to protect you." Afterward, Gu Ning joined Li Maosong and his friends to search for the ancient grave. Although Li Maosong and his friends had searched around this mountain, Gu Ning still wanted to look around again on her own. After she didn't find anything on that mountain with her jade eyes, she left with Li Maosong and the other men. "All the nearby mountains have been searched, and we still found nothing. Maybe the ancient grave is in a farther mountain," Zhao Jiangquan said. "If we still can't find it, the antiques could have been dug out already by others before us," Guo Yang said. He seemed upset because they had encountered such situations many times before. "Do you have a map?" Gu Ning asked. "Sure," Sun Chao said. He took out the map and a picture at once. "This is the map, and this is the full view of Nanshui village we took from a plane when we came here." Gu Ning checked the map in the picture. Zhao Jiangquan immediately used the flashlight of his phone to light for Gu Ning. Even though Gu Ning didn't need it, she didn't say anything in order to not expose her secret. She looked at the picture first. There were some mountains which were marked with red spots on it, which meant they had already searched for them. And those mountains without red spots were far away from Nanshui village. After a while, a place attracted Gu Ning's attention. It was the temple of Nanshui village. Somehow, Gu Ning had a feeling that the ancient grave could be under the temple. "Well, since we're going to search for the ancient grave, why don't we have a look in the temple?"
Gu Ning sighed.
The temple? Nobody thought that the ancient grave could be in the temple because the temple was located right beside the village. Besides, people picked antiques up in the opposite direction of the temple, so nobody had searched it. However, since Gu Ning proposed to give it a try, Li Maosong and the others would follow her without a doubt. Then the group of them walked to the temple together. Even though Gu Ning had the sense that the ancient grave could be around the temple, she wasn't completely sure. Therefore, she used her jade eyes along the way while they walked towards it. It took them nearly 2 hours of walking before they finally got there. It was 9 p.m., which was a great time for gravediggers to start to work. The temple was built at an altitude of 200 meters, halfway to the top of the mountain. Except for the stairs, which were the only access to the temple, there were only trees around it. Normally, graves were in flat ground or low mountains, so gravediggers seldom climbed so high to search for an ancient grave. Gu Ning and the others climbed the mountain, searching for the ancient grave. Half an hour later, when they were only 10 meters away from the temple, they smelled the disgusting stench of a corpse. Gu Ning used her jade eyes looking in the direction of the acrid smell. There was a large piece of rock 20 meters away from them, and a half-rotten body was lying right under it. Most of it was covered by small scattered rocks. The body was dressed in a common style. It wasn't a monk, but it could be a tourist. Gu Ning looked deeper with her jade eyes, and a round black hole appeared in her sight. Gu Ning was excited. Although she wasn't sure that it was a grave hole, it was highly possible. If it was a grave hole, the body had to be a gravedigger. Anyway, she decided to have a look. I smell the stench of a corpse. Let's go there and have a look, Gu Ning said. What? A corpse? Hearing that, they were all surprised that someone had died here, but they had seen bodies a lot of times before, so none of them were scared. After that, Li Maosong and his friends followed Gu Ning walking over. When they stood in front of the body and saw its face, Li Maosong and his friends were astonished. Zhao Lauer. Why did Zhao Lauer die here? Is there really an ancient grave around here? Was he killed by his partners? Zhao Lauer was a gravedigger too, and he must have come here for the ancient grave after he had heard the news. Let's search around his body, Gu Ning said. Although she had already found the black hole, she couldn't tell them right away in case it would arouse their suspicion. Hearing that, they immediately started to search around, while Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see what was inside the black hole. The black hole was 3 meters ahead of the body, and there was a big rock blocking its entrance. Normally people wouldn't know that there was something unusual about it. The black hole was over a dozen meters deep, and it almost reached the bottom of the temple. At the end of it, there was a chamber which was 5 square meters big, but it was empty. Maybe other gravediggers had already taken all the stuff inside, so there was nothing left in it. However, no other tunnels were extending from the chamber. Was it just a normal grave? However, if it was a normal grave, there should be a coffin. Gravediggers wouldn't steal a coffin. Gu Ning looked deeper with her jade eyes and saw that something was wrong with the chamber. There was another chamber next to the wall of this chamber, and the wall was only a meter thick. Although the second chamber was also empty, Gu Ning saw that a grave tunnel extended from it. It seemed that the first chamber was just a cover, and the gravediggers who had come here before them hadn't known that there was more just next to the wall. While nobody was looking, Gu Ning secretly moved the rock away and a third of the hole showed. Oh look! Here is a hole, Gu Ning said like she just found it. Li Maosong and his friends ran over at once and moved the rock together before he used his flashlight to look inside. This is a grave hole, Li Maosong said. Let me get in first and you can follow behind me, Gu Ning said, then climbed into the hole. Everyone agreed. Gu Ning led the team so that she could protect them if anything bad happened. Gu Ning had promised to do so after all. When they climbed into the hole, Gu Ning told the last person to move the rock back to cover the hole to prevent others from finding it. The hole was straight and was only a meter tall, so they had to squat when they were inside. Gu Ning took out her night luminescent pearl, and the black hole was lit up at once. Li Maosong's and his friends' flashlights became useless then. Seeing Gu Ning's night luminescent pearl, Li Maosong and his friends were impressed again. However, they had no intention to steal it. No person was 100% good or bad. It was illegal that they dug ancient graves, and it showed that they weren't good people, but they wouldn't murder others and knew how to be grateful. In that case, they were good people to some extent. It all went well as they walked to the chamber, but there was no tunnel ahead. Well, there is no tunnel. Isn't this a grave? Li Maosong and his friends were quite disappointed. Gu Ning used her jade eyes and saw nothing dangerous in the second chamber behind the wall. So she asked Li Maosong and his friends, "Do you trust me? I have an idea." They were struck dumb for a second, but they all knew that Gu Ning was talking about this grave. No matter what Gu Ning was going to do, they would follow her. "Miss Gu, I'm willing to follow your lead no matter what you're going to do next," Li Maosong said. They now all regarded Gu Ning as their leader, and they would follow her lead, even if it was risky. "Me too," the other three men echoed. "Very well." Gu Ning was satisfied. She then pointed at the wall before them. "Dig through that wall." "No problem." They didn't ask why, but took out tools and started to dig without delay. The four men were divided into two shifts to dig through the wall. At the same time, Leng Xiaoting called Gu Ning when he was free, but no one answered. Leng Xiaoting thought that Gu Ning must have gone to find the ancient grave, and he was worried. However, all he could do was wait until Gu Ning called him back. Half an hour later, the 1-meter-thick wall was dug through. Li Maosong and his friends were very surprised when they discovered the second chamber. They couldn't believe that Gu Ning was just lucky, but they knew that it wasn't appropriate for them to ask further. If Gu Ning said that she only relied on her luck or instinct, then so be it. However, the hole was too small for a person to get through, so Li Maosong and Zhao Zhongquan kept digging till the hole was big enough. Another half an hour later, the hole was big enough for a person to crawl through. There was no need to make a large hole, as long as it was big enough for them to get through. This time, Gu Ning still moved in the front. A short while later, they arrived at the second chamber. It was cold and damp inside because it had been closed for a long time, but there was no rotten smell in it like the last ancient grave. The second chamber was empty, but there were grave tunnels at both sides. There would be the front door and the third chamber at the ends of the two grave tunnels. "Let's see which one is connected to the chamber," Li Maosong said, and moved to the right grave tunnel, while Sun Chao moved to the left one. Gu Ning instead directly used her jade eyes, and saw that the front door was on the left side, while the third chamber was on the right side. Nevertheless, she wouldn't say it, of course. This grave consisted of 3 chambers, and people had to move through the second chamber to the third one. "Let's go to the right one,"
Gu Ning said.
After a few minutes, they arrived at a rock door. "Let's open it." "Sure," Li Maosong said and went to push the rock door. Unfortunately, it was too heavy. "Let me do it." Gu Ning walked forward, and Li Maosong stepped aside. Gu Ning pushed the door with her normal strength but failed. Thus, she used her power and improved her strength. With a small sound, the rock door moved, which shocked Li Maosong and his friends. Gu Ning was unusually strong. Gu Ning gradually pushed the rock door open. In order to not shock them too much, Gu Ning intentionally slowed down. After the rock door was pushed open, the group of them walked inside. The third chamber was 10 square meters large, but it was still empty. And it had 3 grave tunnels at its front, left and right side. "Which tunnel should we go in first?" Zhao Zhongquan asked. Gu Ning used her jade eyes and saw that this ancient grave was like a complicated maze. People would easily either lose their sense of direction or reach the same place after walking for a long time. It was hard for normal people to find the main chamber. But Gu Ning, who had jade eyes, spotted the main chamber with just a glance. However, they still had to dig through another dirt wall. "Follow me," Gu Ning said and directly walked to the left grave tunnel. After half an hour of twists and turns, they stopped and Gu Ning said, "Here, dig the wall." With the previous experience, nobody doubted her decision. They raised their tools and started to dig through the wall without delay, even though they found it unbelievable. Within half an hour, the 1-meter-thick dirt wall was dug through. And on the other side of the dirt wall was a rock door, which was precisely the access to the main chamber. The main chamber had been furnished with a door and was covered with a layer of dirt. If it hadn't been for Gu Ning, they would never have found this main chamber. If they wanted to open this rock door, they had to remove all the dirt covering the door. The rock door was 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, which was a big project, so all 5 of them began to dig together. After 2 hours they finally removed all the dirt and Gu Ning went to push the rock door. However, she failed to push it open this time. Gu Ning was surprised, and the men also exchanged a glance with doubt. Gu Ning checked the surroundings and found an iron ring. She immediately lowered her body to pull it. And with a series of sounds, the rock door moved and fell, and the main chamber was revealed in front of their eyes. Because of the night luminescent pearl, the main chamber was lit brightly when they walked inside. It was around 10 square meters large, and there were 2 coffins laid in the middle with 3 boxes standing against the wall. Seeing the 3 big boxes, everyone was excited. The men were eager to open it but stood still waiting for Gu Ning's permission. "Go and open the boxes," Gu Ning said. Li Maosong and his friends then ran to the boxes at once, while Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see what was in the 2 coffins. This ancient grave was under the temple, so there was no een or a moving body here. In the left coffin, the body was already a skeleton and Gu Ning could only judge which period this man had been from the clothes. He must be an important official in the Tang dynasty according to his purple official uniform. And in the right coffin, the skeleton was wearing a pure red wedding gown with a step-shaped crown. Seeing the step-shaped crown, Gu Ning was stunned. It was so beautiful. "Miss Gu, come here and have a look," Li Maosong called her. Hearing that, Gu Ning left the step-shaped crown and walked towards them. One of the 3 boxes was filled with jewelry, another was full of porcelain, while there were many other valuable antiques in the third one. "Do you have bags to carry them?" Gu Ning asked. "Yes," they said and took their bags out. The bags were made of special material, and they wouldn't tear no matter how sharp the objects inside were. "Fill 2 bags with the jewelry," Gu Ning said, and the men worked. After that, Gu Ning chose 5 pieces of porcelain from 12 in the second box and took out 8 antiques from 20 or so in the third box. "That's all I want and the rest will be yours," Gu Ning said. "Miss Gu, it's—" They had agreed to share the antiques in halves, but Gu Ning gave them more than a half. "I can't take so many," Gu Ning lied. In reality, she wasn't greedy, and there were 4 of them while she was alone. It wasn't a big deal if they got more than a half. As for the jewelry, Gu Ning only took 2/5 of it, and Li Mansong and the others got the rest. The men all thanked Gu Ning with sincerity. Afterward, they opened the 2 coffins. Gu Ning went directly to the right one, while Li Maosong and the others went to the left one. There were some books which were written by famous writers in the past in the left coffin, and except for the step-shaped crown, there were only 2 pairs of bracelets and other jewelry in the right coffin. "You can have whatever is in the right coffin, and I'll take whatever is in this one," Gu Ning said. "Sure." Everyone agreed. Li Maosong and the others didn't know what was in the right coffin, so Gu Ning directly put the step-shaped crown into her telepathic eye space. She then put her share of the antiques into a box and fastened it with ropes. Zhao Jiangquan proposed to help Gu Ning carry the box, but he failed because it was too heavy. However, even if he was able to move it, Gu Ning wouldn't bother him because they all had heavy bags to carry. And they were ordinary men after all, while Gu Ning had practiced kung fu for years, so she was stronger than common people, and she also had her magic power. When they were ready to leave, Gu Ning guided them along the same way, moving smoothly and quickly back outside. After a while they were all out. Guo Yang looked in the direction of the archaeological team and said, "Well, I bet they'll find nothing this time." "Yeah, they've searched for a week already. I have sympathy for them," Zhao Jiangquan said. "Why don't you go and tell them that the ancient grave is here?" Sun Chao joked. "I won't. I'd be exposed. I don't want to suffer a double loss," Zhao Jiangquan said. "Miss Gu, thank you so much for your help. If it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't have found the ancient grave or gotten these antiques so easily. If we heard anything about ancient graves in the future, would you mind if we called you? And we can share the antiques in halves," Li Maosong said. It was a win-win, and they would enjoy cooperating with Gu Ning. Gu Ning had the same idea and agreed with alacrity. She had accidentally heard the news this time, while Li Maosong and the others were professional gravediggers, so they might have more chances. "Oh, Miss Gu, where are you leaving for? If you didn't drive here, we can give you a ride." Li Maosong said out of kindness. Thanks, but I made my own arrangements, so we can separate when we arrive at the resort.
Kuning said.
Sure. Since Gu Ning had her own plans, they didn't insist. When they had almost arrived at the resort, her phone was able to receive signals again, and Gu Ning's mobile phone vibrated in her pocket. She took it out and noticed that Leng Xiaoting had called her. But she didn't call him back right away, because it wasn't an appropriate time. After they separated, Gu Ning walked towards the villagers' living area of Nanshui village. Li Maosong and the others thought that she had someone to pick her up there. When Li Maosong the others couldn't see her anymore, Gu Ning put the box into her telepathic eye space and turned back, walking to the resort before she booked a room in a hotel. Gu Ning didn't call Leng Xiaoting until she was in the hotel. Leng Xiaoting answered her call in a second. Although it was already 3 a.m., Leng Xiaoting was still awake because he was worried about Gu Ning. Ning Ning. Leng Xiaoting sounded nervous. How is it going? Very well. It was an official's grave from the Tang dynasty, and I met Li Maosong and the others again. We went into the grave together and we shared the antiques, Gu Ning said. Leng Xiaoting didn't care about the antiques at all. The only thing he cared about was Gu Ning's safety. Knowing that she was fine, he finally relaxed. Good to know. When will you go back home? In a couple of days maybe. Master Tang knows that I'm in City B, and I've promised to visit him once I'm free, Gu Ning said. Leng Xiaoting understood that Master Tang was Gu Ning's grandpa, and he would love to see that they were close as long as Gu Ning was willing to be. And Gu Ning was obviously happy to do so. They chatted for a short while before hanging up. Although Leng Xiaoting was reluctant to hang up, he knew that Gu Ning needed a good rest since it was very late. Gu Ning then took a shower before she went to bed and quickly fell asleep. The next day, Gu Ning got up around 8 a.m. She went to check out and left for City B. It was still early, and she couldn't visit Tang Haifeng so early in the morning, so she called Pan Zhiwei instead and invited him to have lunch together. Pan Zhiwei had just joined her team, so she should seize the chance to spend more time with him. Otherwise, she had no idea when they would meet the next time. Pan Zhiwei was thrilled to receive Gu Ning's call. He had an appointment to watch horse racing with his friends and was ready to set off, but he directly abandoned his friends and decided to meet Gu Ning. Pan Zhiwei's friends were all astonished when they heard Pan Zhiwei call another person boss. To their astonishment, Pan Zhiwei, who was always arrogant, would regard another person as his boss. When Pan Zhiwei told them that he changed the plans at the last second, his friends complained a lot. Hearing that, Gu Ning felt a little guilty to ruin their plans, so she said, "Well, why don't we get together next time?" No, Pan Zhiwei rejected at once. "Where are you now? I'll come to you." "I don't think it's a good idea that you abandon your friends like that," Gu Ning said. "I think that you're more important, boss," Pan Zhiwei said. Hearing that, Gu Ning was amused. "Lord Pan, why don't you invite your boss to watch horse racing together with us? It'll be a shame if you're absent," one of Pan Zhiwei's close friends said. "Hey boss, wanna watch horse racing with us?" Pan Zhiwei asked Gu Ning. Gu Ning understood that if she declined, Pan Zhiwei would abandon his close friends for her, which wasn't something she wanted to see, so she agreed. Pan Zhiwei proposed to pick Gu Ning up but was stopped by Gu Ning. She would take a taxi to meet them on her own. Half an hour later, Pan Zhiwei and his friends arrived at the horse racing field, but they didn't walk in right away. Instead, they were waiting at its gate. Pan Zhiwei insisted on waiting for Gu Ning alone, but his friends chose to wait along with him. There were 5 young men and 5 young women in Pan Zhiwei's group of friends. Men were the leading roles, while the women were just their companions to have fun with. Few of those rich heirs had a serious relationship, and most of them were playing around with many girls. However, not all of them did. 2 couples among the group were officially boyfriend and girlfriend. One of the 2 couples was already engaged and about to get married in a few months. After 10 minutes, Gu Ning was still absent. A woman shivered a little from the cold, then acted pouty to her male companion. "Lord Guan, I'm so cold." Obviously, she wanted to walk inside. The young man who was called Lord Guan gave the woman a glance of disdain. Why did you have to wear so little? The woman indeed put on fewer clothes to look sexy, but it was cold in the winter. The woman was angry but didn't dare to say another word. If she annoyed him, she would be dumped. However, someone added fuel to the flame. Nana, didn't you just recover from a cold? You have to take good care of your body. If you catch a cold again, Lord Guan can be affected. You. The woman, whose name was Chow Nana, was mad. Hao Mingqi, shut your mouth. What? I'm just telling the truth, Hao Mingqi said like she was innocent. You. Enough. Pan Zhiwei hated to hear the women arguing. The two women shut their mouths at once, and their male companions also gave them a warning look, which made them keep quiet. Where there were women, there was a war. The two were the same kind of woman, but they never liked each other. Actually, they didn't get along for a reason. Xiao Nana's male companion, Lord Guan, was better looking than Hao Mingqi's. Hao Mingqi had admired Lord Guan first, but Lord Guan only liked women with big boobs. Although Hao Mingqi's breasts weren't small, they weren't big either, so Lord Guan wasn't interested in her. Meanwhile, a man would never reject a woman who came on to him. Therefore, Hao Mingqi had slept with Lord Guan a few times. However, precisely because of that, she was now jealous of Chow Nana and would seize every opportunity to pick on Chow Nana. Chow Nana, on the other hand, had no idea about what had happened between them. Hao Mingqi didn't dare to say anything either, because Lord Guan would be mad at her. What was worse, she would lose the man who was the wallet that she had right now too. Although the rich heirs would play around with many women at the same time, they didn't allow their women to sleep with other men. Otherwise, they would abandon them. If they could find a young man with wealth, the last thing they wanted to happen was to be abandoned in a short time. Thus, most of them would keep their dirty secrets under the carpet. 40 minutes later, Gu Ning finally arrived at the horse racing field. Seeing Gu Ning coming, Pan Zhiwei immediately went ahead to welcome her. Hi, boss. When everyone found out that Pan Zhiwei's boss was a young girl, they were all shocked. They had thought that Pan Zhiwei's boss would be a strong, grown-up man. Unexpectedly, Jesus, did the hell freeze over? Or did Lord Pan get possessed by a ghost? None of Pan Zhiwei's friends could believe their eyes or ears. Hey boss, come here and let me introduce you. This is Zhou Guangrui, Guanbin, Gao Yongkong, and Hu Hao. They're all my close friends. Pan Zhiwei introduces his friends to Gu Ning. Then he turned to the group of his friends. What are you looking at? This is our boss. Gu Ning was surprised. Since when did she become his friend's boss all of a sudden? Zhou Guangrui and the others were stunned. It was insane for them to call a girl boss. Why do they need to call me boss? Gu Ning asked. They're my best friends, so my boss is their boss, Pan Zhiwei said and took it for granted, although he was as domineering as usual. Zhou Guangrui and Hu Hao, who agreed with Pan Zhiwei, called Gu Ning their boss at once, but Guanbin and Gao Yongkong refused to do so. Lord Pan, are you crazy to make us call a young girl boss? Guanbin said with obvious dislike. Don't you despise women? Why did you change your mind so abruptly? It's your own business to call a girl your boss, but I'm not going to do the same thing. Saying that, he looked at Gu Ning with disdain. In his eyes, Gu Ning must have trapped Pan Zhiwei with her beauty. Although he refused to call a girl his boss, he had to admit that Gu Ning was quite stunning even without makeup. If Pan Zhiwei didn't force them to call her boss, he would love to spend some time with such a beauty. Exactly, Lord Pan, you can't force us to do the same thing. It's your personal decision to call a girl your boss. Gao Yongkong had the same attitude as Guanbin. You? Pan Zhiwei was furious because he thought that Gu Ning had been humiliated. I think that they're right. It's your personal decision and you can't force them to do so. Besides, you didn't ask my opinion either. Gu Ning interrupted him. Pan Zhiwei wouldn't listen to anyone but Gu Ning, so he gave up in the end. Fine, just call her Miss Gu, alright? Hearing that, everyone was shocked again. Since when did Pan Zhiwei become so obedient? Let's get inside now, Pan Zhiwei said and guided Gu Ning walking inside. However, he left his female companion behind. The young woman was mad, especially when Xiao Nana and Hao Mengqi gave her a gloating glance. As for the other two young women, they never aligned themselves with those gold diggers. Actually, from the beginning to the end, Pan Zhiwei never mentioned his female companion in front of Gu Ning. In his eyes, except Gu Ning, all the other women were as unimportant as accessories. Lord Pan, don't forget me. The young woman raised her voice in annoyance. Just come along yourself. Pan Zhiwei lost his patience and didn't even turn around for a second. The young woman was raging and hated Gu Ning to death. In her eyes, Gu Ning must be a siren who seduced her man. Otherwise, Lord Pan, who was well known for his bias against women, would never be so gentle and kind to her. Either way, the young woman still had to quickly follow them in her high heels. Gu Ning, of course, sensed the young woman's unkind look, but she didn't care. As long as the woman stayed away from her, she wouldn't bother to teach her a lesson. Right at this moment, Pan Zhiwei complained. Women are indeed troublesome. What? Gu Ning squinted at him with a light sense of danger. Seeing that, Pan Zhiwei instantly explained. Boss, I didn't mean you. However, once he said it, Pan Zhiwei felt like it sounded strange. It sounded like he didn't think that Gu Ning was a woman, so Pan Zhiwei changed his words. No, I mean you're not one of those annoying women. Gu Ning remained quiet. The young woman came to Pan Zhiwei's side, reaching out her hand to hold his arm. She did that to show her ownership of him. However, just as her hand touched Pan Zhiwei, he got rid of it without delay. Just walk by yourself. Jiao, are you blind or something? Lord Pan is talking with his boss, and you shouldn't interrupt them. Hao Mengqi seized every chance to make fun of other women. Especially when she said the word boss, she intentionally stressed the sound. However, men could never tell the difference. Exactly. Don't you see that I'm talking with my boss? Be quiet or you can leave. Pan Zhiwei indeed failed to sense that Hao Mengqi was picking on Gu Ning, but agreed on her criticism towards Xia Jiao. Xia Jiao was so mad but couldn't say a word to retort. Oh boss, where are you from? Pan Zhiwei suddenly asked. He didn't realize that he knew so little about Gu Ning until now. City F, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Guanbin, Gao Yongkong, Qiao Nana, Hao Mengqi and Xia Jiao showed their disdain. In their eyes, City F was just a small third-tier city. Actually, City F wasn't small, but it was barely comparable to City B. The other people in their group weren't that snobbish. They didn't care where Gu Ning came from, and only those self-centered men and women would think that they were better than others.